All right, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Looks like things are taking a little minute to spin up. I have no idea what's wrong with my computer, but you know how it is. Windows 11, that Windows 11 life, You got to get ready for it. But anyways, today's a very special day. It is, after all, Doom's birthday. For those of you not in the know, on December 10th, 1993, id Software released what was and will be probably one of my favorite and most important games of all time, Doom, for MS-DOS, because that was back when things were. I was born in the same year, though not in the same month. I'm a little older than Doom, though not by much. And yeah, it turned out to be one of the most important games of my life. So, every year, the community releases the Cacowards, an awards show that kind of highlights all the best things that the community's been doing. And every year since 2023, I've been narrating it for the use of anybody who is interested. This year we are promising to have a good slate, and I've already got my tunes set up for everybody to listen. We've got a wonderful musical accompaniment by Corp that I will be referencing, a free to use MIDI set, and I am very excited to share with you all what the community's picked out for itself. Let's lower the volume a little bit so my voice doesn't have to fight too much. Now, let's begin, shall we? I have to admit, I wasn't very creative in the starting thing, but let's get it going. Cacowards 2025. Here's the invocation. Doom just turned 32, which maybe isn't a particularly distinctive milestone aside from being a power of 2, or the number of maps that's standard in a classic Doom 2 megawad. But the 30s are an important decade. For many of us, it tends to be the time in life when we get our shit together, acknowledge our problems, work on growing up, improve the health of our lifestyle, and find ways to balance what we want out of life against the ways that our choices impact other people. It's when you get more real, and hopefully, if you're doing it right, when things get better. It's also a time when you start to feel the aches and pains of getting older, when things that seem like they should be insignificant start to hurt more. And man, I think we are all feeling our collective age this year, as individuals, as a community, citizens of real life. Everyone has had a brutal year. I keep seeing it everywhere. It's in the mood of conversations on Discord servers and forums, the more somber hue that even the snark has adopted. It's in people's decisions to put their ambitious mega mapping projects on hold for a while to focus on higher priority things like finding employment. It's in people's heightened reactions, certainly including my own, to criticisms of their work, and to the increased frustrations people feel as a higher percentage of the ever-growing outputs of WODcraft falls under the public radar. A simple and inevitable math that nonetheless highlights a lot of natural social-emotional struggles we all have. Outside of the gaming sphere, the patter of small talk has changed. The space that was once occupied by doing fine and you is now frequently filled with, I'm tired. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I know. Deep breath, let it out. Even with all that acknowledged, I feel that the Doom community is resilient, that many are already starting to bounce back a little. Some of the releases of the past few weeks and months have brought on the familiar burn of excitement, a renewed enthusiasm for playing the game we all love, for seeing what new and exciting things people's artistic visions will come up with next. Beg your pardon? It makes sense, you know. The game is in its 30s, a time when things are more real but also get better. The community as a whole has, in fact, been spending its recent years looking at its choices, growing up, and improving the health of its lifestyle. So as we light the candles for Doom's birthday and pour one out for friends made and friends departed, I hope you can be as glad to celebrate this year's artistic successes as I am, and as excited for the coming year as I am. I think we can all agree that we have a good thing here, that it's worth keeping the fires burning to light the darkness. Stay strong, and we'll see you again next year, same time, same place, not Java. Huge thanks to Xous for the amazing banner and title artwork featured this year. This year, we've also brought on JBlade35, project leader of the famed build engine, the AMC Squad, to help us write about the realm of commercial Doom Engine games. Thanks also to Catfo for some helpful behind-the-scenes support. Yo, AMCTC is lit. This is a big get. This is a big get. Sorry for my interjection, but yeah, I'm excited to hear that. I don't know what this is, but I will not be narrating it. Now, we've got a lot going on, So let's start with the ESPY Award for Lifetime Achievement. Alright. We start with Mike Mank Leitner, ESPY Award. It's fair to call Mike both a figurative and literal backbone of the Doom community. For over 20 years, ManQNet has consistently provided web services for personal and project sites, Slade, SVN repositories, Odamex, and even the Doom Wiki itself. More on that to come. Think back to the early aughts. How many websites from that era, Doom World excluded, are still online? Zombocom? Sure, but the amount of content lost when hosts went offline and servers shut down is immeasurable. Every new Doom hosted site and years of forum content, thousands of GeoCities Doom pages, Doom Center, Planet Doom, all gone. So why did I have to relearn how to update the Action Doom 2 website when it was re-released in 2021? Because ManQNet was never shuttered and visitors would be clicking on ancient web links to visit the site and look for the most recent download. This also includes the website for the original Action Doom and Doom Anomalies Action Doom song. Sorry, DA, this was preserved too. So much of the preservation of classic Doom content can be pinned on the stability of a few sites and the dedication of a handful of members, like Mike Leitner. Here's Mike. In addition to being the backbone of the Doom community, Mike is also the voice of the community. Most of us are just anonymous users on a forum, or a Discord server, or IRC holdout, and we've never seen or heard one another. Mike might be the singular exception to this rule. Anyone who has ever played a game of Skulltag is infinitely familiar with the greeting, "Welcome to Skulltag." That's Mike. So when it came time to record dialogue for 2008's Action Doom 2 Urban Brawl, Mike once again lent his vocal talents as the lead protagonist who opined about the dreams of Saigon, the stuff of nightmares, and helped launch the indie publisher New Blood. And when Odamex required their own announcer sounds, well, the talent was in the house. And one of the most significant moments for Doom multiplayer was the creation of Odamex, a source port for multiplayer users by multiplayer users. It should come as no surprise that this was spearheaded by members of one of the earliest and most storied Doom clans, Unidoom. Would it also surprise you to learn that, behind the scenes, ManQNet and Mike Leitner were providing hosting, server space, and programming support? Odamex continues to receive unwavering support from Mike, as seen on GitHub, which includes expansive new features such as Horde Mode, which resulted in the Cacowards-winning Hordemex Megawad. The stability of ManQNet became essential in 2011 when the Doom Wiki split from Wikia and became an independent website. Needing a new host, James Haley collaborated with Mike to host the new wiki on ManQNet servers, despite neither of them having MediaWiki backend experience, according to the wiki. I don't understand what any of that means. Since then, Mike has maintained the server of the largest source of Doom information on the internet. Until today, that is. Surprise! For the last few years, a concerted effort has been in the works to improve DoomWiki and DoomWorld, and Mike has been one of the leaders behind this push and has transitioned DoomWiki to AWS for public use. What the smart people tell me is that this will increase reliability and security for the DoomWiki and was the test process for eventually transitioning DoomWorld to a more stable server host as well. While not a solo effort, this process has largely been the work of Mike dedicating his free time and professional skills to ensuring the sites that are crucial for the continued existence of a Doom community remain accessible and stable. Literal backbone of the community indeed, by Scuba Steve. Well, I never knew this story. Shoutouts to Mike. I know a lot of the big names, but this one has passed me by. Though I believe I've also heard that classic Welcome to Skulltag greeting, so you know how it is. Just going to be lowering the volume a little bit on this music. Not too much. If that's too dim, let me know. Anyways, here we've got a nice picture of everybody. Left to right, Dr. Sean, Killing Blair, Ralphus, and Mank. Alright. So we've got Ralphus Vickers. I've heard the name Ralphus. I'm very excited to hear the story. Some people have been in the community since time immemorial. No matter how far back you go, there they are, rearing their ugly head on a black and white World War I photo of Allied and German soldiers playing Doom DM during Christmas Eve ceasefire. Ralphus carries that special aura. His community involvement goes back to the late 90s, and with his boundless energy bordering on hyperactivity, it's like whenever he was around, the social space-time seemed to bend around him. For me, it couldn't have been different. I spent the 90s playing Doom on a local LAN with my friend, and I didn't discover the community's existence until late 2005 when I was already in college. So when I eventually started running into Ralphus, he was already one of the most high-profile personalities in the MP scene, a veteran competitor, leader of the most known clan around, and, oh that's right, a rabble-rouser of legends that just got permabanned from Z-Demon, and one of the most infamous and paradigm-shifting community kerfluffles of the aughts. All of that before graduating high school. Talk about early achievers. That's right. Ralph is one of the earliest second-gen kids who weren't around for Doom in the Zeitgeist. In Ralph's case, he arrived so early that he had to lie his milk teeth off to be considered a kid old enough to stay in ancient IRC channels like Doom Room and get mocked by the grown-ups. Hell, that most famous clan I mentioned? Ralphus started Unidoom in 1998 as a WAD review site when he wasn't even 10. Fast forward to 2004, and UD is a mafia of talented teen menaces and brash upstarts. Deathzor, Ace of Spades, Toke, a certain Mancubus too, Human Bones or Leximax, etc., etc. Ralphus led and intensively mapped for a trilogy of successful projects, Unidoom DM 1 through 3. Spartan and utilitarian in their layout and detailing, they remain a popular choice for FFA and TDM to this day. Lexi and Ralphus were pivotal contributors to the founding map set for Z-Demon's Emergent CTF mode, with Ralphus Magical Ice Forts being quite possibly the most notorious, most replayed CTF map in history that inspired a million copycats. And Ralphus would not forgive me if I didn't mention his presence on CTF Team USA that mercilessly destroyed Team EU, and later confirmed its world domination by squeaking a one-flag victory in a nerve-wracking series tiebreaker against Team CZ. Ralphus presents Ralphus Magical Ice Forts by Ralphus from ZDCTF. But in 2005, a tragedy struck, his own big mouth. To this day, scholars dispute whether he was in the right or not, but Ralphus waged a campaign against C-Demon's GetWad, a tool which grabs queried PWADs from internet repositories, and thanks to Google being one of them, the utility was able to locate and download pirated Doom 2.wad as well. An amateur legal opinion battle that would put Reddit to shame ensued until Ralphus escalated it by emailing id's Todd Hollenshed for his 2 cents. This became a mortal insult for Z-Demon's leadership, and Ralphus was cast into the Shadow Realm. Soon followed by most of UD and friendly clans who launched a troll campaign for his freedom. Why this drama excursion unworthy of these hallowed pages, you may ask? Simple. The band stuck and effectively split off a large portion of the North American MP scene. Like shifting to the next gear, Ralphus became truly hyperactive in what we nowadays call community shepherding. Year 2007 saw 2 groundbreaking events. First, Ralphus started his inaugural season of the International Doom League, an underground CTF league based around captains drafting their team in an opening live session. And secondly, he founded Otimex to provide a FOSS vanilla-friendly client-server source port with a focus on the competitive scene. Not a coder himself, Ralphus continues still to run the project as a one-man management, human resources, and cheerleading department. For several years, IDL flourished with ever grander analyses, stats, live opening nights, podcasts, paired with Ralph's inspiration in NFL and knack for WWE promoter hype and grandstanding. Things were looking great, and an entire generation of Compet players was sucked into the spectacle, partially contributing to the decline of the entire clan scene. Unlike the WWE, the players did unionize though, and the constant negotiations between the commissioner and the board eventually tired Ralph into stepping down, only to reappear with the World Doom League in 2014. Another CTF league, but the captains get cash, quote-unquote, to haggle for players during the draft. Also, no more boards, dictators for life. Otimex. WDL runs intermittently to this day. In fact, the latest season just ended, eking out IDL for the longest-running Doom League title. Finally, it'd be a sin to ignore Ralph's other creative venues, as he proved himself to be quite the Renaissance man. Try that again, Deffers. As he proved himself to be quite the Renaissance man. He was lured to SP mapping by his longtime friend Rotking, and 2011's Double Impact remains one of the most popular map sets ever. Quite a feat for a collab between a grizzled vet and someone making a real SP design for the first time. Attempting, rather. Later, they dedicated the set to Free Doom as its episode 4. Also a man of undisputable music talent, Ralph scored soundtracks for Action Doom 2 and its quote-unquote DLC, Dead of Winter. But did you know he's a successful producer of 8/16-bit remixes, and back in the day his channel pulled rather respectable numbers? This piece is in no way a catafalque, though. Ralphus may have slowed down in his activity after becoming a family man, but when I finally met him in person at QuakeCon 2024, he had ESC behind his name, 3 maps in the DM map set for It's Doom plus Doom 2 Remaster, and big plans for the future. The big mouth is smoothened with age, but the big heart remains. This one by Do. Alright. Now let's see what we've got. We unfortunately have, as every year, a few people who have passed. And in our The Sky May Be section, we will now pay some tribute. Becky Heineman left her mark on Doom with the infamous 3DO port, a truly comical tale of ineptitude which Becky has talked about at length. There's not enough space in the entire Cacowards to write about her legacy within gaming, so I'd like to tell you a single story about the Becky Heineman I met at QuakeCon, and why she represented the best of us and the Doom community. We heard Randy Linden was demoing a brand new remaster of Doom on an actual SNES architecture. Of course, we geeked out and went to see it. When we came back later, we were surprised to see an older woman with red hair standing nearby talking about GitHub repositories. There was no mistaking who this was, yet I still muttered Becky Heineman. She was the most storied person in the entire convention hall, and here she was, hanging out in a room with a half-dozen people sharing any nuggets of wisdom people cared to ask. What I will always remember about Becky Heineman was her interactions with a single convention goer. Cons tend to attract certain types of people on the spectrum, present company included, so when a particularly awkward young woman began politely asking Becky a series of rather superficial questions about her body of work in gaming, I was enthralled by the unwavering attention and kindness Becky showed to her. Scores of quote-unquote celebrities would have struggled to feign interest in such a hyper-fixated fan, but not Becky Heineman. She made her feel welcome and respected. Later, I asked for Becky's autograph on my Doom comic, and she asked, "Are you sure? I didn't make it." To which I told her, "Your work on 3DO Doom is as much part of this game as the original authors." From Scuba Steve. Becky Heineman, October 30th, 1963 to November 17th, 2025. I'm my father, John Herndon, co-owner of Banjo Software and project director of Hacks. Okay. Some of my earliest memories are playing id Software games with my dad, Commander Keen, Catacombs, Wolfenstein, Doom. He had a deep love for that company and their games. It's clear to me in retrospect that he admired them starting up a business and doing what they love. In 1997, he and a group of other people who wanted to make games pooled their resources together and created Banjo Software. They hoped to make a game that people would enjoy as much as they enjoyed Doom. That was the birth of Hacks. I was about 11 when development started. My dad and his team used me and my brother as QA testers, essentially. We put in so many hours in the test builds of Hacks. He even had me help develop some line maps and enemy designs. I came up with the idea of Thorn Thing, a plant monster that when it died, its acid blood would splash on the outside of its skin and melt it. That was the whole energy of Hacks. Over the top, non-stop, and Twitch gameplay. That was the only game they developed because they ran out of funds, but over the years, it would always make him smile whenever he found out someone was talking about his old game. He passed away in 2024. Later that year, when Doom 1+2 was released along with some of the most loved mods, I was overjoyed to see Hacks included. I know it would have meant a lot to him as well. He worked very hard at trying to make a game that would be enjoyed and remembered, and he succeeded. Sean Herndon. Rest in peace, John Herndon. March 17th, 1956 to January 15th, 2024. I haven't played Hacks yet, but I've gotta correct that. It's a huge part of the community. Anyways, those are our Lifetime Achievement Awards and our unfortunate obituaries. Let's carry on into the main event. Let's start with our top 12, page 1. Here, we start with In the Doghouse by Arby's 550. Doom 2, boom compatible, 27 maps. Everyone loves an underdog story, in particular one with a dilemma so relatable. A humble pooch that desires comfort, adequate space, a sense of belonging, and perhaps a tasty bone. Is that so much to ask for? Naturally, the hounds of hell would think otherwise and have absconded with your beloved doghouse. Or perhaps it was just misplaced by your dutiful owner. No, demonic delinquency tends to be a safe bet, thus forming the impetus for a new mission. When fraught with perils that are undeniably more bite than bark, mixed with a healthy appreciation for classic progressive rock. Are you lost, little pupper? Never fear. We're going somewhere with this. Arby's 550, the author holding your leash, has an understated but respectable skill set. A runner with the first recorded UV Max D2 alls of Scythe 2 and Old Sunder despite having few other submissions. Nothing like making them count, huh? While their community project contributions are similarly modest in count, In the Doghouse represents their mapping marathon, a beast of a set 8 years in the making. Their self-described design philosophy pairs aggressive combat with an intentional lack of thematic cohesion between maps, but while the journey homeward bound follows a loose narrative, you feel the full breadth of that experience by the time you're ready to lay your arms and pause to rest. One could argue that creations displaced across many years could deliver a disjointed mishmash, but contrarily, I was left with a greater appreciation for that final vision. Progressive was truly the word here. The saga is no big mere trick of the tail, but it begins innocently enough. plumbing sparsely populated cave systems, a vine-snared structure here, spacious canyon there, eradicating the spawn of evil, while pleasant Genesis MIDI renditions evoke a lighthearted whimsy. Soon the image shifts. The scale grows, there is more. The monster count balloons tenfold as you scramble between towering spires, a blood-soaked Death Star in the outer space, the confounding stone comb packed to the gills with creatures, and a mammoth cityscape that brings the unrestrained madness of hell to revealed later maps back in style, ready to bear its fangs. Along the way, you may be teased with a special Genesis-themed secret stored away within each map, but the true superfans will want to seek out the super secret level, an absorbing adventure into itself, where completing your album collection delivers your salvation and weapons serve as literal keys to the kingdom. It's an unexpectedly puzzling detour, but undoubtedly worth the time to test your keen canine senses and solve its mysteries. The generation-spanning pedigree of In the Doghouse rewards your attention with surprise and delight. I'm glad Arby's 550 spent so much time cooking, because now that supper's ready, we can all take pilgrimage through their mapping evolution with them, dancing with a moonlight night while conquering those hellish fights. By Vile. Let's get a look at this. Yeah, that's fairly solid. Oh god. This browser may not be the ideal for this kind of thing. Yeah, that's alright though. Then we've got Dragon Sector Remake. Oh, I played this one! Barefoot Stallion and Darren. Doom 2, GZ Doom, UZ Doom, 9 maps. I love this one. I must have been one of the very few people to play the original Dragon Sector, an ambitious episode replacement released all the way back in 2017 for Risen 3D, a port that has not seen much mainstream attention in the past decade or so. I remember liking it well enough, but its choice of port was never going to grant it mainstream success, meaning a remake for GZ Doom became a logical next step for the project. I'm happy to report that Dragon Sector Remake isn't just a resounding success, but also a significant improvement over its original incarnation. Dragon Sector is set in and around the dark, labyrinthine facilities of a massive UAC research complex on Titan, where things have gone about as awry as you'd expect. You've got a homebound ticket for the starport that lies somewhere within the base, but getting there won't be a quick or simple affair. Standing in your way are foes old and new, some of them quite dangerous, such as the erratically moving flame cacodemons or the drone arachnotrons. Unusually for a Doomoid, however, you will also be able to find allies to help you in your quest in the form of helper robots and sentry turrets that can be enabled through the use of hidden switches in several of the fights. This creates an interesting dynamic whereby you can choose to barge in guns blazing or try to outmaneuver the enemies while you scour for these helpers, who will then use their massive firepower to help you quickly overwhelm the opposition. Best of all, the maps are non-linear, with ample opportunities for flanking the more dangerous enemies, dispersing large monster crowds, and also the ability to carry many of the helper bots with you, crucial for some of the bosses you will face off with. Besides the new enemies, you'll also be able to find brand new power-ups, such as a magnet that will automatically cause items to float towards you when approaching them, an armor enhancement that will make you temporarily impervious to damage, and a lot more toys for you to play around with. As far as the levels themselves go, Dragon Sector is a beautifully crafted world, but the best part about it is that it manages to feel like a convincing, lifelike place just as much as it is a playground of destruction for you to fight your way through. There's a sense of place in all of the locales you'll visit, and the ample use of 3D floors and even 3D models makes for some dazzling visuals, if darkness is your friend, that is. But even if it isn't, in an unexpected twist, this also makes Dragon Sector one of the few map sets in recent memory where Light Amp Visor power-up is really put to good use. The map set was built with Project Brutality in mind, but I replayed it vanilla and it works quite well that way, or with any other mod of your choosing, further underscoring how Dragon Sector is really a project of two halves: gloomy, spacious, intimidating, but also approachable, compact, and intelligent. This is one moon journey well worth booking a ticket for. By Dynamo. I agree. Honestly, it was a rip-roaring good time, and I really encourage anybody to play it. Below the Gaudy Goblin by Doomax. Head On, GZ Doom, UZ Doom, 1 map. Oh my god, how did this pass me by? Head On is a game that's near to my heart, the best out of the handful of truly excellent Doom Engine retro FPS games released so far, and PWAD releases for Head On are as rare as, well, I think maybe there's only this one. But Below the Gaudy Goblin is everything that is great about Head On. A lived-in world populated by lifelike, lovable characters, methodical exploration with attention to the tiniest little details of every firelit corner and cave nook, punctuated by intensely visceral, gut-ripping, tear your enemies in half with a throwing axe combat, and occasional tougher, more tactical arena fights. Below the Gaudy Goblin is a side story to the main game that once again places you in the fur boots of a half-orc, half-demon warrior, Zan the Bonebreaker, who finds her way to the titular tavern in the middle of a familiar snowstorm. The road ahead is blocked, but not all is right at the tavern either, as the local mining operations have delved too deep, and some of the regulars have mysteriously vanished in incidents that their friends are still reeling from and no one wants to talk about. Zan has important stuff to do and can't wait around, so she decides to get to the bottom of it herself and reopen the path through the mountains. Let's give that a peek-see. That reminds me, we ought to give a quick peek-see to the Dragon Sector graphics as well. I was perhaps a little bit more blasé about it since I've played it myself. But, moving back. This basic premise is really just the beginning. The true story here is a reality-hopping rescue mission in a bizarre case of worlds colliding, full of twists and turns and featuring a strange and colorful cast of characters on both sides. The map completely nails several distinct moods and aesthetics. The cozy warmth and friendly atmosphere of the inn, the biting chill and thick mist of the snowy cliffside road, the dank and mossy Arx Fatalis-esque mines, the searing heat and lively nightlife of a resort town at the edge of the eternal lava sea in hell, and the cynical, commercialistic nihilism of a museum of multiversal junk. You know, regular, normal places. Everything is so fleshed out that you literally find out the preferred D&D classes of people you might possibly have already come into armed conflict with, which hits a bit differently than your standard Doom, and makes you appreciate the choices that you're sometimes given. As is par for the course with Head On, the best thing about Below the Gaudy Goblin is that you get to feel like the world around you is alive, and that you're part of something. That it would go on with or without you, but you have the chance to make a difference for the friends you make along the way. I can't in good conscience tell you more, since the discovery is part of the fun, but suffice it to say that if you're a Head-On fan, and you've ever wanted more of this great game, Below the Gaudy Goblin is a worthy, professional quality expansion and an absolute delight. Buy not Java. Hey, I will also say it will probably drive some sales, since I'm looking to buy Head-On now. I was like, oh, someday I'll play it, but now I got a Cacoward to cruise. You kidding me? Anyways, the silver Cacoward beneath this one is When Them Demons Cry by Shiro Yakuma 51. Doom 2 MBF 21, one map. Greeted by the autumn breeze and the crunchy fallen leaves, you head toward the old junkyard by the temple. Something called you here. Someone. You tried to snap yourself out of it, but the voices kept getting stronger to the point where they can't be ignored anymore. By the time you realize your situation, you've been lured into a damp dungeon, and soon enough the very gates of hell shall beckon you. Shiro Yakuma showcased it in a perfect display that this kind of hell is quite different from what you're used to. You find yourself in a cold, dreadful dungeon that is crawling with ghouls and wraiths, serpentine imps, and a sense of dread, making you regret you ever visited this wretch's place, and yet you still want to uncover its secrets because it's so unfamiliar to you. As you reach the temple, you are greeted by the Shrine Maiden, and once you meet her gaze, all hell breaks loose. Thrown into a mysterious terrain under a crimson sky, you figure you're in the depths of hell, but something is off. The demons you're familiar with are replaced with nasty, vicious Oni, who are all flesh-hungry, surprisingly clever, and are clearly an organized battalion led by a commanding force. Can you trample the army of hell and claw your way back to the surface with your sanity intact? When Them Demons Cry is a love letter to Ryuji Kishi 07's When They Cry visual novel series, with many references to Higurashi specifically. The drowned caravan between the mountain of rust that greets you right as you enter the map, accompanied by the serene guitar in the background music, and plenty of other things that are best left unspoiled. Entering a map with somewhat niche references and immediately understanding them feels so good, as it makes you fully understand the author's intentions behind how their art is meant to be experienced. And even if you don't get all the references, this piece of work as a standalone is brilliant, unique showcase of the rarely explored theme of Japanese hell, and it will definitely leave a lasting memory with a taste for more. By Terminus. Look at this. This is beautiful. We got a little bit of a Torii gate going on too. Neon Overdrive by Astrofiend et al. Doom 2, MBF 21, 16 maps. Yet another one I've already played, and let me tell you, it was stellar. Those of us who are above 30 years old would remember the excitement of running back home from the school to the living room computer, waiting for the dial-up modem to start its famous beeping melody, and making sure mom isn't on the landline phone because then you wouldn't be able to connect to the internet. Wait, that was the 90s. Isn't this WAD set in 1980X according to the author? What the hell am I even talking about? It must have been the nostalgia. Ah yes, nostalgia. The good memories of years long gone, reminiscing about an age sweeter than the present. It's always fun to take a trip down memory lane every once in a while, and this is what Neon Overdrive aims to do. Following last year's nostalgic entropy, Neo Retro, Astrofiend expanded upon the 80s vaporwave theme and resources, but this time he's not alone. 7 other talented mappers joined the fray and put on their neon party goggles and meticulously crafted 15 levels that encapsulate the pure joy of diving into the cyberspace of way back when. This time around, this 80s paradise welcomes you to nightlife's cities full of monsters, with blaring neon light billboards that shine under the night sky, a buffet of doom-cute demon meat, a TV station where the interviewing cyber demon would like a couple words, TL rockets with you, and a titanium-clad beach where you gaze at the flowing amethyst waves, and so much more to offer than what words can explain. And yet visuals are not the only thing that this map set aims to blow your mind with. These levels are jam-packed with enemies at every corner, with our commonly known enemies getting a cybernetic makeover, as well as a couple of new additions to the roster which feel like they've been born and raised in these maps. The mappers are also making perfect use of the ambient F21 format by throwing nasty traps and surprises at you. When I said flowing amethyst waves, I meant that quite literally. While the soundtrack isn't bespoke, the music's choices fit each and every level and capture the vibe perfectly, as the great majority of music choices are by some of our community's famous and talented composers such as Jimmy, Deadwing, and AD79. The maps are so unique and beautiful that between each combat segment you won't be able to help yourself and stop and look at the surrounding scenery. As this false reality beams constant nostalgia into your eyes, you will find yourself hypnotized in your admiration until the smoke and mirrors collapse and a stray remnant rocket snaps you back to reality. I am personally overjoyed that Neo Retro as a concept was expanded, and Neon Overdrive is the perfect result, which never overstays its welcome but still leaves you wanting more. For any person who yearns for 80s nostalgia, this map set is the perfect experience to dive back into the age of Vaporwave. By Terminus. This one was stellar. This one was a real killer. Lemoncolia by Grain of Salt. Doom 2 limit removing 6 maps. Recently, there's been a wave of authors exploring a design space often described as liminal. Strange shapes with familiar structures like cities and houses that are stretched and broken apart and reassembled so that something is persistently off about them, configured like dream logic. Grain of Salt's work, which long predates that wave, has always felt exactly this way, even in its most abstract, even without the familiar structures to make the distortion obvious. Lemoncolia is this style done as reminisce. It calls back the most obviously towards Kuchitsu and Crumpets too, but rather than embracing the architectural cleanliness of those wads, its form is jagged, like something that will cut you if you touch it wrong. Far from inhospitable, the combination of mellow original music, half-recognized scenes from other wads, and laid-back gameplay builds to an impression that's more reverie than anything, like a nighttime stroll gone astray. Some items are different. There are these weird glitched imps that throw arachnotron bolts. Progression is just a bit off. Everything else, from the route you take through the varying degrees of abstract environments to the monster composition, feels oddly sleepy and subtly comforting, like an expression of longing for days that ended long ago. It's this drifting mood that allows the strongest moments, like the narrative twist near the end, to strike the hardest. From RD and Maribo. This one was another killer. I really enjoyed this one. Alright. On to the next. Well, not yet. We have to read the sidebar. I forgot about that. Alright, we've got Everything is Bigger in Space. One of the most exciting and ambitious projects of the early 2020s continues to expand, as Gink has released the third and penultimate episode of Infested. Though the map set isn't quite crossed the finish line yet, E3 looks to be the biggest and most mind-blowing episode yet. Each episodic release so far has felt like its own entire game, despite being just 3 to 4 maps apiece, and it's like Christmas each time a new one comes out. It may be a little too easy to overlook such a monumental effort in expanding a project that's already been in the spotlight and received its accolades, but that feels like a mistake, especially since the interstellar theme gives Infested so much new ground to cover. I mean, look at this. We are looking respectfully. 125 FPS, respectable. Yep. That's from Not Java. Big in Egypt. Veteran mapper Christopher Lutz likes to experiment with a whole bunch of different resources and styles to see what sticks and what doesn't. Back in 2019, he started playing around with the Ancient Aliens resource pack, teasing us in the Doomworld screenshot thread with an unknown project that was initially planned to be short scythe-like levels. But one thing led to another, and inspiration kept flowing to the point where the idea for the small maps was thrown out the window. Enter 2025. Apophis was finally released. A massively detailed minisode of sprawling Egyptian temples that break the line depth limit. Despite being short, it is awe-inspiring how gorgeous these levels are. The gameplay doesn't fall short either, but taking notes from Ancient Aliens but still staying true to Lutz's unique style. However, disabling monsters and just walking around these beautiful landscapes to soak in the visuals is a whole other experience. Included in the set are a couple of half-finished maps for those who wanted more, which is like everyone, so we can only hope that one day Lutz will find the heart to get them to a properly finished state. Side note, the id Games versions have some mixing textures, so make sure to get the patch that fixes them from Terminus. And there it is. That's fairly beautiful for sure. Yep. Alright. Next page for real this time. Page 2. Blues Brothers 2025, a General Roaster Rock and Raven Desk. Doom 2, MBF 21, 23 maps. You think you know what this map set is, but I promise you, you don't. Whatever beliefs and assumptions you care to have about it, it will crush them, turn them inside out, and make a fool of you. The bathroom is high contrast film noir, doom cute, and quaint. The device in your hand reaches the world beyond the mirror. You are dead and reborn, or maybe it's something worse than that. When you step out into the world and the music gets meaner, you find that you and everyone else have become glass cannons, and even the opening shootouts are pure high-stakes chaos. Carrying over the main gimmick from Blues Brothers 2023, the sequel removes hit-scan weapons altogether on both sides of the conflict. Your pistol is replaced with a remote control that does no damage but activates certain objects in the world, and your starter weapon is now the plasma rifle in all its glory. Combat is a projectile hell where the various zombie enemies spray different patterns of face-melting plasma at you, and the masterminds vomit room-clearing beams of energy, to which the player answers in kind with nearly limitless plasma and rockets. It's exciting, energizing, more fun and less brutal than it sounds. Disturbing opening images aside, then, the map set is a big bag of lighthearted gimmicks, a series of goofy vignettes where you splatter your enemies across pockets of eternity for great amusement and insane adrenaline, a disco light show of color and combat. But no, that isn't right. Dig deeper. It's only in Map 4 that the impression of a speed-mapped holiday session gives way into a darker, more polished, deliriously action-oriented set with a techno-brutalist backdrop. Every step is tense, the world oozes with atmosphere and hints of lore, and you stumble from incidental gunplay with the intensity of a western into wild, high-concept battles in an instant. Roaster Rock and Raven Desk emerge as a dynamic duo a la Joshi and Darkwave, but the best maps in BB 2025 are almost all collabs, with the tangled Ouroboros of both artistic voices standing as one of the best mappers of the decade. From the moment it hits its stride, it rivals the best map sets out there in everything it has to offer. The gantlets of Sunlust and the flow of Valiant and the exploration of Lost Civilization, and you can just tell it's building toward a perfect climax, which it does, in map 10 out of 23. Wait, isn't that a little early? Quirky little warm-up maps aside, and the map set is a tour de force exploration of a theme and a set of great mechanics, exactly what you want from a challenging yet eminently playable mainstream masterpiece in 2025. But no, that isn't right. Dig deeper. As you fall forever, as the skin is peeled back, as it becomes clear that one of the best map sets of the year has been clinically deployed as little more than a facade for one of the greatest map sets of all time, words begin to fail. You've seen nothing yet. The horrors beneath and things that are born from your shattered comprehension are beyond description. They're strange and beautiful dreams, too, but I don't know if you can ever return to them or lay bare their promises. In your hands is an axe that rips apart your foes so effectively that you are expected to tackle archviles with it, yet there are things in the face of which it is weak and meaningless. The thing in the static stalks you through the spaces between. Walls of nearly indestructible meat try to corner you as the landscapes themselves come alive, erupting into desperate, titanic struggles for survival. God lives underneath the world, or at least a god of sorts, yet you too are spun as a god. The post-2016 Eternal Slayer narratives played somewhere between a parody and unsettling fervor. You rear the young of your enemies and send them out into the world to eat the flesh of your enemies. It is the stuff of nightmares. Masterful misdirections aside, then, the map set is a charnel house of cosmic horror, a nearly endless dive through the underneath where you keep pulling back more and more layers, wondering what could possibly be at the bottom. But no, that isn't everything. Dig deeper. And even if you find the answers you're looking for, you'll probably never be sure. You will arrive at the final confrontation composed and ready, knowing that you can overcome your foes, and you will surely do so. You will allow yourself to believe that you have become the master at last. But that is a lie you are telling yourself, because you think you know what this map set is, but I promise you don't, by not Java. Okay, goddamn. I've got nothing here. God damn. Okay, I've got to play this. Guaranteed. I'm gonna say that a lot out here. Anyways, Remnants by Treehouse Minis. Doom 2 and BF21, 4 maps. Treehouse Minis is one of the current grand champions of Insane Gazebo's macro slaughter tradition, and Remnants is arguably their definitive work so far. Slaughter combat is still strongly associated with soaring, vast architecture, and Treehouse Minis has built a pair of maps to rival the consummate detail and enormity of New Sunder. The main theme here is decay and abandonment, and while it is perhaps not as fresh of a world-building concept as Formless Mothers, it easily represents the mapper's most gorgeous aesthetic craft and most impressive vistas to date. The ancient halls of a dead civilization loom over you, crumbling away over millennia, but an evil presence remains within them, and you seem to have been tasked with cleansing it. Though the stony towers and citadels may seem stark and empty, fairy lights glimmer among the shattered pillars, and falling leaves drift among the cracked streets. A stillness hangs in the air, even in the midst of pitched, all-out battles for survival, though it certainly doesn't remain silent for long. Through beautiful framing of scenes and the intensity of combat, the map set creates a nice sense of escalation through a gauntlet of many trials. The battles here are a bit more forgiving than in many of the genre's paragons. It's nice to see that even in the more challenge-oriented mapping niches, there are different levels of difficulty for players of different skill levels. While I still prefer playing these maps on HMP myself, I was particularly impressed with some of the more conceptual fights. One that really stood out to me was the spectacle of the frontal assault on the big bridge staircase, but probably the best of all was the finale of Map 2, a layered endurance fight with an outer ring and inner ring, and narrow bridges over a bottomless chasm with enemies pouring in from just about everywhere. Add in a lovely end map, and then the bonus guest map by Astrofiend, an adventure slaughter-like guidance quest packed with glorious imp gibs, and you end up with a set that, despite its low map count, offers you quite a few rewards for the solid chunk of time that you'll spend on it. I don't mean to give too many spoilers here, but it's a pleasant change to see the protagonist have a happy ending instead of just being trapped in a box at the end of time once again. May we all hope for such positive change of pace in the times ahead. By Not Java. You know what I gotta say. Anyways, we got Ledge Maze by John Landis. Doom 2, GZ Doom / Uzi Doom, 1 map. A 1 map gold, eh? Ascending to the abyss, taking pot shots at the inhuman defenders, barging through to the room that seemed as small as a closet but is really bigger than a house, grunting in pain from the suddenly much fiercer opposition, having a quick look around to see health is much scarcer than originally assumed. Time to bounce, vaulting past the arch, a quick look around, stepping onto the metal floor. The pavement gives way and plunges into a pool of blood. Wait to the islets of metal on the path to salvation, avoid a rapidly congregating posse of death, climb the stairs back onto solid ground, dazed and confused. Machines of unknown construction whir in the distance all around, now echoing through the ears, rhythmically blocking out the growls of the surrounding beasts. Battered, mauled, undefeated, taking refuge atop the higher structures low on health, just a few shells remaining, scanning the perimeter for flying foes that can freely move around in this space. Gotta keep moving. A gorge in front, enemies in pursuit, hordes of monsters below waiting for a feast, but a distant ledge is within reach. Taking the leap of faith, gliding through the air to fight another day, and while crossing the Rubicon in that split second of insanity that they call heroism, only then does the thought finally emerge. Where are you right now? Just what is this place? The answer is one of the most visceral, intricate, and downright unnerving releases of the year. The inconspicuously named Ledge Maze is, in fact, the grand return of one of the Doom legends of the 90s, John Landis, in his first release since 1997, back when he used to impress players and fellow mapmakers alike with his levels of music. But here he is again to show the community he's learned more than a few tricks since then, delivering his best project to date. But if the anxiety-laden reconstruction of my first run through the WAD wasn't enough for you, then allow me to elaborate further. Ledge Maze is one large, multi-layered box of madness. From the moment you emerge from the starting elevator, you'll be struck by its bizarre architecture and the made to choose among the meandering paths. But the map's sheer complexity does not immediately become apparent, as Ledge Maze is one of the most vertically oriented Doom maps ever seen, with shifting geometry, out-of-sight walkways, and underground tunnels that stretch beneath most of the level. There have been many successful experiments with shifting geometry and verticality in Doom, for example, Landis' own launch control, or more recently, Gink's The Tower, but few are even remotely as elaborate as what's on display here. Each room has a unique way of interacting with it, and you'll quickly realize your initial objective is to reach higher ground just to see what's around you. While the corridors twist and turn, staircases collapse behind and even in front of you, and switches manipulate the environment in increasingly elaborate ways, Ledge Maze comes full circle as a marvel of a navigational puzzle, a true head-scratcher you'll want to scour for secrets, each feeling like its own unique reward even beyond the very generous power-ups you can obtain from them. As for where all of this takes place, well, it's rather unclear. The construction seems both human and demonic in origin, and yet at the same time appears to be built by neither, a realm following its own rules without a care in the world for the creatures traversing it. This is further amplified by this bespoke track, Tin Abyss, an unnerving ambient echo that perfectly encapsulates being stuck in a place that defies all logic. No outstanding map would be complete with some good firefights to go with it, and you bet the combat in Ledge Maze has teeth. From the beginning, you'll be swarmed with enemies, and they have a tendency of being able to follow you from area to area, getting good vantage points to shoot at you from above, and especially for flying enemies, you'll want to hear Lost Souls and Cacodemons. To help pinpoint their location, almost no area in the map is safe from their gaze. Ammo and health are quite limited, especially early on, meaning you gotta make extra sure every bullet counts. When you finally get to the end of the level, be prepared for total unraveling as the powder keg is lit underneath you. As far as comeback maps go, Ledge Maze is pretty much as good as they get. I can only imagine how phenomenal an episode made of such levels would be, so I can only hope that this is only the start of what John Landis has in store for us. By Dynamo. Did not hear about this at all, but I'm not that surprised. This would have been before my time in the Doom community, at least. Though I was certainly playing Doom by that point. The Warp by Laocoon. Doom 2, MBF 21, 39 maps. A runner-up. Mapper/musician Laocoon has spent the last couple years refining their multifaceted craft. Having produced projects ranging from monolithic single maps to a full Megawads bounty, their 2025 toils have seen a shift from UDMF to MBF 21, and first manifested with the OTEC straight to map, The Only Way Out is Through. Keep your eyes peeled elsewhere in our features this year. That covers one of the aforementioned approaches, but how about the second? It seems the time had come again for a full platter of maps, but in a more concise package. So what form would it take? The Scythe-like, tried and true. It may feel dismissive to slap on such an easily recognizable label, but make no mistake. The grip has been well worn over the years, but the blade is still razor sharp when properly honed. I rue the day that I'd say no to a sleek run-and-gun package brimming with inventive encounters, so how does the Warp measure up? Laocoon shows respect for the brevity of the format. There's an area preamble before the show starts and you're dropped into madness. Fight designs are brisk, intuitive, and offer a pleasing variety to propel you through the disparate environments. Castles, caves, forests, fleshy abominations, or the intentionally undefinable, all are fair game, while mostly default assets are tastefully arranged to dress up the battlegrounds with an appreciable pizzazz. The music proves similarly eclectic, genre-hopping through genty guitar tracks, moody piano pieces, and alien electronic soundscapes. An author pulling double duty is a commendable commitment and ensures proper mood through an intentional marriage of melody and mayhem. A few guest appearances in the secret slots go off script but add character, none more spotlighted than the secret ending's grand finale, a spectacle not to be missed. The Warp delivers a satisfying slice of escalating Doom action, and the recently released Gold Edition injects that extra bit of TLC, so no better time to blast through and see what lies beyond. By Vile. I had a great time with the Warp. I don't remember this map, but I surely must have. Yeah, okay, I'm starting to remember. I think there was like a Hitler portrait or something that you sail through and then you fight these guys or something like that. This is towards the end of the map. I have to guess. This specific map. It's been a minute. Dead Sea Scrolls by Beg. Ultimate Doom, vanilla compatible, 14 maps. It's one of my greatest joys as a longtime member of this community, or any creative community really, to see newcomers discover their niche. Of course, there's tremendous excitement in watching established creators hone their craft, to catch a release from one of your faves and think, yes, they've done it again. But it's a completely different pleasure when someone bursts in from outside to grace us with new perspectives and inject fresh juice into our crusty old hobby. Beg has done just that with Dead Sea Scrolls. 4 scrolls call out to you in haunted voices. You must first gather them and then escape from the valley. The 9 single-player maps span everything from surreal monsterless levels to puzzle platformers to micro-slaughter. No matter the genre, each is perfectly scored with a bespoke MIDI by Shapeless Cube. Along the way, You're watched and visited by cosmic forces outside of your understanding. Likewise, I won't pretend to understand the particulars of the story or the mythology it's based on, but it's not required reading. The broad strokes are more clear: the subjugation of the demons, the eldritch knowledge from beyond, and the new horrors it led to. The laboratory you explore in E2M6 deserves particular attention because it covers so much ground as to function as a sort of microcosm of the rest of the WAD. It first rings you through a human juicing facility full of environmental hazards, then drops you into what is essentially a stealth sequence where you stage a heist of the BFG. The heart of the map, though, is the way it builds quite effective horror sequences out of what are objectively comical setups and reveals. The nature of the experiments taking place here will startle you, then make you laugh again at the fact that something so goofy actually scared you. The map is a mashup in more ways than one, and it alone is worth a download, but there's so much more to be seen before and after it. We came to terms with the limits of the original Doom engine long ago. Sky ceased to be the limit, and the dark corners of the game were illuminated and known to us. Rarely now do we see the boundaries pushed like they were in the 90s. Dead Sea Scrolls, though, tries its damnedest to flaunt those limitations, to be as many different things as the author can imagine, in a way that feels both modern and nostalgic. It reinvents itself multiple times over a short runtime, and as soon as you believe you have Dead Sea Scrolls pinned down, it becomes something new. Every time you think you know what it's doing, no, you don't. But this is hardly a series of unrelated concept maps. It's a complete journey, studded with trials that will challenge you in just about every way Vanilla Doom can, by Squeeba. Not a lot to go off on this one, but I'll believe it. Especially if it's vanilla compatible, Ultimate Doom. That's a lot. Here's another runner-up, Witching Hour by EANB. Doom 2, limit removing, 8 maps. You're out on a night walk, trying to clear your head. They're as cool and still. You're well familiar with the route you've chosen to walk, and the darkness enveloping you is utterly comforting. You catch a faint whiff of something in the air and stop. Upon turning around, you find that the path you were just treading is no longer there. Spinning around again, you come to the realization that you're no longer in a friendly place. The common nighttime sounds, animals scampering, wolves howling, the wind rushing through the trees have all gone, leaving you in eerie silence. Then it happens. The ugly giggling of a woman, a witch, reverberates all around you, and demonic noises soon follow. Witching Hour sees the player working their way through a mystical forest that does not truly exist in a physical sense. It sits in perpetual deep night, with a supermassive moon hanging above to illuminate all the ghouls, ghosts, and goblins found within. The unnatural, imposing moon is a constant presence, whether it's peeking through breaks in the thick canopy or shining down through occult patterns etched into the ceilings of hidden ruins. This lost world's inhabitants, at the behest of their mistress, will stop at nothing to rid their domain of trespassers. They're more devious than they've ever been in EANB's previous works, with plenty of spiteful traps to spring, and a couple of old friends, quote-unquote, that add nicely to the cacophony of undead screams, cries, and groans. The night is young, and your pace must be swift on the road ahead. Don't dally for too long, or you may never find your way back home, by Maribo. How about it? Don't worry about these ads. I don't know what's up with that, but hey. Let's see, what do we got in new Squensations? Last year's incredible going down-esque masterpiece, Squenched Avocosage, revealed its Bite 2 of 3 update this year, with 6 more maps of mayhem and absurdity. Pursued by vengeful cows and also by vengeful skeleton ghosts because reasons, you now have to do something about it, somehow, by doing stuff. The particulars aren't so important, but there's a great time to be had, with your latest adventures culminating in a trip to the scariest place of all, the internet. If Bite 1 and Bite 2 are any indication, there is absolutely no way whatsoever to guess what Bite 3 has in store for us, and so we'll just have to wait and see. By not Java. I didn't know this came out. I'm hyped. Squenched Avocosage coming through. How about it? Dot. TNT2 Devolution, already a record holder for having won the coveted More Death Award twice, strike through, has finally crossed the finish line. This formerly semi-missing Map 26 has been added thanks to community heroes Luigino and Scotty, and the long-troubled project has landed on id Games. The release even includes a new bonus episode by Luigino as a reward for all those who waited so patiently, strike through. May the team take a well-deserved rest at long last. Oh, we get no picture for this one. How about that? I didn't expect that. Holding out on us. Page 3. Gossip by Touchdown. Doom 2, boom compatible, 9 maps. Gossip is one of the most comprehensively immersive map sets in the community's long and storied history, and a landmark of maximalist level design. Its incredible scope is all the more impressive when one considers that every shattered city block, every gnarled thicket, every fevered firefight, every haunted storm drain, every disquieting slip through the fissures between realities, and every last mote of everything else making up its massive and impressively realistic levels is all the work of one author, using stock assets and targeting the relative simplicity of boom compatibility. The attention to detail on display, be it aesthetic or mechanical or a matter of how the story is conveyed, is truly a thing of beauty. Gossip's most notable feature, then, is the size and complexity of its levels. Each is an expansive, intricate, and fully realized location in its own right, minutely detailed from the largest reactor core down to the smallest bathroom. In a sense, each single map of Gossip feels like a game in itself, with its own self-contained narrative, a compelling air of history and backstory, and a satisfying set of arcs and progression, intrigue, and action. In practical terms, the two largest maps are the third, which takes place in an anomalous ghost town on the edge of tangled old growth forest, and the fifth, set in the top-secret underground research complex housing the blackest of UAC's many black projects. Each of these behemoths will take several hours to complete alone, and while they're the upper bound, even the shortest level, a wild trek through the aforementioned forest, runs about an hour, or a little under depending on your level of aggression and panic, as the wall of trees starts to close in and the forest begins to bare its fangs. Rather than simply offering a glut of content for its own sake, though, Gossip shows meticulous planning in its level design, fully utilizing the potential of its locales to engrossing effect. Just as no two of its maps share the same setting, no two are alike in terms of progression scheme, giving each of its hefty chapters a distinct sense of rhythm and character. The Ghost Town map, for instance, takes the form of an open sandbox, where after a mostly quiet and moody preamble phase, the level opens up and allows the player to explore the town using whatever itinerary they please, discovering its wealth of mysteries, battles, and optional undertakings in a free-form, personal way. By contrast, the opening level, which sees the protagonist navigating corpse-strewn and quake-torn streets en route towards the city outskirts, is built on a fully linear path. This is far from obvious while you're actually experiencing it, though, as the direct route forward at any given point is inevitably complicated by military blockades and the general mass destruction, requiring you to seek out alternative, serpentine routes, enhancing the realism of the scenario. Likewise, while some levels, such as the forest, focus on immediate, visceral action and survival, others present a more complex, map-spanning goal to sink your teeth into. The overall objective of the research facility is to lift the lockdown on the hyperwave accelerator at the heart of the site, but doing this requires systematically traveling to and manually resolving faults in each of the station's many wings, with you able to track your progress and plan your route using a dynamic map in the main hub, a degree of diegetic detail that's second to none. The richness of the experience is further deepened by clever subversions of the environment that seep in at unexpected moments, as the protagonist gradually becomes more receptive to the strange phenomenon at the heart of Gossip's narrative. At any time and in any place, however seemingly mundane, a shift to an eerier, off-kilter version of reality might occur, sometimes suddenly and sometimes subtly, often heralding an onslaught by the nightmarish creatures overrunning the land, but just as often ending abruptly, leaving you doubting the protagonist's soundness of mind, and introducing a hair-raising psychological horror element into the game's already thick, somber atmosphere, and impeccably accenting the realism of the design style with a darkly playful edge of whimsical surrealism. What starts as a trickle of these seemingly phantasmal incidents slowly but inexorably builds as the story unfolds, reaching a crescendo in one of the most spellbinding and innovative hell segments I've witnessed in all my years of playing Doom, and which I'll not spoil here. Whatever the setting, Gossip delivers a captivating, thrillingly believable, and frankly enormous version of it, with an ever-escalating sense of spectacle coming to the fore as the conclusion draws nearer. It's a stunning and inspiring testament to what passionate creators are able to achieve through commitment to big, ambitious ideas and dedication to painstaking craftsmanship. To its author, Touchdown, I have only one thing to say. Thank you, from Demon of the Well. Yeah, I've heard great things about Gossip. Don't listen to what's going on in the background, okay? We're good. Earthless by Jimmy Squared. If you're not familiar with Jimmy Squared, that would be the other frequent MIDI musical accompaniment to our series here, Jimmy Paddock. Doom 2, limit removing, 32 maps. Runner-up. The humans are earthless, turfless, mirthless, and altogether worthless. Such delicious duress, truly boundless it is. Why, look now, there's some damned soul raving about a lost rabbit. Why does that sound familiar? Oh no, not again. After nearly 2 decades of credits ranging from maps, midis, pixel art, and more, you'd be hard-pressed to find a modern Doom player unaware of James Paddock and his prolific body of work. While no stranger to collaboration, Jimmy is also quite content to follow his own path, cranking out complete map sets with ease. Earthless is the latest chapter in that lineage, and while billed as a follow-up to Deathless, an Ultimate Doom Megawatt from 2018, it strays from the speed map stipulation and spent more time in the oven, bringing it more in line with Genesis while outstripping the ambition of either. That alone may set the scene, as Jimmy's style is well established, but recent times have also seen a shift away from his comfort zone and a willingness to up the ante to satisfying effect. The quest begins with the familiar hums and hues of tech-based town, a steady clip of bad guys to blast and secrets to spot. Soon, detours will send you spiraling through the infested roots of the gnarled Judas tree, coaxing a production line's derelict machinery back to life after a cleansing reboot, and eventually darting through a scorched landscape of flesh and rock one may find akin to Legacy of Rust. Jark's super-secret guest map pulls the Marine into a lonely purgatory of uncertainty, desperate for arms while awaiting a potential rug pull with nervous energy. The final stretch sees shades of Alien Vendetta's calculated war zones, with Jimmy acknowledging a devil on the shoulder, a slaughtery silhouette that pushes players through blockades of menacing demon flesh to earn their coveted victory. While Earthless stands more as refinement than reinvention of Jimmy's patented formula, the added spice renews its appeal and stands tall among his innumerable works. By Vile. Yeah, I've heard good things about Earthless as well. I didn't cover it just yet, but I'm very much looking forward to it. I think I've got quite a full roster to go through. Lonesome Road by Tourniquet. Gold winner. Doom 2 vanilla compatible, 9 maps. Couldn't agree more. Lonesome Road is shrouded in mystique from the moment you step off the boat. From that nighttime beach scene, through the off-kilter abstract cityscapes, all the way to an out-of-nowhere spacewalk, there's clearly more to it than it's comfortable showing you. You'll have to do quite a lot of digging to uncover why exactly it feels so peculiar. While Tourniquet has graced past year's pages for his megamaps Miasma and Mutabor, in Lonesome Road he explores a smaller scope, recalling his work in levels like TNT Revolution's Pariture. Each level is built around its own distinct vibe, from grungy or surreal to even ethereal, the juxtapositions being a far cry from the deliberate uniformity of Mutabor. But it's the breadth of gameplay concepts that looms largest, with every level possessing its own special X-factor. Nowhere is that more clear than in Hand Covers Bruise, the centerpiece of this first episode. Health is a resource in Doom, and in video games more broadly. It always has been. But little out there explores this idea more thoroughly than Hand Covers Bruise, where keys and weapons are purchased at an unnamed corner store, a hub that is eerie for how much agency it projects despite having no employees or enemies in sight. Critical resources can only be attained by giving up the health you need so much to survive, spread out assortment of small but brusque fights. In turn, health is parceled out through hundreds of coins scattered around in teasing, maddening, or tantalizing places all throughout this puzzle-ridden labyrinth of brick and blood. Lonesome Road captures both the strengths of a cohesive piece of work and a scattershot compilation. The texture work is controlled and masterful, but it often moves from one end of the spectrum to the other, using realist details to convoke a concrete place in one hand, and then constructing a striking abstract mood piece on the other. A sort of surreal jamboree that harkens to wads like finely crafted fetish film and Nefertiti, carried by music that spurs it onwards into even stranger places. Hand Covers Bruise is the level everyone was talking about, but Greyhounds of the Future reflects the episode's most striking juxtapositions and is one of the most disturbing exoplanet levels ever made. The Lonesome Road is ultimately no straight shot, but a winding, vertiginous one through an inspired imagination by RD and Maribo. Couldn't agree more, honestly. I mean, who else is... I'm not going to be able to say anything about Hand Covers Bruise that wasn't already covered in just that description. It was excellent. Entangled by Lurkst in Wonderland. Doom 2, removing one map. Runner-up. Quite possibly my favorite individual map of the year, Entangled covers a whole lot of ground. It's a grand hell fortress divided roughly into 3 wings, each with its own aesthetic and gameplay twist, or gimmick if I may be so bold, but all of them married by and woven through a central hub. First up is the rotting and overgrown catacombs, where recklessness and overconfidence are your greatest enemies. The path through is relatively straightforward, but there's quite a maze to explore if you're planning ahead. Most of the map's secrets, in fact, are accessed through these catacombs, including several hidden areas that don't count towards your secret count. That includes the solution to the switch puzzle at the end of the area, without which you'll be brute forcing some otherwise avoidable ambushes. I'm not sure I'd recommend that, because the ammo is balanced so impeccably that you'll be counting every shotgun shell for the first third of the map. But the option is there. Lurkst in Wonderland has a real talent for giving you options, even what is ostensibly a straightforward linear map. Later on, there's an encounter that requires something of a tactical retreat until you find heavier weaponry. However, if you found the secret weapon and are feeling stubborn, you can power through and skip a chunk of the map, at least for the time being. Doing so quickly gets you into even hotter water, but I deeply appreciate a map that lets you think you're being clever when in reality you're just making things harder for yourself in the long run. By the end of Entangled, though, most of your options have boiled away, leaving just a molten crater, BFG, and a cloud of cacodemons. Hope you brought everything else you need. There's your life lesson for the day, kids. You often don't know what you'll need until it's too late to go back and get it. Come prepared. Your future self will thank you for grabbing the Mega Armor. By Squeeva. Yeah. It's looking good. I'm probably going to play it since my whole style is basically thinking I'm being clever and then eating complete shit. If there's any synergies there, it would be with that one. Drake O'Brien Ovational Megawad by Various. TNT Evolution. Limit removing 32 maps. I remember back when I was about 10 years old, my dad brought me Final Doom for my birthday. Back then I only had the shareware version of Doom 1, and I briefly knew of Doom 2's existence, so needless to say I was flabbergasted at even the existence of Final Doom, nor knew of how frowned upon it was the fact that these wads were even sold as physical copies. I ran excitedly to the living room computer, booted the game up, whined a little bit at how Plutonia is too hard for poor 10-year-old me, and then checked out TNT. Little did I know that this very present would lead to what I've been playing almost every single day for over 2 decades now. After the news of Drake O'Brien's recent passing, Mount Payne 27 took the helm of a community project to commemorate Drake's achievements and the significance of his works in TNT Evolution. Dozens of community members joined the cause, did their homework, and the test ended up becoming a love letter to everything TNT stands for. On the 29th birthday of Final Doom, the Ovational Megawad finally came to be. Evolution was always the weird one, the outlandish sister of Plutonia that most people don't really like. Drake's maps in TNT were the long, abstract, and convoluted ones you always get lost in: Central Processing, Administration Center, and of course Mount Payne. Those also happen to be some of the most iconic ones, some would argue, and thus DOOM followed as a spiritual sequel that honors Drake's unique style, both in terms of length, bizarreness, and mapping philosophy. DOOM comes with a disclaimer that the SWAT is not meant to be marathoned, and a recommendation to play about 3 to 4 maps per sitting. The great majority of the levels in DOOM take at least 20 minutes to complete, and have different narrative regression than what you'd usually expect. You can start at a temple that has a random tech-based segment, and as you reach the exit you are met with skyscrapers of cascading nukage. Most maps have multiple optional areas that encourage you to explore every nook and cranny to find a bunch of goodies, or a weapon to make your life easier. The WAD is full of references to Drake's original work, although it still retains a lot of modern mapping decisions and philosophies you'd expect from a community project in 2025. Even if some levels are made by less experienced mappers than others, they still perfectly blend in and never feel out of place, since the whole thing is a bizarro adventure of epic proportions. The maps are chock full of secret areas, some less obvious than others, and many of them contain small Easter egg rooms thanking Drake for all he's done. Every mapper wanted to express in their own way their thanks and farewells and the importance of Drake's work, and how much it personally means to them. Drake O'Brien's heart and soul beat through these levels. Each and every one of them captured the essence of his work into perfection. The good, the bad, the weird, and the grandiose, all into one odyssey of a megawad to stand ovation for the death of a legend. Drake can rest easy, knowing that his legacy continues on and is in good hands. By Terminus. Gonna have to give this one a shot as well. I've got to pay my respects to Drake as much as anybody else. A lot of these maps mean a lot to me too. Chilling Winds of Dis by Puss. Doom 2, boom compatible, 40 maps. Runner-up. A 22nd edition of the Pineapple Under the Sea speed mapping series, The Chilling Winds of Dis, grew out of a wish to create something original for the Yuletide that would be vastly more macabre than the customary Xmas WAD, taking us all to the yawning pits below Hell's deepest basement for a true season in the abyss. To this end, several members of the Puss Collective have crafted a bespoke mapping resource comprising hundreds of new textures and a full suite of custom skins for creatures, props, and the like. The realm of Dis twists and intensifies Doom's familiar Greco-Gothic hell aesthetic towards new frontiers of utter despair and degradation. Charnel piles of shattered stone carved with grotesque reliefs, silently leering and screaming in devastating realization of the true weight of eternity lie half sunken in endless lakes of ice. Glistening hillocks of frost-burned flesh and congealing bile on acres sloughed off the undying cadavers of titanic horrors looming just out of sight in the all-consuming gloom add splashes of livid color to the ruins, while shafts of unwholesome iridescence from swirling cyclones of lost souls backlight the otherwise dead, dark miseryscape and gruesome chiaroscuro. The demons populating these frigid depths are more than a little worse for the wearer, too. Blinded, crippled, shriveled, and otherwise disfigured through prolonged exposure to a cold so cold that it melts and burns all it touches, they are both frightening and pitiable in equal measure, and a truly imaginative take on the original cast. Fueled by this singular setting, the Puss Mappers have put together a 40-map banquet of suffering, chronicling what ultimately reads as a smaller chapter of some ill-fated Marines' interminable journey ever downwards through the permafrosts of Dis. Many of the smaller maps belie their short length with a palpable sense of claustrophobic malice, as their shambling inhabitants slowly close in from all sides as ammo rapidly dwindles, while the larger levels present a wide variety of infernal tableaus and surprising scenarios. A river of frozen tears cutting through the fleshy wasteland with baying damned struggling within on one layer gives way to a nerve-wracking foot race sorts against a glacial tide of explosive sentient death on another. At all turns, and regardless of author, there's a sense of the mapping working in harmony with the sinister, downtrodden energy of the asset pack, making for a slow burn yet unpredictable experience with a distinctly grim yet oddly reflective tonality. Best of all, of course, what's seen here, ample though it is surely just the tip of the iceberg as regards what's possible with this incredible asset pack. The tribulations of Dis are endless, after all, and I've a feeling the glorious misery is far from over by Demon of the Well. Puss was great. Obviously, I kind of played it in a weird way where I accidentally seeded one of the maps with non-hostile life and kind of became a strange time-stopping combat bastard god because of it, but that's GZ Doom's fault, and by GZ Doom I mean the mod that I was playing. But it was a great time. Even within all that, like, I was just raw dogging power fantasy, and I have to say the strength, the sheer force of how bleak the graphics were, they still told their own story. That's also why I'm so tickled with that time I accidentally just glitched a bunch of friendly enemies into existence. That's a good alternate take. The Smoking Dog Part 2 by PBLDCTTR. Doom 2 GZ Doom / Uzi Doom 7 maps runner-up. In days long past, when the ill-fated Panophobia was one of the community's most anticipated WIP projects, there were whispers, murmured rumors about a map. If you had the right connections, if you could make a deal with someone to hand you over a bootleg copy of Panophobia in a dark alley, they would look you in the eye before reaching into their trench coat. Play Pablo de Sitter's map, they would tell you. That map, Spellbound, has finally been brought into the light of day as the opening map of the Smoking Dog Part 2. It was perhaps the original walking simulator in the Doom engine, an artifact of a time when the term was still used pejoratively in popular culture, but was beginning to find a following among gamers willing to be entranced by something a bit different. It's not about combat, not even about puzzles, just about exploring an empty place and being there. As you navigate each street and building, poke your head into each corner and alley, there's this feeling you get that very small things have great weight to them, that in a very real sense, that evil eye decoration or skull pedestal you found standing alone is your reward for unwrapping that particular abandoned room. The reason I've spent so much time talking about this one map is not because it's the only one in TSDP2 that's important, but rather because it sets the tone for the entire rest of the map set. Though it's the only fully monsterless map, I think it's fair to define the whole of the Smoking Dog Part 2 as a walking simulator with monsters in it. The pace of gameplay is an exquisite slow burn, showing complete dedication to using the action itself as a piece of ambiance. The exploration throughout the set is handled in the same way as in Spellbound, with that same sense of weight given to small things. There are moments where it seems to mock the tropes of video games, others where you are given a strange and refreshing creative freedom in how you choose to play, such as in Chiral, Map 6, where you can drop into the obligatory infinite liquid sea surrounding the map at any time, circle the entire map, and re-enter the playable space at will. The ambient trance.ogg soundtrack and the unobtrusive use of GZ Doom features help the game world feel more real and the atmosphere feel deeper, though it's still worth checking out the vanilla prequel, which has some of the same mood to it. But most of all, It is the almost philosophical emptiness, the map's zen acceptance of spaces unfilled and promises undelivered, that makes TSDP2 so captivating to play by Not Java. Well, I'm going to give that a shot too. That one might pair well with Hideous Destructor, come to think of it. Be interesting to see. Looks like, okay, Have Faith. Faithless Trilogy, probably the most popular fan-made Heretic release of all time, has received a major update, technically the first release candidate, though the original complete beta graced these pages as a Cacowards winner 5 years ago. The latest version offers many UI improvements and other QOL fixes, new sprites for some monsters and items, toggleable boss health meters, and loads of small bug fixes and tweaks to the maps throughout the set. It represents Jimmy's definitive edition for the Megawad that's famous for combining the best of both worlds of Heretic and Hexen. And if you've never played it, now is a better time than ever by Not Java. Final Carnage Final, for real this time. Final Carnage saw a new update a few months ago, adding 5 whole Doom 64-style text-based expeditions on the surface of the moon, plus a secret level taking you back in time to the Nazi castles of the Wolfenstein SS to teach them another lesson in modern warfare. The banging, high-quality soundtrack, coupled with the optional Project Brutality's extravagant gibbage, results in a high adrenaline blood party for you to enjoy. It seems that more is yet to come, and we are highly anticipating where this wonderful project goes next, by Terminus. I'm very interested too. There's always so much to cover during Cacowards season, it's great. So many places to go. Anyways, let's see what we've got in this new one. Big winner, Doom 2 and Rural Only, by Various. Doom 2, MBF21, 33 maps. As the successor to 2024's exceptional Doom 2 and City Only, this year's Doom 2 and Rural Only again gathers authors from all over the community, bringing them together to spin a down-home yarn about getting back to nature. Seems that good old boy in green, you know the one, has found a powerful hankering for the simpler life. As a country boy myself, I can certainly relate. And so our hero lights from the tiresome commotion of the big city on a long and winding road that will take him through town and village, hell and holler, and ultimately way up into a mysterious mountains high, all in search of a little peace and quiet. Now, as a country by myself, I can tell you that even a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step, and you better believe it's important to make sure you set off on the right foot. Not a problem here. The Odyssey begins amidst quaint little towns and suburbs dotted from hillside to seaside, all white picket fences, five and dimes, and stately old churches. The sun is shining, the birds are singing, the cows are up to something, and the legions of hell are running amok all over the damn place, as they tend to do. Fortunately, our hero knows just the way to deal with their ilk, i.e. tearing around the streets and yards at blinding speeds, spraying out bullets and buckshot, and all manner of other heavy ordnance like a cyclone of unholy retribution sent from on high. This inaugural chapter of D2IRO is heavy on fast, free-flowing action, something comfy and familiar to get into the swing of things, with the cheery small-town backdrop providing a charming canvas for a demonicidal spree, all leading up to a personal revelation in a house of God ironically sat on a plot of land clearly rented out from old man Splitfoot. After splashing all of those white buckets red with demon blood, our boy finally starts to make his way out into the real country, drifting through seas of corn, where buildings bigger than a hogshed become hard to find, and a signal on your cellular telephone harder still. As a country boy myself, I don't mind telling you, there's some pretty eerie things to be found way out past where the power lines stop, and you best believe I don't scare easily. Damn his luck, our intrepid seeker's route takes him through a stretch of country where disturbing incidents have been all too common. Folks used to say, for instance, that there's a witch cult out in Barron County that steals families for blood sacrifice on certain special dates. I say used to say, mind you, because all those folks vanished without a trace some time ago. Speaking of odd disappearances, there's that abandoned hospice near the ruins of Old Beaumont Manor that was shut down some years back after too many of its patients went missing. Except, shutting it down doesn't seem to have stopped the disappearances. Or hell, take the old Arkham farm. Authorities still won't release any information on what they found there. Strange happenings and uncanny places like these are the hallmarks of D2IRO's second chapter. It's a marked downshift in pace, but also a real uptick in visceral intensity, and it completely stole my heart, as it will yours, and maybe a little more than that if you're not careful. Past even these last isolated pockets of civilization, it's on to the true wilderness in D2IRO's third and final stretch, staged among forests, caves, swamps, hidden lakes, and mountains, all of nature's splendor. As a country boy myself, I don't mind telling you that some of what there is to see way out here is beautiful enough to take your breath away. Provided, that is, the hordes of riding hellspawn don't take it away first. Wide open spaces and dramatic shifts in terrain and topography make for wild, freeform combat, recalling the sunny skirmishing of the journey's early stages, only on a much grander scale. Our hero will need true grit and a hell of a lot of ammo to make it through some of the barn-burning fights found in this last leg. But past the final storm, that long-sought refuge of peace is only a short hike away. As a country boy myself, I can certainly appreciate seeing good folks come together to build something for the whole community to enjoy, and let me tell you, if you're looking for a map set that's got a bit of something for everyone all bundled up and proper in an incredibly pretty package, well, reckon you've come to the right place, by Demon of the Well. Let's give this a look-see. Is that a little froggy guy? I thought that was just random giblets, but what if it's a little froggy guy? Could be a little froggy guy. Beyond the Zero by Mercury 191872. Doom 2 Boom compatible, 4 maps, runner-up. Monsterless puzzle maps are still a rare treat even now, but we got a few good ones in 2025. For me, the deepest and most approachable of these was Beyond the Zero, which frames itself as an exploration of a desolate, ruined city in the wake of an apocalyptic event long past. I say approachable, but that's always a tricky term with puzzle maps. I found this one brain-rackingly challenging, sometimes even opaque, but that's honestly what a good puzzle map is supposed to feel like. What makes this one so successful is that I could never bear to hang up my hat. Even when I was frustratedly Googling how to read chess notation, that I always felt like the answers were there somewhere, even if I couldn't see them yet. Everyone's favorite adjective to describe Beyond the Zero is Lynchian, and it feels true. There's a place at the heart of this map that feels both unavoidable and terrifying, a place so infused with dread that I didn't want to go there, but felt like I had to. The ghost of a narrative hidden in the crumbled walls is eerie and gloomy and sad at all the right times, with a palpable sense of tragedy. Though whether you as a player character are complicit in the events that transpired or merely an observer is one of the questions left open. You're given the cues to put together a basic idea of what happened, but no real answers. The magnetic pull of these questions, the need to give voice to the ghosts, is ultimately what made me want to stay in the city and keep studying and solving the puzzles. Getting to the end feels too important to quit. What makes it feel so much more real than many post-apocalyptic settings might be the Cold War themes. Some of the puzzles themselves are even steeped in real history, though you don't need to know that history to solve them. Naturally, I don't want to spoil too much. You puzzlers will just have to see for yourself. No, due to some oddities with the color map, it's strongly recommended that you play this map with a hardware renderer. Though on the other hand, certain players have found the weirdness of the color map glitching to be a fitting touch. Why not Java? I mean, it looks pretty. Me and puzzle maps, we kind of have a bad history. They don't necessarily make for good streaming, but I do like one, and you're talking to me about the Cold War, like, ooh, can I risk not playing it, you know? Axolotl Regenerated by Zizzy. Doom 2 MBF 21 19 maps. This is a gold winner. The original release of Axolotl was at the time an undersung landmark for the new MBF 21 standard. It was wildly experimental, making heavy use of the expanded limitations and additional possibilities to put together an experience that would repulse many, but impress the few that had the stomach for its rough concepts and even rougher edges. Late-night urban rocket-jumping strolls, hopscotch across massive sinking lily pads, and a minimalist tribute to the Occupluck cross are things that I remember fondly from my first time playing through the old version of Axolotl. Zizzy, or in this case Wiblets, has always been someone whose design tastes are polarizing on the best of days, and I would never wish for him to shy away from that. Rough edges and all, Axolotl earned a place in my heart. Much like the other amphibian-derived Pequods it pays tribute to, it was made to be unrelenting and unapologetic in its vision, and it never compromised on that, even in its supposedly smoothed-over re-release. The regenerated version was offered to us a few years later, primarily to provide support in cooperative and no monsters mode. However, along with the polishing done for the alternative modes, its author took the time to make a few more changes that he would consider essential. Chiefly, the fake list of bonus maps have all been made real, and they're just as essential as any of the originals were. Their visions range from a shockingly effective execution at a tower defense-like cul-de-sac gun range to eerie Wild West ghost town letter correspondence, and end off with a trip through twisted, dysfunctional, malformed anti-reality set in a sinking sea of lava, with bits and pieces of other worlds cut out and haphazardly dropped into the ocean like an ugly soup. The brutal Faint of Heart, a loose map released after the first version of Axolotl, also finds its way into the WAD as a replacement for one of the less popular works in the first run. It's for people who aren't afraid to get their hands dirty and engage with map concepts that have little care for their accessibility. It's for the humble fans of frogs and toads, though anyone with enough time and patience can become an honorary salamander, by Maribo. Well, frog and toad is a bit rough. Then again, I did Wormwood 5, so I'll be fine. Sometimes I overestate just how hard I find things. CPD 2 by Cheese Wheel. Doom 2, MBF 21, 11 maps, runner-up. Look at this. Soldier 20 TML. The company has reactivated your contract. Please report to the hallway with a blinding white light. CPD was the wad that put Cheese Wheel on the map. Since then, they have become one of the most reliable mappers in the business, settling into an ambitious formula of short-ish partial conversions with huge body counts and a plethora of custom content. Each new map set introduces unique weapons and enemies, and is set in what appears to be a completely distinct universe with its own lore and tone. CPD 2, despite being a sequel, is very much of that newer mold. 5 years after the original's release, we return to the cryptic world of CPD, at the behest of its unnamed company. You've been in stasis since the first WAD, but it's time to thaw you out and turn you loose on 11 more maps on a scale the original CPD could only dream of. Cheese Wheel has more than proven to be a master of tech bases and all manner of hell environments, but it's a delight to see something altogether more fanciful here. Just be aware that they kind of bury the lead. The relatively mundane brick and concrete facilities in the first handful of maps are an appetizer. The main course, fairy tale gardens and spires, painterly dreamscapes, and detours into a drab world between worlds where your employers reside. In a hard break from the first CPD, the story is told not through text intermissions, but, far more tangibly, through the levels themselves. As far as Doom projects go, CPD 2 has some of the most effective villains around. Faceless and wordless middle managers who turn up repeatedly to thwart your efforts, sick new enemies on you, or just to have a dry little chuckle at your expense. The blood on the walls may say don't trust the suits, but I love to hate our new corporate overlords, by Squeeva. I don't think all the textures are custom, but that's looking really nice. Yeah, no, that's definitely OG Doom right there, but like I said, look at this. We've definitely got a lot of novel stuff going on. And I mean, to say nothing of this hand. I might have to give this one a look-see. Here's another gold winner, Crimson Horror by Eduardo and Friends. Doom 2 and BF21, 9 maps. Some map sets are just lovable. They ooze charm out of every pore, win over every player, swing in on a chandelier in mid-October, sweep up a damsel of their preferred gender into their arms while clenching a rose between their teeth, and practically hand themselves a Cacoward. Okay, maybe some metaphors are imperfect, but my point is, some map sets are perfect in a dashing, rakish, undeniable sort of way. Crimson Horror is gorgeous but not overwrought, concise but substantial, tough but fair, with a steady tense pace, a distinctive aesthetic, and a few custom monsters and hazards to boot. The formula perfected by Skillsaw a decade ago is here, but it's just that much more filled to the brim with handcrafted detail and excitement, and it has nice teeth. And if I didn't mention it, it's Doom 2 MBF21 and 9 maps. The combat is Eduardo's sharpest and cleverest so far, heavy on fiendish traps, but in a way that makes you want to buy the mapper a beer rather than make him disappear into a New Jersey swamp. And there's a good amount of variety to the fights. UV tends towards intense Plutonia-style sprees, with consistently surprising monster placement that really keeps you moving. HMP is much more laid back and adventure-y, and I was quite a bit more comfortable there, but it still keeps the feeling of danger and intensity. I was impressed by how different the two settings were, so once you add in HNTR, I'm sure almost every player is bound to find something that makes them happy. Despite the name and the autumnal theme, Crimson Horror is more fantasy than horror, though it has a bit of that too. The player's quest takes them through ruins draped in layers of fall foliage, the Stygian depths of the Underdark, and a once bustling harbor town on a sea now corrupted with arcane mutagens. And yes, a secret side trip to a haunted mansion before they can finally face off against the dreaded Witch King, an alternate universe version of Despero who didn't snooze in boss school and bothered to learn some more deadly magical attacks. The map's most memorable innovation, the proverbial rose between the teeth, is the Diablo-esque lore pedestals placed in every map. Step into the circle around the pedestal and the in-game music switches to a voice-acted message from King Ipslor, the kingdom's benevolent ruler who showed up himself, weapons in hand, that's some real leadership, folks, and sought to purge the ancient evil before you arrived. The acting is fantastic here. You can really tell Eduardo had fun going full ham with it. And Ipslor's dramatically intoned commentary adds immensely to the fantasy setting and the commitment that you feel to complete your quest. This type of fresh, intelligent narrative hook is what you remember long after the last shots are fired, and what inspires you to find ways to take your own mapping work from merely competent to immersive and amazing. It's deceptively simple. Even if it doesn't reinvent the wheel, Crimson Horror is the kind of map set that makes you look at the wheel from a whole new angle, like, wait, wheels can do that? By Not Java. It was certainly fun, and you could certainly tell that it was going to win a Caco Award from the moment that you played it. It's one of those easy calls, you know what I'm saying? Kind of like Hand Covers Bruise in a way, but it was the whole map set just kind of suffused it. It was not like one singular moment where you're like, oh, holy shit. Instead, it was just like quality, 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 quality. Bunch of different scenarios. You know how it is. Forlorn by Alvin Dead. Doom 2, limit removing 12 maps. Runner-up. You walk in silence into the cold moonlit sky, through empty lots and intersections, passing unlit tower blocks and crumbling factory facades, hearing nothing but your own boot heels on the cracked pavement, save for a faint keening wail in the distance which could be some errant beast, but is more likely a creaking girder ready to finally collapse under the weight of countless years of rust, neglect, and this endless, deafening silence. Filled with purpose, yet without direction, you walk on, wandering, searching, hunting. While on the surface, Forlorn has very traditionally styled map set, even slyly hinting at times of being an echo or retelling of the original Doom 2 in some ways, its nuanced and imaginative handling of the classic subject matter makes for an experience that is fresh, distinct, and surprisingly haunting. Through skillful use of stock texture set and a striking sense of interplay between light and dark, the seedy urban squalor of the original game's setting has been shifted to a vast graveyard of industry, steeped in an abandoned drilling operation, to feelings of intense, suffocating dread while creeping through pitch-black maintenance tunnels and forgotten cisterns, to a disarmingly melancholic air as you stop to ponder under the faintly flickering fluorescence of an empty subway station. There are, in fact, demons lurking within these ruins as well, but rather than a ravening, conquering horde, they are stragglers, squatters, lingering ghosts of a cataclysm from untold ages ago. Not unlike yourself in that regard, perhaps. This doesn't mean that they aren't still dangerous, mind, as with all of its other elements, Forlorn handles its action with a clever subtlety, using a starkly calibrated resource balance and a careful monster placement designed to maximize the home field advantage for your foes. A considered game of cat and mouse dominates in lieu of bombastic brawling, with protracted periods of quiet traversal suddenly shattered by insidious, chaotic ambushes, returning just as suddenly to an unnerving silence. The game's campaign is a slow burn that escalates steadily but interminably, concluding with a descent into a decaying subterranean nuclear reactor complex, a hell of human-making poetically serving as a halfway home for one of the world's last major concentrations of demons. Upon emerging victorious from this poisonous tomb of mortal ambition, your only reward is renewed silence. Was this what you wanted? Perhaps, perhaps not. Is it really over? Again, perhaps not. If I had my way, the world of Forlorn is one we'll all have a chance to return to someday, by Demon of the Well. It was very solid. I really enjoyed it. I think the reactor level got a little bit too crazy and hectic in certain thematic respects. But for that, I think it actually did a fairly good job. And, you know, I especially do think this drilling one definitely merited the screenshot. Because the drilling site, it was definitely different. Now, to be fair, I did play it modded, Operation Deadbolt, so I can't comment on the balance too much there either. That's a bit on me. Sunless Empire from the Waffle House team. Doom 2, MBF21, 10 maps, runner-up. The sun god is gone and the demons took over. It is your job to repel the incursion and do whatever it takes to bring back the sun. Greeted by the lush caverns and overgrown mossy mountains of the Aztec Age, you make your way through multiple temples to the end of the earth to finally fulfill your mission and become the new sun god. Sunless Empire is another incredible project by the Waffle House team that fully immerses the player in the Mayan theme with a plethora of custom resources, be it the enemy roster, which all got a cosmetic facelift, entirely new textures and skies by Ludi and Moomy, as well as a fully bespoke soundtrack by Corp, 11 Dead, and Elpad, where each track is tailor-made to its respective given level and elevates it to greater heights. We're listening to Corp music right now. Not that you need to know, because I wrote the text. The first half of the map set is on the shorter side. One would assume these are all speed maps, and yet they are carefully crafted to keep you on your toes and feature intense combat and tricky traps that will make sure you never let your guard down. Starting around map 5, however, the scale immediately doubles itself, and the bigger and meatier maps come at you one by one, both in terms of size and encounters, where in the last couple maps even border on slaughter territory. The mappers weren't afraid to experience with MBF21 features, resulting in incredible visuals and memorable fights, such as the ever-shifting chamber leading to the BFG in map 7, or the waterfall flight in map 8, where you dodge enemies against a moving current as they plunge into the abyss and drown. The map set features a perfectly balanced mix between short and punching maps and magnum opus exploration style levels, making sure there's something for everyone alike. The Waffle House team is already well known within the community for their high quality map sets, and this one does not fall short. Sunless Empire is a wonderful, memorable journey, and hopefully there are more journeys to come. We know that the team is an oiled machine that can't stop and won't stop pumping out high quality projects, and we're all in for it. Bye, Terminus. Yeah, it's looking good. I'm always a sucker for the overshadowed sun, you know. I haven't heard of this one, though. Alright, let's read the sidebars. We start with video games are art. It's become very clear to me upon reading the forums and assorted community discords that a lot of you need more culture in your lives that don't involve monster trucks and or visual novels. Thankfully, Doom the Gallery experience is here, transforming the tried and true geometry of E1M1 into a gleefully pretentious art gallery opening night, allowing you to enjoy the works of the classical masters over a glass of wine and some hors d'oeuvres. The exit even leads you through an overpriced tacky gift shop. It's a fun little joke-wad/fan game that says its piece and gets out of the way without overstaying its welcome, with some fun little additional details and Easter eggs for those willing to take a little bit of extra time, just to prove that the developers committed to the bit. Well worth the outing. Also, personally, I just think it's nice that in an increasingly monolithic and corporate world, Newgrounds is still around providing an outlet for the world's least chemically balanced web game developers, artists, and animators. By Kinsey. I don't know why it's so small, but yeah, that one could be fun. Don't touch that dial. Beneath what seems on the surface level like a joke-wad from the early 2000s, Teledirect Atlantic Doom Redialed proves that in the modern space of Doom mapping, even the silliest resources can grow the finest fruits. An unofficial sequel to a somewhat unimpressive map from 1997 by a man named Lawrence Harrison, who recreated his office building according to the blueprints his boss gave him, except this time around it's a massive megawad full of custom resources and high-quality maps as far as the eye can see. The usual demons of hell have joined forces with Telly the mascot and his entire extended family, and it's your job to find out what nefarious schemes have caused them to start cooperating, from 90s-styled office buildings to yellow lakes and temples, and all the way to Telesium, with many other surprises down the road, including a MyHouse.wad clone. The Megawad feels like a fever dream, and if you're asking yourself how this idea for a Megawad even came to be, well, we'll have to thank the id Games random article selector for that, as well as both Stupid Bunny and Clippy landing on this wad during their randomizer escapades. By Terminator, Jesus Christ. I'm getting a little wacky here. I've seen emotes. I think it was either Deet Opium Sky or Grapes, but clearly it's made a hit. It's had some impact, and I can't avoid it forever. I won't avoid it forever. But yeah, I think we already got through all the top 12. It's time for the special features. Alright. So, let's hit it. Grandeur Renewed. Hot on the heels of 2024's Doom plus Doom 2 Remastered from our community alumni over at Night Dive, it turns out this year we're treated to yet another remaster of familiar games. Oh yes, that's plural. Once again at QuakeCon, we saw the unveiling of the next hero retro revamp from Night Dive Studios, Heretic plus Hexen. The similarities to the Doom plus Doom 2 release are rather striking. We see that the Kex engine is once again leveraged to bring a combination of old and new content to the forefront in the battle against the dastardly Serpent Riders we've come to loathe and love. This time around, we're looking at a bundling of Heretic, Hexen, and Hexen, Death Kings of the Dark Citadel, along with the additional Vault content similar to Doom plus Doom 2's, as well as brand spanking new episodes for both games in the pack. But before we get into those goodies, I would be remiss not to mention that what was old is now new again. Heretic plus Hexen ships with revised levels, items, weapons, and enemies. If you're hankering for the throwback of the original versions, however, worry not, you can disable any category of the changes offered before you launch yourself into a campaign, either solo or co-op. I had the chance to play through the first episode of Hexen with a couple of friends, and can vouch for how well the netcode handles players just itching to jump through the crimson sheen of Corex's portals. But dial it back just a second, what was that? Enhanced levels. As it turns out, many levels from the original games were given facelifts, featuring a vastly improved texture set, over 800 textures total for Heretic alone, that was leveraged in many, if not all, of the remakes. On top of that, bringing the original maps to today's world helped in reducing the pain points of 1990s era obscure map flow, secret hunting, and some mechanics that might have given players the impression that they were soft-locked. Speaking of reducing frustration, in Heretic plus Hexen, the biggest godsend are the automap changes, often highlighting the next key in your progression, and in Hexen's case, what portals might be in your best interest to dive into next. For the cherry on top, the new hubs also offer the Hexen Chronicles, a mysterious tome that lets you swap classes at will. Playing through the new content with those changes felt refreshing, as I still loved the feeling of exploration. If I ever got truly turned around, I could consult the automap. It won't yes, it will flash. There we go. Next, the enhanced weapon behavior is going to feel pretty familiar if you chanced upon the Wayfarer by Not Java. While weapon balance in Doom and its sister games may be considered sacrosanct by most, the option to enable punchier weapons particularly benefits Heretic's combat flow. Having played through both Heretic and Hexen end-to-end for the first time in just the last couple of years, I felt the original weapons were lackluster, requiring a Tome of Power to better vanquish monsters that were tanking normal unpowered shots. With Heretic plus Hexen's revisions to the game balance, I instantly felt more at home, reducing underpowered weapon friction alongside the enhanced monster changes. But don't mistake that for making the game too easy. You can still get hit hard and run out of ammo, especially if you're trying to save your items. What also hits hard are the new episodes I mentioned earlier. Starting off with Faith Renewed, I immediately get welcomed into a familiar environment resembling Heretic's Episode 1, facing a brand new enemy called the Draugr, revived from previously unused assets to serve as a weaker Nitro Golem, but dangerous enough to keep you moving. As the episode progresses, it becomes clear that Kaiser's mapping style fits Heretic well, providing enough winding passageways to make me question my next step and traps that would see me use my hoarded items or empowered weapons to great effect. This held true even in panicked encounters with a new troll enemy, who can cut the distance between itself and you faster than you can say Disparal smells. Secret hunting in these maps was also very rewarding, even leading to a cleverly designed secret map by Not Java that challenges your combat pathing skill in order to reward you with a powerful Tempest Wand, a tantalizingly fun but ammo-hungry addition to Heretic's arsenal. We'll give a few, screenshots. I did love this wand. It was fairly solid. Fresh out of Faith Renewed, I tackled Hexen's new offering in Vestiges of Grandeur. Now I have to admit, I had felt relieved to be finally done with Hexen when I originally played all the way through it. It had great ideas, but the execution had not aged well over the years. Fortunately, every aspect of Hexen was improved with Vestiges. Emtrop's environmental design, from temple outskirts all the way through Corax's domain, now gave the distinct impression that I was in hostile territory, but the flow felt crisp, progression felt natural, and the encounters laid enough traps for the player to feel properly engaged. Backtracking through the various realms, including the magnificently presented Volcano Chapel by Xous, was much less of a chore than I initially expected, further reinforced by the ability to swap classes to whatever I felt might fit the next challenge best. Once again, the secret hunting can be well rewarded in this episode as well, where you can be led to a cozy item-filled respite by Kaiser, or a behemoth of a secret map once again by Not Java, letting you flex your might in a non-stop medieval power fantasy. By the end, I felt Vestiges of Grandeur hit a solid home run in terms of delivering a modern Hexen experience. I'd say that's fair. I came away from the experience full of praise for the structure of the new episodes, but the content doesn't even stop there. I find myself also enjoying the remixed tunes by Andrew Halshill, and that's no small feat considering I heard them on repeat for quite a long time in some maps. While I had first listened to them briefly when the album Tome of Power was released, I had some concerns when they wouldn't translate well in-game. To my pleasant surprise, at no point during my run did I find myself wanting to switch them off for their original versions. In fact, I felt the tracks selected for the new episodes and their renditions felt right at home as a backdrop against the constant crossbow-slinging, wraith-verge-wielding, key-hunting action. I started this journey unsure of how much better the experience had gotten from my vanilla run-throughs, but I ended it having a much better appreciation for these games and the effort behind this remaster. Whether it's just you or your friends joining you in co-op, I can wholeheartedly recommend Heretic plus Hexen to those on the fence, as it successfully establishes itself as the definitive experience by Zanero. I'd say that's a fair assessment. Alright. Most promising newcomers. Hi, My Name is Chair has earned a seat with their exemplary contributions to the team projects this year. Nova 4's Monastic Archives of the Eternal Order is an intrigue-rich medieval palace whose smaller moments are consistently enjoyable. All the shadowy corners and the hidden shortcuts matter just as much as the capstone fights and pretty views. But further growth is unmistakable in Sunless Empire's drowning beneath a sanguine tide, which plumbs the mysteries of a Mesoamerican dungeon with a musty atmosphere and fastidiously sculpted architecture. The secrets, both marked and unmarked, are a joy. Perhaps most impressive is how compact the layout is, considering you could spend well over an hour there. Yep, Hi, My Name is Chair is very, very good as a mapper, and I remember loving the monastery one. The Monastic Archives? Yes. Some people start big. Talent is an acquired skill, and Stochastic seems to have maxed this skills level at the very beginning of his mapping career. His entry in Rusty Drill takes notes from the likes of Sunless with a beautifully azure otherworldly megascape, with carefully choreographed fights that are just on the cusp of kicking you in the nuts. In Sunless Empire, he presents us with a sprawling level where a cyber demon has his eyes on you at all times, putting you on your toes and making you constantly mind your positioning. But his most impressive entry of the year is in Nova 4, a gargantuan castle within the deepest parts of the jungle, with hundreds of demons to mow down while you take breaks to pick your jaw off the floor from the visuals. I believe when I played Nova 4, this one was empty, but I might be mistaken there. Another star player in the year's bevy of community projects, Flying Goner has delivered gorgeously bloody maps and releases as stylistically varied as Nova 4, Anthropoda Power Fantasy, Alizarin, and Doom 2 and Rural Only, with an artist's eye for dramatic, topographically extreme landscapes and a slaughter connoisseur's sense for equally extreme 1 vs. Thousands battle scenarios drawing from inspirations both classic and modern. Flying Goner's maps bear broad stroke beauty equally well suited to both naturalistic and highly abstract settings, as well as a wealth of creative fight designs, including their signature monster avalanche concept, which makes me chuckle with glee every time I encounter it. Encore. Phi 1025 has been cultivating and evolving a beautiful brutalist aesthetic from last cycle's through this year's The Lost Tekatoa, and on through their current project, which looks amazing. Tekatoa, or Tetacoa in particular, is characterized by the starkness and scale of its architecture, the eerie ways that it uses that architecture to foreshadow and build up towards confrontations, and the creepy contrast between the emptiness or abandonment of those bare concrete spaces and the vibrant plant life that thrives among them. Each of their works has been a great improvement, and we're excited to see what's next. Journalist Kuro's Sinking Pequod offers a hell of a cool concept, named after the ship from Moby Dick. It's steeped in allegory and imagery from the book, as it seems that some sort of interstellar UAC starship is invaded by demons while on a mission to hunt whales. The map is full of great doom cute, the centerpiece of which is the lower deck where the inhabitants were carving up the carcass of a sperm whale. It's also got plenty of close combat featuring some nice custom enemies and weapons like a plasma rifle replacement that's an auto-fire harpoon launcher. Call me intrigued. I'll give that one a look-see, but I forgot to zoom in on these, so we're going to do that as well. Sure enough, there's the whale. And there's the thing that they did to grab the spermaceti. I don't remember all the details from back when I read Herman Melville, but that is well placed. Alright. You might have missed Blurry Boy's music if you don't follow the resources subforum, where he's compiling his work into an ongoing thread, but thankfully a couple of tracks were selected for the soundtrack of Combustion, where they're one of the highlights of the map set. Both tracks blend a grungy, classic 90s feel with soothing electronic pop sounds, but there's plenty more to be had in the thread, including a zip in the OP with all of his tracks bundled together. They could be in the soundtrack of your next map, so give them a listen. Lastly, though, they've been active for a few years now, we'd be falling down on the job if we didn't mention Death Bear's 3 kids, the Doomcat, Shadow Sparkle, and Unicorn Skull. All of them have been involved in an impressive number of maps, usually collabs with their number one dad, with each other, but they've been coming into their own this year, in particular with their work in Shadows, Quoth the Raven 2, and Doom 2 and Rural Only. The eldest, Doomcat, has even stuck out into MIDI composition this year, creating 8 tracks for Shadows, though I feel the need to also give special props to Shadow Sparkle's extra appreciation for different kinds of moon cheese and Unicorn Skull's enthusiastic willingness to populate entire islands with magic chicken eggs. Okay. I guess we can... Let's see what... Okay, lunacy, huh? I see. Okay. I don't want to... Oh, okay, we don't have any screenshots. But, yep. Alright. Now we know. Something to keep an eye out for. I don't know what's going on with the chicken eggs. We'll give that a quick... Okay. Hold on a second. Let's... God damn. Whoa! What's going on? Alright, come on. We'll see. I'm gonna see if we can just get to the... Oh. Okay, we're just going to start, huh? Oh, morphovums. I see. So I think the idea is you gotta keep running, and there's morphovums aplenty. So that explains it. Alright, well, we can go ahead and back out of that. Alright. So, past spotlight. Here we are once again, taking you back to the past to play WADs and have a blast. I know you might think that any given year has been more than enough WADs for you to keep busy, but between returning mappers and unearthed old gems and just projects we previously didn't get around to covering, we've got 5 more picks for you to enjoy. Eye of the Beholder by John Landis. Look at this one. The return of John Landis with Ledge Maze was one truly welcome surprise, but also as good an opportunity as any to dust off his older works and see what kind of tricks he was up to in the formative years of WAD making. His first large release is Eye of the Beholder, an episode 2 episode replacement, first unleashed to the world in 1994, with a more complete version released the following year. Many WADs from this era have retroactively been known to be quite easy, but that is absolutely not the case with EOTB. Expect devious traps, close quarters combat with high-tier foes, and downright hostile progression for pretty much its entire runtime. You will be fighting the walls and floors of these dungeons as much as the demons themselves. The unnerving, eclectic music ranges from distorted prog music to unsettling ambient, and accompanies the maps quite well. It is truly impressive to see how then and now John Landis has consistently experimented with making difficult and unique set pieces, giving him a well-deserved place in history as the forerunner of the modern challenge map. Then we've got Valis by Galactic. Ooh, man, look at that. For a mapper to have 2 fully realized solo megawads under their belt, you'd initially assume they have a lot of mapping experience. Imagine my surprise 3 years ago when I played Valis and realized this is a new mapper's first public project. This megawad takes a whole lot of inspiration from Skillsaw's work, mostly Valiant and Lunatic, but it is far from just a knockoff. Valis comes with many surprises and gimmicks, with hard-hitting maps right from the get-go. Each time you land in a new level, you are never safe, for there is almost always either a sniper around, a pain sector right under you, or a revenant right in front of you waiting to punch you in the chin. As you traverse the caverns and tech bases of this unknown land, you find your way to the lunar base, where the Hellions reside, and eventually stray far enough that the reality you knew is but a memory. So before you boot up Galactic's newest work, Iceberg, do check out Valis. It's a mighty impressive one-man first project megawad that deserves more praise. I've heard of Iceberg, so I'm not too surprised that the others would be good as well. Serpent's Weight by heretofore-unseen. Look at that. Interesting use of the heretic waters. That's Skybox, too. 2025 has been the most important year for Heretic and Hexen since, well, 1994 to 1995. A brand new re-release, restored beta content, reworked levels, and brand new official episodes have brought back these fantasy escapades to the forefront of the classic FPS landscape. Albeit modest, their modding scenes have time after time produced hidden gems for the adventurous warriors and mages to unearth. Serpent's Wake, released in 2019 by heretofore-unseen, is a phenomenal display of just how creative you can get with Raven's first Doom Engine foray. Set in a spectacular shattered land up in the heavens, Serpent's Wake dazzles and impresses with its lush and colorful visuals, and yet gameplay manages to be even better. Combat makes the most out of the heretic enemy rolls, and you're constantly pushed to utilize your inventory to prevail rather than relying on sheer strength, the way any good heretic enjoyer knows. Scroller triggers are used to great effect to alter the geometry and provide some big surprises, and best of all, each skill level results in radical changes to the level's item/monster placement and even geometry, resulting in some truly impressive replay value. This is one quest even the most jaded of Raven skeptics will savor every bit of. Sirgoth's Revenge by P-Wad Pete. Interesting. Look at that. Just like its elven brother, Hexen continues to have a small but dedicated following of mapmakers, trailing the visions of Kronos' ruined world and applying their own unique touches to it. Some are massive conversions like Serpent Resurrection, featured on these pages years back. Others stick much more closely to Raven's sketches, and among these, P-Wad Pete has become a bit of an indie icon for the scene. Sirgoth's Revenge is the second in a trilogy of Hexen hubs, depicting the hunt against an evil sorcerer named Sirgoth, who has taken over the continent of Kieritas. The second entry features 8 maps jam-packed with foul hordes of monsters and set in the locales you've come to know and love from Hexen. Perilous canyons with huge drops, labyrinthine volcanic caves, and plenty of forts and castles dotting the desolate landscape as Sirgoth's minions make themselves the masters of the land. If replaying Hexen this year has left you wanting for more, then Sirgoth's Revenge is as good a place to get yourself lost in the fog again. Or is a good place to get yourself lost in the fog again. After all, faith in the Raven games was renewed this year, but it's those people who kept the candles lit in their homes like P-Wad Pete that made its grand return possible in the first place, and that is worthy of recognition. Into Sandy Cities by German Peter. Of all the mappers who worked on the original Doom games, the most divisive, and certainly the most well-remembered mapper besides Romero was Sandy Peterson, parachuting in near the end of the first Doom's development to populate Tom Hall's maps and creating a few of his own, subsequently authoring the bulk of the maps in Doom 2 together with Romero and American McGee. Regardless of how you think his maps stack up to his peers, they are sure to have left an impression on you, and the author of this year's Amalgam went the extra mile and showcased an interview with the man himself, released alongside their Megawad. Last year, however, there was another tribute to Sandy's seminal Doom 2 outings in the form of Into Sandy Cities by German Peter, a full Megawad with maps clearly inspired on his works, and also what would have been takes on if Sandy had experimented with some of the ideas and gimmicks seen in the other Doom 2 maps. If you're feeling inspired by that interview, then playing this should be the logical next step, and even if I think E2 is where it does the most with its concept and its title, its leisure pace and experimentation will want you to check out what every map has on offer, Dynamo and Terminus. Fair enough. What have we got in Doom MoMA? There's been a big movement within the Doom community this year, and although it's not new, perhaps it's certainly renewed. Terms like art house and avant-garde continue to be thrown around by people, including us, for lack of a better simple description, though I'm not sure the mappers themselves are using those terms. I think much of the current landslide coalesced after the release of 97th Century Fox Vaporware's project System Foxes and its small constellation of separately released offshoots and guest maps. There's definitely something beautiful and uncanny in the surreal desert cities and twirling windmills of the project's completed maps, but also a distinct allure to the unfinished ones, suggesting worlds that might have been. The way the project trails off so uncertainly seems in keeping with the overall vibe. Adding to the intrigue are the expansion map Tinyapus, which significantly builds upon the funky desert theme, and Awaiting Eschaton, which is not officially affiliated with System Foxes but has a similar vibe. System Foxes by 97th Century Fox. I remember this, I think. I did play this, right? Yes. I must have when I played an evening with 97th Century Fox. I wouldn't have missed a whole map set, would I? I don't think I would have. Renkoret's System Foxes map, whoa. Give me a second, everybody. Renkoret's System Foxes map, Palipocampo, manages to be even more dreamlike, a light roaming free-for-all across a swath of topographical landscape with a mountainous fortress machine laser the heavens as its highly visible end goal. Initially best known for the eerie but semi-classicist El Viaje de Diciembre, this mapper has taken a clear turn forward toward the surreal and ornero-nautical in the last couple years. Their other 2025 solo release, Concha Su Manga, is ostensibly based on a manga, but for those unfamiliar with the source material, it is a hallucinogenic trip that's as enchantingly unreal as it is cozy. Concha Su Manga by Renkoret. Well, there's definitely some Azumanga Daioh in there. Another recurring figure is Plurb, whose short map set Prolonged Winter takes place in a world where almost everyone is already gone, including the monsters, and the mood seems to take turns between being happy and sad about it, which is as eerie as it sounds. Like many older Doom Weird works, there's a tangible sense that you're looking for something that might or might not be there at all. Overflowing Mocha's content, perhaps continuing their work from last year's mixed media walking simulator, platformer, combat kaizo piece I Can't Sleep, takes place in a desolate wintry town, where your main goal is to collect health bonuses and leave whenever you feel like it, though there are some tough fights with low monster counts hidden around for those willing to look. Tsunami's I Want and Knights 108's The Prince in the Void both tackle themes about pressure that mappers feel from player feedback and mapping norms, leading to maps that aggressively reject those norms, though both are defined more by chill, desolate vibes than aggression. Signature Reverie's 105 I'm Not Here Anymore, an expansive monsterless concrete maze that's more about the journey than the destination, arguably belongs in this company as well, though it also draws heavily on the liminal horror themes that are popular in many gaming spheres at the moment. Then there's DQDQ1's Calculo, a more happy and vibrant piece that uses similar sketchbook-like feel to many of the other works mentioned here, but is more an artistic showcase of effects and graphical ideas that the author found interesting to experiment with. Here's Prolonged Winter by Plurb, which we did play, I believe, at the start of the year. Like all things weird, the new art house movement has found a lot of overlap in the Kaizo community, maybe even before it was a movement at all if you count Plurbtonia. Pacifist Paradise Secret Santa 2 has a lot of maps based around slaughter and other tense combat forms, but it also includes several very disarming mood piece exploration puzzle maps with varying degrees of combat, some of which appear to have inspired later releases such as Ivy Magna Pinna and Redicted's The Meadow at Dusk. Speaking of Ivy, her map set Ivy.wad is significantly weirder than its Crumpus-esque predecessor, though of course Urbix himself and some of his more immediate followers like Dashlit have done a lot to pioneer these types of sketchbook map sets, including some deeply abstract visual themes and a surreal, almost monsterless town map that is perhaps a bit of a troll, but is my favorite map in the set. Last but not least, the community project SSSO1 features every shade of strange under the sun, veering from high-intensity combat puzzles to monsterless meditation gardens at the drop of a hat, and offering a bizarre but lovely set of texture resources to tie it all together. Lunar Lights, map by Cinnamon. Damn. I love what's going on here with these pastels, or what feel like pastels. I don't know how they were made. What's the common theme here? Perhaps it's a willingness to be intentionally vague or rough-drafted, to allow the impressionism of emotions and jagged edges and surreal textures to outshine the notion of gameplay. If you ask the mappers, they might say their goal is to push aside conventions, though of course every moment creates its own new conventions, and they're a part of multiple time-honored traditions that already exist because of Doom as art is as old as Doom. In this Zanzanzawaveya style Doom Weird, but more casual? Is it 90s retroism, but more art house, a throwback to the likes of Bob Reaganes, as the title System Foxes suggests? System Vices, eh? To me, playing all these maps feels like visiting a modern art museum. Some pieces you may connect with more than others, but all those artists have decided to be their pure selves in the most direct, declarative, and colorful way possible. And besides, like the Out of Sunder Swoon feature from 2023, is actually just a blatant excuse to tell you about a bunch of cool WADs we played anyway. From Not Java. Oh, is it not gonna let me? Interesting. Well, don't know why that's not loading, but sometimes DoomWiki has a problem, so it's fine. Speedrunner Sanctum. As usual, there's no time to waste. First, official business. As of February 1st, 2025, the use of select list of source ports and minimum versions will be required by players in order for their demos to be accepted into DSDA. See this related post for details, especially if you intend to record. Second, difficulty. If you're a player just looking to challenge yourself, this year saw the formation of the Doom Ed Index, and it appears to have been a resounding success thus far, so congratulations to Kinetic and the team for making it happen. It's a curated selection of tough maps to attempt, with new ones being added all the time. See this related post for details. Third, competition. There were several organized contests held throughout the year, such as Carl Jobs' Absolute Challenge, which saw players zipping through the original E1M1, getting all kills, items, !, secrets for cash prizes. So congratulations to the winners. I hear Billy Mitchell got a big payout from that one. Fourth, options. Andrea Rovensky debuted at a couple of Mirror of DSDA with a host of neat features, including, conveniently tying into the aforementioned third, a handy listing of competitions that were held within the forums this year, so check them out and keep an eye out for new ones. Now let's get into the meat, starting with the iWads. In Ultimate Doom UV Speed, we saw longtime veteran Jonathan Rimmer improve E1M3 to 36 seconds. Ori also took a stab at some runs, improving E3M4 to 36 seconds and E3M9 to 1 minute 2 seconds. Staying within Episode 3, Cuck improved E3M7 to 46 seconds. Now staying with Cuck but shifting to UV Max, we saw them conclude their upheaval of the table from E3M7 to 1 minute 31 to E4M8 in 1 minute 46. Blue Cultists made their own mark, taking a shot at Satan's slot machine to get an E2M8 UV Max in 27 seconds. We got some maxes from another longtime veteran, Zit Vono, in the form of E2M6 in 3 minutes 44 seconds and E2M7 in 3 minutes 17 seconds. We also saw the surprise return of High Django, submitting a UV Max of E1M7 in 2 minutes 5 seconds, and most recently a UV Speed run of Episode 3 in 3 minutes 43 seconds. Speaking of movies, a new DSDA Doom feature. Oh god. Oh no, DoomWiki. What have you done? Yeah, no, we're not gonna worry about DoomWiki right now. Anyways, speaking of movies, a new DSDA Doom feature enabled full D1 all runs, so Zero Master dropped the first Chained Nightmare run in 27 minutes 12 seconds, and Cuck followed with a UV Max run in 1 hour, 16 minutes, and 53 seconds, as well as an episode UV Max in 16 minutes 37 seconds, and the first Tyson movie of Episode 4 in 1 hour, 30 minutes, 59 seconds for good measure. In Doom 2, Looper returned to finish what they started with the UV Max D2 all, bringing the time several minutes down to a final time of 1 hour, 11 minutes, and 28 seconds, while also bringing the Map 23 time down to 1 minute 34 seconds and Map 31 to 1 minute 49. New runner Mark Istenis has taken it upon themselves to tackle many of the Nightmare and NM100S records. Here's Map 3 Nightmare Speed in 24 seconds and Map 4 in 35 seconds. Moving over to Final Doom, starting with TNT, Marcus Dennis grinded Nightmare 100S times for various maps in here as well. Check out Map 2 and M100S in 1 minute 58 seconds and Map 9 in 3 minutes 21. In Plutonia, Ori ran through some more UV Maxes, see Map 17 and Map 24 in 2 minutes, or Map 17 in 1 minute 25 seconds, and Map 24 in 2 minutes 17 seconds, but there was also an Episode 3 UV Speed in 8 minutes 47 seconds. Moving over to PWADs, let's kick things off with a bang and discuss the event of the year. Coincident, whose attempts had become a regularly lodged draw on the Twitch streaming scene, finally achieved the first single-segment UV Max run of OCU2 V31, commonly referred to as OCUPLOC. This was the culmination of an estimated 2,000 hours of invested time through careful resource management, tricky workarounds to ugly situations, and gritting their teeth through the numerous fights that were entirely unavoidable during these mammoth marathon sessions, reaching a final time of 6 hours, 5 minutes, 22 seconds. There was also a Carl Jobs video detailing the run, and various publications like PC Gamer covered the accomplishment. Congratulations to Coincident for their success and freedom over this beastly map. For marathons of a different kind, newer runner Vitan went the distance in Eviternity 2 by completing a UV Max D2 all, clocking in at 9 hours, 40 minutes, 19 seconds. Congratulations on surviving this test of endurance. BEF Ganondorf also did some full maxing, tackling Going Down Turbo in 1 hour, 18 minutes, 55 seconds, and Zone 300 in 1 hour, 33 seconds. Resident D2 All Machine Revved is still going strong in 2025. As a sample, check out Perdition's Gate Resurgence in 1 hour, 49 minutes, 16 seconds, and TNT Zhao in 50 minutes, 12 seconds. Andrea Rovensky did a true UV Max of Ancient Aliens in 3 hours, 39 minutes, 55 seconds, and Coincident finished a Zone 400 UV Maps in 1 hour, 36 minutes, 20 seconds. In terms of single maps, OCUPLOC isn't the only challenge map that's been taken down in recent times. Thanks to the doomed index mentioned above, players have been making a concerted effort to run the difficulty gauntlet and snipe many infamous targets. Veteran runner and Calagon has been on a tear this year, having dropped a UV Max of Dance on the Water Map 3, a gargantuan sequence of nasty encounters in 2 hours, 1 minute, 5 seconds, as well as foiled the reality-focused Jack Builds a Tech Base Map 3 with a Soul Sphere jump and finishing in 50 minutes, 10 seconds. However, a mere day prior to the Cacowards being posted, they also managed a complete UV Max run of Profane Promised Land in 3 hours, 35 minutes, 15 seconds. Awesome work all round. Entryway star for Shock Blast brought down Pooger's Map 32, a gimmicky nightmare of rocket jumps and monster herding, with a UV Max in 21 minutes 46 seconds, as well as Slee Map 1 UV Max, platforming from hell, in 4 minutes 38 seconds. Speaking of Poogers and 4 Shock Blast, Kinetic did a cheeseless UV Max run of the sanity testing Map 24 in 21:27, as well as a UV Max of Derek's first solo release, Prayer, in 7 minutes 26. Avi took down Zool Base's Map 31, tightrope blocking / jumping between fights in a lonely abyss, with a UV Max in 13 minutes 57 seconds. Crusader 560, a highly dedicated challenge runner, posted the first UV Max of the recently released Sunder Map 21 in 1 hour, 29 minutes, 12 seconds. This list is by no means comprehensive. I had to stop somewhere, so stay tuned at year's end for the 2025 Notable Demos thread in the Speed Demo subforum. This will fill in more of this year's various happenings and open the discussion for others. From Vile. The Spaceship of Theseus, a noteworthy commercial Doom Engine game. Ah, okay. Editor's note. Though the original Spaceship of Theseus was on the other awards page, we've moved it here to somewhat distance it from the idea of it being an award. We don't really want to claim to be the authority on what are the best commercial games and which ones are worth your time and money. We do, however, want to spotlight significant and high-quality releases for posterity. Due to the nature of the market, in future years we may cover games released in that particular year, or we may go back and catch up on past games that we haven't covered yet. Also, we are keeping the trophy because the Pain Elemental is objectively the cutest Doom monster. Hard agree. Morta, Gog and Steam, by Scumhead and Ocial. The idea of seeing commercial titles using the Doom engine again would have been fanciful about a decade ago. The new revival of retro shooters was still in its infancy, with only scattered titles like the Shadow Warrior reboots or the Rise of the Triad remake really testing the ground. Flash forward a decade later, and the Doom engine, through its litany of source ports, is still making waves. Sulaco, Supplice, Head-On, Beyond Sunset, Relentless Frontier, Project Absentia, and lesser-known titles like Burrowhelm and the Twilight Town /Manor games. I could just keep typing and still not manage to give one of these games the attention that it deserves. Man, I really need to get back into Morta. Scumhead is no stranger to the Doom engine, having released a selection of total conversions that have all been made available on Steam. Morta isn't even their first commercial Doom engine project, with 2021's Vomitorium having that distinction instead. Morta marks a transition to full 3D assets alongside their partnering with Ocial in its development, and fully shakes off that lingering sensation of still playing a Doom wad, at least until you see GZ Doom's notoriously long and gargantuan options menu. Morta immediately serves up atmosphere the second you load into the game, with a title screen showing a sweeping vista and the titular main character slowly riding up on their mount, scanning the horizon. Unlike Vomitorium, the worlds of Morta are rich in color. Alongside the horrifying monsters, you'll also see wildlife minding their own business as the wind blows in the air. Morta is weird, the good kind of weird, while you frequently stumble upon something in the world that makes you stop and wonder just what the hell you're looking at. Wisely, there's no exhaustive lore documents scattered around painfully explaining every single thing you're seeing in excruciating detail. You're just left to carry on exploring the world, fighting monsters with occasional bouts of music whenever entering a new area, or fighting one of Morta's many bosses. Look at this. I love the subway. I really do. Each of Morta's 5 worlds follow a fairly traditional template, but they all manage to throw a curveball as you progress. World 4 is perhaps the highlight of the experience, but the less said the better. My jaw was hanging fully open by the time it properly kicked off, wondering what black magic was being piled to create such an experience in an engine older than an entire generation of people. Even the swamp world gave way to one of the creepiest and most imaginative levels I've encountered in a long time. Fights with bosses are interspersed with cutscenes, all with unique bespoke animations that never fall into the tired back and forth camera angles that you'd expect to see. Even the silent, faceless, helmeted main character is given life in these scenes, with his fairly massive lantern bat always perched on his shoulder, and the little healing doll always clinging to his back, peeking over at the proceedings. Whilst it follows a soft Souls-like formula, with dedicated save points and refillable resources at set points, Morta isn't too challenging. Enemies won't respawn once slain if you return to the save point, and boss battles always have a checkpoint sitting outside the arena. Even if you're not a fan of the genre, if you are a fan of exploring strange and wonderful worlds, you'd be amiss to skip over Morta. Scumhead and Ocial have created an incredible adventure that I won't forget. This is from JBlade35. And Sally Madke, hello. I saw a very unflattering video title for this one recently. Yes, I know exactly which video title you mean, actually. It's not very nice. Sally Madke is laughing. Bethesda community curated WADs. WAD and Prep Team. We're going on the sidebar now. If you recall last year's awards, we have covered the Doom plus Doom 2 remaster fairly extensively. Strewn across these pages, there's Rum and Raisin, the underlying source port. There's Legacy of Rust, the new campaign. There's even the vault with previously unseen dev assets. Alas, there was one component whose mention was studiously avoided: Bethesda's archive for classic WADs. At heart, the intent was noble. Provide an alternative to id games that is mainlined directly into the remaster selection menus, offering players a slick, luxurious in-game browser of the myriads of mods uploaded by their eager authors and ready for play with a few clicks. Yet from the start, amateur Cassandras envisioned the tragic flaws of the hubris on display, with language most foul predicting the deluge of putrefaction that would soon follow. This icy reaction had a simpler cause. There would be no proper moderation. All checks would be algorithmic or reacting to reports. And so it went. Valor thieves raced to upload every famous boom WAD. Panicked authors were forced to register, upload their work, and issue takedown requests on dupes. People quickly broke the uploader checks and started spamming ZDoom WADs that wouldn't even run on D plus D2. So many my houses. It all felt like a write-off. Not for Bethesda and their stats maybe, but for the community certainly. And if there's one thing this community never seems to run out of, it's masochists doing the most ungrateful work just because leaving it like that doesn't feel right. Chief among them, Scuba Steve, whose sole eyewitness leaving his body as he listened in uncharacteristic silence to the lamentation of the foulest of the Cassandras. To rectify this fiasco, he assembled a team of like-minded people who volunteered to do what no one asked them for, least of all Bethesda, in an attempt to clean out these Augean stables. The primary goal started simple. Establish trusted, community-recognized accounts for legacy uploads not taken care of by their original authors would be contacted for consent and perhaps delegation of recording and taking down dupe uploads by clout chasers. In the beginning, it'd be mostly crisis uploads and contact work by Steve and Doomkit, because of course, but the ranks of organized uploads would swell with Elf Alchemist, Trove, Devilus, and Ethel486. And then there was the other issue. Merely re-uploading often ancient WADs straight from id games meant they were stripped of the accompanying text file, often relying just on whatever info blurb the uploader bothered to fill out. Thus the idea of WAD preparation in Bethesda Edition was solidified. The team began adding internal documentation and WAD info text lumps, but also game conf lumps for RNRs and compatibility guidelines, UMAP info for proper map episode descriptions, and track info for music. And sometimes even a new or updated dehacked would replace the strings for those 90s custom weapon sprites, or fix whatever dark magic backfired once you slide into the frame states. Finally, since Scuba was previously contracted for widescreen artwork for featured mods, he couldn't stay away from fixing them in community uploads as well. Him and Phobos BV have been creating wide versions of existing art or outright new title picks for WADs that lacked them. Furthermore, I've noticed some music restoration, like replacing low-quality Muse lumps with MIDIs or OGs, and certain map sets that received community MIDI packs in recent years now include them. Think Alien Vendetta. There are fixes for tall skies, broken or missing textures, or desynced to track demo loops. For the perverse wheel icing on the cake, though, the WADs with weapon replacements get their own weapon wheel icons. The team has been crunching for over a year now, covering most of the major community standouts and Cacowards recipients. That is, where the authors haven't managed their own uploads or outright rejected hosting on the archive. I've seen the spreadsheet, and it's all tracked. Among the team members, over 330 projects have been prepped, laundered, and uploaded, providing the D plus D2 player base with a trusted option to play the community classics in a functional, modernized way. As they say, when life gives you lemons, you serve artisanally handcrafted lemon cake. Now if only Bethesda cared more to clean up their side. If you want to check their work out, either search for Bethesda Edition or follow these accounts: Scuba Steve, Elf Alchemist, Trove, Devilus, Ethel486, and Doomkid. By Do. Check and raise. Making mods is fun. Making them work properly is occasionally a hair-tearing experience, and though often involving a lot of time, observation, and endless printfs, Z-Checker is a pretty ambitious project for GZDoom/UZDoom that aims to provide more and better ways for mod makers to watch how their actor definitions are working in real time, giving a window into how the engine steps through it frame by frame. Very impressive, It can be hugely useful for finding those last irritating logic bugs, by Kinsey. Go with the flow. The GZ/UZ Doom engine allows for plenty of fancy visual effects, be it weather, fog, and all sorts of particles you can imagine. Using shaders can also net you some pretty impressive results, and BF Creations 9000 has been working on a series of them to have more realistic, colorful liquids in Doom. You can check out his liquid texture pack over at ModDB, which continues to receive new updates and shaders as the author continues to experiment. These obviously won't be much use to you if you're sticking to a fairly vanilla look, but if you're in need of a sophisticated shader for a sophisticated project, you're in luck. And hey, if you're not convinced, I say a picture is worth 1,000 words. This one from Dynamo. Whoa. It says, I wonder how much they had to edit their text because of the GZ Doom fiasco. Not as much as you'd expect. Saliaki says, yum. Yeah, there is something grape flavored about this. Look at those volumetrics. God damn. Saturn X in a box. One of the most gorgeous and out-of-this-world releases of the past decade or so, back to Saturn X's instantly recognizable aesthetic is now in your hands. Brought to you by the talented folks behind the project, the BTSX E1 and E2 texture resource includes all of the textures used in episodes 1 and 2, with some quality-of-life adjustments and even some new additions. If you've ever wanted to make your own stunning, demon-infested planetary mineral mining station with an eccentric map title, the time is now, from Cardboard Marty. This is true. BTSX's textures are really great. Wish they'd have kept a screenshot, but you know how it is. Anyways, we're off to the next section, which is going to be honorable mentions. But first, please excuse me as I go to the restroom. I'll be right back. Thank you for your patience. And I'm back. Thank you all for your patience. I've been going for 2 hours and 22 minutes without a bathroom break, so you know how it is. Whew. All right, let's head on to those honorable mentions. How about? We spent a lot of time overthinking things, so naturally, although we easily settled on the fact that there would be 25 HMs this year for 2025, we angsted over what we could possibly call these pages going forward into 2026 and beyond. Fear not, the problem is solved. Henceforth, the residents of this page will simply be known as honorable mentions, which is what we've been calling them internally for years. We do expect to probably keep the number at 25 going forward. If your word made it onto this page, you're doing great, and thank you for making something awesome. By Not Java. Infernal Odyssey by Skunk Bear. Doom 2, GZ Doom, UZ Doom, 12 maps. Although it flew under a lot of people's radars, Infernal Odyssey comes in as a decently sized episode that starts off rather unassuming and simple, and becomes gradually more grandiose and ambitious as the levels progress. Well-built GZ Doom-centric projects are a bit of a rare sight nowadays, so it was very refreshing to see the layered architecture, such clever use of portals, custom enemies that almost never feel out of place, as well as a couple of surprises in the regular weapon roster. The levels are non-linear, and on the medium-large side, with each map having 5 secrets to find and reward you for your curiosity. It is a WAD that is better experienced firsthand to fully grasp the complexity of the maps and appreciate it for its well-executed craftsmanship. So set aside about 4 hours and dive into a journey through hell and back by Terminus. Look at this. Every single Cacowards narration has to have me saying, look at this, at least 7 or 8 times. It's a yearly tradition at this point. But yeah, I do love me some Jeezy Uzi Doom maps, so I'll have to give it a look-see. Nova 4 by Various, Doom 2, MBF21, 32 maps. This is the 4th installment in a line of megawads that welcomes any new mapper to join and take any creative liberties they want to make the best map they can possibly think of. This time around, plenty of new composers hopped on board as well, so among these unique levels are over 20 never-before-heard music tracks of very high quality. Clad no text, Nova 4 offers a healthy mix of everything from shorter maps to megascapes, with quality that will make you think there's no way this isn't by a new mapper. But lo and behold, the creative power of our community. The Megawad stays true to its predecessors with the grand finale map Megiddo, which is composed by multiple mappers to make a behemoth of a finisher. All in all, Nova 4 offers a little bit of everything for players of all kinds to enjoy, so do consider giving it a fair shot. Terminus. Yeah, look at this. I remember this map back when it wasn't finished. It only got better. I kind of maybe have to go back. Like, look at it. Salmiaki says fall colors. Oh, there are so many fall colors in the winners this year. Perdition's Gate Resurgence by Various. Doom 2 vanilla compatible 32 maps. Whether you're a fan of the original Perdition's Gate or not, this is a spiritual successor that sticks the landing. It keeps close to everything that's beloved about the original, the proto-ancient aliens themes, the intermission screen messages that make every map feel like a part of an overarching plot, the wacky hijinks with planet-killing bombs, but its 32 bite-sized courses are just that much more fast and fun, its action and gritty narratives that much more driven and creative. It's over before you know it, but from your first view across the flooded basin in ancient Egypt to the final showdown with the alien mastermind and skin-of-your-teeth escape, it's everything you could want from a Twid-esque 90s homage, and honestly, quite a bit more. From Not Java. I do like the juxtaposition of the Sphinx and the water. It is very solid. Aftercare Sessions by Moriarty. Doom 2, MBF21, 10 maps. Doom community receives many offerings of bite-sized and digestible maps, often dubbed coffee break wads, per year. Most of these wads, unlike aftercare sessions, are not dressed up and adorned with themes of love, care, and affection. They also do not take place in an abstract, dubiously tamed valley, with strawberry juice flowing through its rivers, nor do they literally set you up for marriage with your beloved super shotgun. It's an experience that one could easily classify as defanged, but its aesthetic choices afforded an undeniable amount of cutesy charm. After all, everyone needs to unwind at some point. Why not get comfy with a partner after a long day and see if you can outlove the gatekeeperess in her own home? Don't forget your sun lotion. You wouldn't want to get a sunburn on the coast of Cuddles from Maribo. Well, that's kind of adorable. This looks like he uses that Puss map set, or yeah, the Valentine's Day one. But it's maybe a little bit more restrained than that, so I don't know if it literally is the same one. Amalgam by Various. Doom 2, Boom compatible, 37 plus maps. What image comes to mind if Ultimate Doom and Doom 2 collided after zooming toward each other at full speed? Well, that sounds like a snack food pitch. Sometimes the melding of distinct flavors is what you'd expect, or maybe it's like a flaming Homer and the fire unexpectedly brings out their best qualities. With Amalgam, that fire is the ingenuity and talent of its contributors, taking the concept to mash up entries from the first 2 Doom games and accentuating that secret sauce. Whether it's a novel fusion of classic map layouts, taking unexpected liberties that truly spark joy, or the layered replacement soundtrack with numerous playful nods to classic heavy metal, Amalgam is another example of taking a gimmick and seeing it through, then going even further to deliver a memorable experience. From Vile. Look at this. And the write-up is from Vile, of course, not the map, but we all know that. Hexen, Mists of Moritzen, by Argonian lore. Hexen, Jeezy's Doom/Uzi Doom, 14 maps. Mists of Moritzen is a Hexen map set and a Doom Engine RPG, so hopefully that will already have some people's eyes lit up. Part of a larger extended universe project that includes several other completed and whip releases, MOM focuses on the cleric and comes alongside a gameplay mod with 3 custom cleric subclasses to play as, each with their own weapons and playstyle. Though it's relatively light on dialogue and textual narrative for an RPG, in keeping with its FPS roots, it's got an extensive, intriguing backstory involving ancient undead evils and a morally ambiguous vampire ruling class, of whom several members have gone rogue and sided with Korax. In order to bring down one of these vampire lieutenants, you'll have to hack, shoot, and blast your way through rugged wilderness, a haunted cathedral, and several distinct vaults, aka dungeons, to gather up magic seals, purge lurking evils, and otherwise kick ass and take names until you bring peace and righteousness to the land. From Not Java. Yeah, it was a good time. I still remember really laughing my ass off at the character having like a sudden crisis of faith and just like you find out the same time as all the other characters if you get the secret ending, which it was very good. Combustion by Fiendish. Doom 2 vanilla compatible, 6 maps. The explosive barrel is always doing yeoman's work, and yet I'm just as guilty as the next mapper of sometimes forgetting about our unsung little hero. But dang, when the barrels are plentiful, you sure notice their inclusion. Combustion is a map set that already features spectacularly frenetic fights, but the abundance of strategically placed barrel blasts them to another level. Movement and control of the space are key to dealing with what are surprisingly dense maps, considering their short 5 to 10 minute completion times. The only downside to the high explosion per minute ratio is that you might not have time to appreciate the mirror sheen on these ultra-polished maps. By Squeeba. I remember this one. You spawn over here and you've got to sneak around. Taniyaki says, oh, I think I would like this one. You saw me play it, I think. Yeah. 6 maps. They're fairly fast. I mean, they can be spicy, as you can tell. You start here, so you've got this guy. You go over here, and this guy spots you. If you're lucky, you can get this guy to shoot this guy, and then you're free to light him up. And if you're lucky, you hit all your shots, and if you're not, you probably die, because there's an arachnotron where the cameraman is. I remember this map very well. That's the second map, by the way. The Mechanism by Rye Iron. Doom 2, MBF21, 6 maps. The mechanism whirs, clicks, turns, and churns. It lies buried beneath the surface, its machinery highlighted with ominous reds and ghostly blues. Its halls and workspaces are packed thick with demonic servants, slaving away in an effort to keep it running smoothly. Your job, however, is to get inside and dismantle it. You'll have to carve your way through its innards, fight off its hardy defenders, and unscrew every nut and bolt that keeps the ugly thing ticking. It will be an arduous journey, cramped, stuffed with the souls of the damned, and set on a path with only one way forward. But you're the only one who can stop it from consuming us all. By Maribo. Looks good. I hadn't seen this one. Hadn't even heard of it. Didn't even see it in the mentionation thread, but maybe it was. Purgatory by Isolation. We're playing through it right now. Doom 2, GZ Doom / Uzi Doom, 34 maps. The PSX N64 Doom entries created a separate timeline that exchanged the bouncy, heavy metal action romp of the PC Classic for a danse macabre and a nightmarish rave, with appropriate music and lighting. Rarely has a game's ports so drastically altered the mood and atmosphere while keeping the core gameplay intact, but nothing reinforces Doom's strengths like letting it wear different outfits and still fit in seamlessly. Purgatory surpasses mere pantomime of the style, with enough punch-ups to turn a small scuffles and the midway verse into a one-man siege on Mordor. Whether it's the cool hums and hues of a haunted installation or a savage symphony against the blazing horizon, there's enough polish and passion in this set to make any console marine and their grandma proud. From Vile. That's a sweet reference. That's a very sweet reference, if you've been following. Nice shout out there. Excellent writing from Vile there. The Only Way Out is Through by Laocoon. Doom 2, MBF21, 1 map. Under gray skies, a daunting, crumbling fortress looms in the distance, intriguing your sense of exploration. Onwards you traverse the surrounding cliffs to make your way into the fortress, knowing full well that the only way out is through. In addition to the warp, Laocoon graced us this year with a beautiful OTEX-laden level that provides a great sense of adventure, high-paced action, and a couple of custom bespoke tracks that fit it like a glove. The map is on the larger side with a lot of optional areas and secret fights that reward you for exploring them. For those who want a spicier difficulty level and haven't had enough of the main campaign, there's even the offer of a New Game Plus, a fantastic piece of work that showcases Laocoon's full arsenal of skills and mapper growth. By Terminus. I didn't know that it had a New Game Plus. I'm going to have to give this one a shout out. Salamiaki says, "Aw, yeah," when it comes to the shout out in Purgatory, and mentions that Mechanism looks pretty. It does. I'm definitely gonna have to check out this Laocoon one. I've been lurking some of the map releases section, the one where mappers work on things. Laocoon's got a lot of stuff cooked for next year that I'm really looking forward to. Tarnished by Mittens 12. Doom 2 Boom compatible, 1 map. Tarnished is colossal, rough, and dirty. It has a cobbled together feel to it, like a puzzle that's been constructed using pieces from 2 different boxes. A city that's ancient in material yet modern in style has sunk to the bottom of a deep gorge, and it stands in stark contrast to the rest of its surrounding landscape. It's all tarnished. The faded bricks, the collapsed city walls, the crumbling bridge, the demon-turned former residence. If it ever had any polish, it faded away long ago. It stands solitary and forgotten. Its towering construction's been left to decay in the quiet company of its former dwellers, and a lost explorer who may have bitten off more than they can chew. From Maribo. Looks like we're using the vanilla texture set here. The Warrens, Burrow of the Were by Con 3, Doom 2, Jeezy Doom / Shoozy Doom, 1 map. Tasked to find the survivors in a deep dark dungeon, you, a lone mercenary, enter the unknown to seek redemption. With only your trusty bow and a journal to your name, you are sent into a god-forsaken hellhole to explore every nook and cranny in this putrid place in hopes of finding any possible survivor, while trying your best to avoid succumbing into insanity. The dungeon is full of abominations that are genuinely some of the most unsettling enemies I've ever faced in my many years of playing Doom, and each encounter pushes you back against the wall. Each and every new enemy has unexpected tricks up their sleeve with an ultimate motive to claw your eyes out, so you must use your entire arsenal not to get overwhelmed. Con 3 has already shown his expertise in horror-styled experiences with Declared New Apocalypse, and this classic RPG-styled level is multiple steps above his previous works, so if you're in for a thrill despite Halloween being over, this map will surely send chills down your spine. By Terminus. Damn. Salmiakki says, are the abominations bunnies? I don't think they are. I don't think there's bunnies here, no. Damn. That's an interesting one. Anyways, we've got Cyber Knights by Rivi the Warlock, Doom 2, MBF 21, 32 maps. Cyber Knights is a spiritual successor to the classic 1998 Megawad Cyber Dreams, and the extent to which it captures and mimics the spirit of the original Megawad is uncanny. As with its predecessor, your goal is to solve movement and logic-based puzzles to kill otherwise undefeatable cyber demons using telefrags, crushers, or, since this is in MBF 21, other scripted insta-kills. This Megawad brings all its own ideas, though. There are only 1 or 2 homages to Cyber Dreams maps, and otherwise it avoids rehashing the same gimmicks and retreading the same ground. Evading rockets while traversing challenging rooms is still the main game here, but the more memorable mechanics include lifts, conveyor belts, exploding barrels, Commander Keens, dance floors, mini-golf courses, and a meditation maze of chasm-esque ledges. Though it uses non-vanilla QOL features, it truly feels like a sequel, the second round of fresh trials that Cyber Dreams fans have been awaiting for 27 years by Not Java. And Salmiakki clarifies, Warrens are the tunnels of rabbits. This is true, though I believe other burrowing animals can also have warrens. I don't know for sure. The Meadow at Dusk by Ivy Magnapena and Redicted. Doom, MBF 21, 1 map. Take a walk through the meadow at dusk. It's easy to lose yourself trying to find the way through its uncanny glens and shadowed vales. The meadow is an unearthly place with harsh angles, darkness that behaves more like something organic than a physical phenomenon, and spires of rock and vegetation ringing an ethereally glowing Crave Shrine Garden Citadel, not unlike cairns around an ancient sacrificial altar, coincidentally. There are hungry monsters here. Optionally, you can choose to strand them in a parallel timeline. But the real challenge of this place lies in unraveling the riddle of its bizarre geometry. Finding a way out once you've stepped in is quite the task in itself, but truly finding everything and seeing all there is to see will require all of the wits, navigational sense, and parkour ingenuity that you can muster. Take a walk through the meadow at dusk. It's easy to lose your way, but also to find a bit of yourself here as well, from Demon of the Well. Interesting. The Road to Skull City by QuackGen. Doom 2, limit removing 32 maps. Hop in the cruiser, jam some guest tunes, put the pedal to the floor, and kick those demons out the door. We're going on a road trip, but you better be amped enough to match author QuackGen's exuberance for the journey ahead. The highway en route to Skull City is beset by all manner of filth, but for grizzled Marines, taking out this trash is like a vacation. Make some pit stops to support the local businesses, grab tickets for the carnival, explore the industrial sector, and do your part to purge the hellish stench from these oppressed vignettes. Fully soak up the charming locales, which occasionally loop around through some delightful dashes of continuity before reaching the titular metropolis. Once there, why not try your hand at some casino games before the finale? It's time for your luck to change, in spite of what those devils desire. From Vile. Terrence's farm fresh meatpacking plant, huh? Interesting. Iceberg from Galactic. Doom 2, GZ Doom / UZ Doom, 32 maps. Some of you are possibly familiar with the iceberg meme regarding conspiracy theories or how much is actually known about something beneath the surface. This is the namesake behind the Megawad and its included maps. 10 minisodes of 3 maps each, with most levels being very short but getting marginally larger past the halfway point, listed as tiers of the iceberg and how deep it gets. The Megawad is cold and brisk, with a gray and cyan being the dominant colors across most levels, and the shiver down your spine isn't just the weather. The enemies are placed in a calculated and nasty way in each and every map, throwing gimmick after gimmick at you to always keep you on your toes and make you bleed the precious resources that you've gathered. If you're a fan of Scythe, these maps will bear very similar fangs. Time to see how deep the rabbit hole goes, by Terminus. Look at this one. I said it again, didn't I? But, yeah. Very misty, very foggy. I was interested in it, but I went with another 30-plus map UZ Doom set instead. Island of Despair by Iago. Heretic, limit removing, GZ Doom, 9 maps. I've said before that Heretic can be either a lighthearted, ale-chugging action-adventure romp or a quirky carnival of bizarre experiments and puzzle gimmicks, but of course nothing is stopping it from being both at once, and Island of Despair has all the bases covered. On the one hand, the combat is steady and adventurous, with lots of inventory lying around, and deliberate opportunities to use it in big bombastic fights. On the other, it uses a wide array of Heretic's oddball mechanics to build up fun gimmick set pieces, including Rings of Invincibility, the properties of the Phoenix Rod versus Ghosts, and Chaos Device Telefrags. The first few maps are designed to get you warmed up, while the later ones are a reminder that in Heretic, the game can throw a lot of monsters at you with high intensity and still feel pretty accessible and easygoing, provided you know your way around a Tome of Power. Why not Jabba? That's pretty crazy looking. Salamiagi says Iceberg is pretty too, and I agree. Hardfest 3 by Various. Doom 2, MBF 21, 38 plus maps. Will I be going back? The Hardfest series became a trilogy this year, and it's learned a few tricks with this purported final entry. A murderer's row of nasty new threats descends onto the scene, and the BFG received a dedicated ammo pool to make it all the more precious, among other tweaks, but the juicy, and perhaps bitter to some core, remains. Challenge in copious form and function. Compact set pieces or grandiose slaughter, sprawling structures or precision platforming. It's like being a kid in Willy Wonka's candy factory after you intentionally got on his bad side. I gravitate towards spicier wads, and I'm undoubtedly in plentiful company when the Doom-Ed Index exists. Should this close the book on the Hardfest saga, its legacy is assured. A damn good time if you don't mind the masochism. By Vile. Oh boy. It's coming back. I wonder if they made every, like, is this just 1 or 2, or do they still use the 600? I don't know. The Evil Reborn Resurrected by Foodles and Friend. Doom 2, boom compatible, 3 maps. Veteran mapper Foodles and unnamed but clearly quite mapping savvy chum bring you the Evil Reborn Resurrected, a hearty slab of demon-slaying action with a spacious and freewheeling flair presented across 3 sprawling maps. Each of the 3 levels offers a distinctly different setting. A dilapidated refinery with a suspiciously saturnine sense of decor in its administrative quarters, a nouveau city sprawl where the upscale urban amenities rub shoulders with heavy industrial installations, and a massive tower in the netherworld rising from a volcano toward the hellish heavens, while all offer a wealth of wide open space and the freedom to tackle areas in almost any order and a matter of your choosing, be it slowly and tactically or with brazen aggression. It's a classic and very comfy formula, delivered to a high standard and in generous portions, sure to please players keen on exploration and improvisation, by Demon of the Well. It's looking good. Twilight Fortress by Napier. Doom 2, limit removing, 1 map. Eternal Doom is a classic, and modern releases like Legacy of Heroes prove that there's a niche waiting for those who love the fantasy trappings and raw, vibey archaism of the old-school Megawad, but don't want to spend quite as much time looking at a wiki walkthrough. Though bite-sized, action-oriented maps have been more in vogue lately, it's still great to sink your teeth into a big adventure map sometimes, and if you're looking for a full-course meal, Twilight Fortress has you covered. Backed by a peaceful, minstrelly Ultima MIDI that feels like a nostalgic time capsule and clothed in a texture pack from the dark heart of the 90s, this map lets you roam and explore across vast swaths of town and country, besieging ramparted fortresses and technomancer sanctums along the way. Grab your loot, feathered cap, and plasma rifle, and prepare thyself for a mythic romp. From Not Java. Damn. Look at all that. Said it again. Anthropoda Power Fantasy by Various. Doom 2, MBF21, 13 maps. Built to showcase Mundy C's adventures in Moth Sorcery gameplay mod, Anthropoda Power Fantasy sees us take up the role of a Moth spellcaster whose unassuming frame hosts incredible arcane power, ready to unleash across 13 levels authored by assorted community members. The maps vary widely in style and sensibility, some being short, fiery cantrips, other grandiose conjurations of mass destruction, and still others slower, more esoteric rituals, but all share a firm grasp of its protagonist's powers, as well as a dreamlike folkloric tone arising from a Windtree custom resource pack that gives the map set's world a surprisingly cohesive feel, enabling a sense of adventure that builds from stoic beginnings to a surprisingly explosive conclusion. I am ready, Sanahade, from Demon of the Well. Sally Miyagi says, I remember this one. I do too. It was a fun time, to say the least. It was a fun old time. My favorite map from this one didn't get the spotlight here. This is the final level, but there was one with this long set of lights winding into the winter, and I think that was the best the map set looked. Not that it looked bad on the whole, but that map in particular. Oh, it lives in a spot in my brain. Marrow Rot by Remy Rath. Ultimate Doom, vanilla compatible, 9 maps. Precisely the antidote to that tired old sentiment that Doom 1's smaller bestiary and lack of SSG hold it back, Marrow Rot is a gorgeous, high-octane episode not afraid to hand out rockets and plasma like candy, and you'll need them in order to navigate the chaotic close-quarters combat. Almost every map features at least one cyberdemon and is chock full of optional areas and secrets that can often completely alter the way the map plays by providing weaponry that you otherwise wouldn't see at all. The purple forward palette and general theme of decay are fantastic twists on the classic Hell setting, but the clever pacing and map designs are the real standout, wound up like tense little knots just itching to be untied by Squeeba. Give that a look-see. It is purple forward, I see what they're saying, but I haven't heard of this one at all. 9 maps too, not crazy. I'm not asking for much here. Brownian Emotions by API Chatpong. Doom 2 boom compatible, 1 map. Okay, you've got my attention. At first glance, Brownian Emotions is an abstract, voidy Kaizo map similar to many you've seen, an opportunity to fight your way through challenging trials in a sequence to reach the finish, though it's definitely on the lighter, more casual end of the Kaizo spectrum. But right from the beginning of the map, closer inspection reveals an entire second layer of gameplay, a parkour exploration motif where everything that looks remotely interesting in the distance is reachable somehow, often by oblique traversal methods that are fascinating to hunt for and figure out. Its jump out inspirations are highly evident, and sometimes to get to that mysterious place over there, you're so high up and far out on a limb that it feels like flying. There's always plenty to do even in the main game, yet such is the allure of the unknown that a hidden post-game quest to grab a completely meaningless plasma rifle from the peak of a mountaintop diorama feels like it holds the meaning of life. The ultimate case of allowing the player to think outside the box, by Not Java. Well, I knew with a game with a name like Brownian Emotions what it was going to be about. Salamiyaki says Kaizo jump scare. Oh yeah. If you're talking about Brownian Motion, you're either me or you're a Kaizo mapper when it comes to Doom. Because that's how, like, it's very bizarre, but basically, if you ignore the player bias, Doom monsters kind of move like Brownian motions, which is like molecules of gas in a confined space. It's interesting. Doom Around the World by Various. Doom 2, boom compatible, 10 maps. A quirky and unique episode that didn't get much traction, Doom Around the World has you embark on a mission as a UAC soldier that takes numerous trips around the world to stop the demonic invasion. Each map has you start at your home base with a panel containing the mission briefing and a couple of weapons to get you ready for the trip. As you step into the teleporter, you are taken to numerous points around the globe, urban cityscapes, Mesoamerican forests, unknown civilizations, and more, all overrun with demons for you to mow down. The maps vary in size from moderate to large, so there's plenty to discover in each and every one of them, as exploration is highly rewarded. And the final map, the demons have made their way onto your very own home base, and only you are left to finish the job. The fate of the world is in your hands, by Terminus. Salamiaki asks, is that AI Nikola Tesla? Yeah, I didn't have an ad blocker for this browser setup, unfortunately. It's perfect for full screen things like this, but you know me, I've always got to forget something. That's Doom Around the World. You know, I wonder how it would fare with Hideous Destructor. I've thought that a few times, but, you know. After Doom. From 00, Zombie 00, Doom 2, GZ Doom / Uzi Doom, 8 maps. As far as WAD sequels to the original games go, After Doom might be the most creative of them all. It attempts to tell the story of what happened at the end of each episode of the original game, plus at the end of Doom 2, Doom 64, and even more. Each aftermap scenario is presented as a colossal map, showing you what happened after the Outer Darkness ambush at the end of E1M8, the arrival to Hell after the killing of the Cyber Demon, and the initial demonic invasion of Earth at the conclusion of the original game. The maps definitely have a different feel than the original levels, and have a strong sense of identity, plenty of bang for your buck, and all sorts of nooks and crannies to uncover as you go. It's taken a long time for this project to shape up after its announcement in 2015, but there's no better time to check it out than now. From Dynamo. Damn. Look at that. There, That's fairly crazy, though. I really went for it. Yep. Anyways, the AI hellscape is our cue to start scrolling back up. Ooh. Okay, what do we got? Ramped up and ready to go. It's become an auspicious omen that maybe not everything in society is going to shit to see a successful ramp entry year after year. David N. and gang are back once again to show the world how to have a fun doing Doom mapping, how to induct new people into our community, and how to pack a near endless amount of creativity and surprises within the confines of this massive, massive project. While yes, the map count has dropped from over 300 to a little over 210 this year, and the absence of ramp heavyweights such as Laszlo, Panaflex, and Big Smoke is felt, don't think of this as a lesser or more limited project. On the contrary, Ramp arguably feels more mature than ever before, with overall map quality ranging from pretty good to pretty damn good thanks to a quality to quantity ratio that is even more respectable than plenty of community projects out there. No small feat given the scope of it. And while the size will no doubt intimidate some of you, rest assured that some of the very best, most interesting maps of the year are here for you to discover. Here's a sample of some of the maps that made an impression on me one way or another. We begin with map 16, My Doom Shrunk in the Wash by Ans the Rat. A lovely, hilarious reinterpretation of all of the E1 maps if they all were much, much smaller. You'll want to forge ahead to the end just to satisfy the curiosity of I wonder how the author did that particular area, but the map actually plays extremely well despite the super cramped environments. Upping the scale is map 19, Mount Doom by DWE Tampa? A truly spectacular recreation of Mount Saint-Michel in France, a colossal fortress isle which has plenty of hit scanners guarding it, unlike presumably the real version. This map isn't just an architectural marvel with excellent usage of slopes, but also has some unique and quite difficult gameplay thanks to the subtly changed weapons and enemies. After you're done looting the place, you can invest your hard-earned cash at map 25, Casino Diablo by @Trinum, a full-fledged Doom gambling simulator with multiple endings, but without the sinful aspect of real-life gambling. Try your luck at the slot machine, become a master at the fire blue card deck, blackjack, or see if fortune favors you at the roulette. If supporting such an immoral industry is not your style, then you may instead want to check out the cinema at map 37, Doom Club by Noodly Noodle Bo, featuring a recreation of the popular movie Fight Club by some of the most paid actors in cinema, such as the Cyber Demon and the Doom Marine. Between watching the recreated key scenes of the movie unfold, you'll also get to do plenty of fighting in the eponymous club, truly the best kind of replacement for eating popcorn. But hey, if sci-fi is more your thing, then you're sure to appreciate Map 40, Chancellery, Guard Duty by Macross the Black, based on the popular TV show Doctor Who. While trying to park the presidential TARDIS, you stumble upon a temporal anomaly, forcing you to fight your way through different timelines and many new enemy types to get back home. It turns out that there's more than one Doctor at work in this map set, however, as Map 60, Dr. Catastrophe, and the Cydonia Ziggurat by MDJ tasks you with finding the UAC's top scientist in the area before the demons running amok get to him. The new weapons and enemies are well implemented, as is the well-paced exploration of the tech base and its surrounding natural environments, making this one map you definitely want to try and 100%. I hope you aren't tired of the sci-fi binge yet, though, as Nova++ brings us Map 61, Mothership Disconnection, a jolly fun time in the spirit of his highly popular Squenched Avocostage Wad. Conscripted by your dog commander, it's up to you to infiltrate the enemy UFO and put a stop to whatever mad experiments they're doing up there. Decidedly more low-key, but by no means less remarkable, is Map 66, Metal Blue Dot Wad by Sesamia. Set in the gloomy, cold italic corridors of a large brutalist complex. The tough combat against high-tier enemies is satisfactory and clever, and the desolate ambient track by Matt Eldridge fits like a glove. For a completely different aesthetic, Map 101, Paper Cut by Kit Katrina, is set in a beautiful yet unsettling world made of paper, drawings, and black cats silently observing your progress. The artwork, all by Kit Katrina, is really charming, and the map features a bangin' D&B soundtrack tuned by her sister, as if the map wasn't already enough of a winner. From the artistic to the visceral, we arrive at Map 122, UAC Fight Night by Shadowy MV, where Doomguy finds himself at a wrestling competition against several teams, such as the Buckshot Boys and the Nobles of 94. As you enter the ring and face off against an increasingly difficult range of enemy squads, do you have what it takes to put them in their place and become king of the arena? If the punches you've taken in the ring haven't made your head spin, then the trickery on display in Map 162, Endless Stare by Cribulus, sure will. Beautifully lit and atmospheric, this map is set in an underground complex that before long will shift its gravity around and make you doubt the very ground you walk on. But no problem. Forget walking, grab a pogo stick and lose yourself in Map 183, Pogo Painter by Chippy Haipu, a fantastic recreation of the namesake minigame from Crash Bash. Get your color on as many of the grid blocks as possible, shoot rockets against your rival demons, and acquire the highest score in 3 rounds before the timer runs out. It even has the iconic Crash Bash music. Finally, for some much-needed relaxation near the end of your journey, make sure to stop by Map 205, Baron Berry's Activity Fun Center by Glowboy, a family-friendly recreation building with pools, baseball fields, and ball pits. Well, I hope your definition of fun involves lots of shooting, but even aside from that, I guarantee you're going to like the surprise at the end. And there you have it. Another year, another successful ramp that left me wanting to scream to the world just how good some of the maps in this thing really are. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. Try to make room for at least some of ramp during your yearly playthroughs. It's absolutely worth it. And while I've given you a general reference guide, there's much more than that. And the hub map really allows you to chart your way through it and find brilliant maps I didn't even get a chance to talk about. The ramp community can once again take pride in what they've accomplished, and I eagerly await their follow-up next year. I just hope I don't run out of puns involving the word ramp before all this is over, by Dynamo. Sally Miyake says I do love fake gambling games. Then ramp might be for you. Though you may balk at its file size, I remember it being damn big. Anyways, we've gotten through all the honorable mentions. It's time to go for Odyssey of Noises, as well as the Multiplayer Awards, Gameplay Mod Awards, and other awards. We're getting through it. Odyssey of Noises, Gossip OST by Touchdown. I'll say it again. Gossip is one of the most atmospheric and immersive Doom experiences of all time, and a vital component of its thoroughly entrancing world is its original .ogg soundtrack. Like everything else about Gossip, its score is a labor of love and perhaps obsession by the project's sole author, Touchdown, here operating under the handle Tourniculat. With a dual nature juxtaposing commanding, ever-shifting percussive engines with a scintillating soundscape of electronica, ambiance, and noise effects, each of the album's tracks is meticulously crafted to closely fit every facet of each in-game location's character, not only in terms of mood, but also as a reflection of its gameplay profile and narrative arc. Returning to listen to the album again after having experienced Gossip's campaign, it's fascinating to realize just how intimately these tracks, with their long, elaborate builds and array of subtle phrases, mirror and accentuate the events of the map each is paired with. The opening map's tracks, Hyperdecay, At first feels like a garbled recording from a deep space listening station, all fuzzy banks of static with anomalous pops, chirps, and hizzes borne along on cosmic winds. Initially innocuous, soon enough a disquieting impression of a pattern emerges, heralding the onset of a doleful melody in clean, piercing synth tones, like an alien message of ill portent, mirroring the protagonist's dawning realization of the truly apocalyptic scale of the devastation as he moves through the fallen city. This song structure is later reprised and intensified in Negative Trait, played during the descent into the demon-infested guts of the hidden underground UAC research complex, towards the awful secret at its dark heart. Juxtaposing disarmingly delicate keyboard lines with shuddering snarls of feedback and an interminable, pounding beat that steadily gathers both kinetic and emotive force through contrast with a series of almost sardonically jazzy intermezzos, the track carries the impact of a skyscraper progressively collapsing in on itself, one layer of struct at a time. This long-form composition style is simultaneously taken to its extreme and stripped down to its skeleton in Kodokushi, which features during the surreal visit to the ghost town beyond the city limits. A striking excision of the album's signature percussive drive, this piece is a subtle slow burn of eerie found sound effects, trickling water, tinkling chimes, and the gnashing of phantom teeth, and unnerving, not quite human vocal murmuring, and whispering swathed in drifting clouds of cold, gauzy ambiance. A perfect accompaniment to the game's most exploration-driven chapter, it contrasts starkly with the preceding track, Imperfection, which scores the action-focused forest segment. With its bounding, tribal-edged percussion accented by lilting woodwinds and an impishly jaunty steel drum backbeat, this song tempers its initial impression of panicked flight through copse and thicket by eventually settling into a reflective groove as it goes on, suiting this transitional stage of the game where the narrative both literally and symbolically moves further and further away from civilization and into the unknown. My personal favorite from the album, Mold Sibling, offsets its addictively smooth and incredibly energizing core beat with the skittering and fluttering of unseen presences, dour keystrokes, and spine-tingling layers of muted klaxons and echoing spectral choirs for an intriguing neo-Gothic vibe which slyly presages the rattling chains, growling bursts of reverb, and decidedly Faustian piano and string overtures of happenstance, used for the first and more tonally mythological leg of the game's unforgettable Hell arc. Its follow-up, Tears, Laughter, and Violence, exudes a techno-shamanic air, with its steadily mounting ritualistic drumming and decidedly unearthly vocal exhalations, building in time toward Magistrate, the theme for the game's closing and climactic battles. Perhaps the most unexpected and stylistically divergent track in the score, its swaggering classic rock rhythm and alternately crackling and crooning Hammond-style synth accompaniment is surprising in its immediacy and cathartic in its simplicity. In a sense, if each player's individual journey through the game's razed cities, cursed backwaters, haunted forests, infested bunkers, and diabolic otherworlds are the flesh and blood of its story's body, this soundtrack is its voice, resonating through the void between realities and piercing the veil of earthly perception through the dark machinations of the Gossip Project, by Demon of the Well. Sayumi Araki said in all caps, Phantom. Fair enough. Next up, Sunless Empire OST by Core, Elpad, and Elven Dead. Higher fidelity post-MIDI sound formats like .ogg have been a huge part of the soundscape of Doom this year, not only in our other awardee, Gossip, but also in a significant handful of great OSTs that didn't make this page this year, including the soundtracks for The Warp, Smoking Dog Part 2, and I Want. In the midst of all that, Sunless Empire's OST continues to bear the standard for the classic MIDI format. Its 13 tracks feature work by 3 of the highlights of the current generation of composers, people whose sound is heavily inspired by Essel Fortune, Stewboy, James Paddock, and 8079. In other words, the lineage that has been all but synonymous with Doom music, particularly in fast-paced Scythe 2-esque action adventures like Sunless Empire, since the early 2010s. I'm probably not selling this well enough. Oh, it's traditional, NJ, you say. You're just awarding the establishment gazing into its own navel. My dudes and siblings, shut the fuck up and load up a copy of this map set and listen to this amazing-ass music. Corp, who composed all but 4 of the map tracks as well as the title and intermission, is the heart of the Doom composing scene at present. Someone who has gone from head-turning newcomer to everyone's go-to artist within just a couple years, in much the same way that AD79 did at the turn of the decade. Corp is an incredibly versatile composer, and I will not attempt to claim that they have a particular musical style. As far as I can tell, they can create literally any sound they want at will, a skill best exemplified in this particular soundtrack by the back-to-back pairing of Mayan Fury, Map 6, a bouncing, driven funk rock piece that rolls forward as fast as the tightly wound brawler map it accompanies, and Sanctuary, Map 7, an enigmatic prog track that creeps and soars by turns, equal parts contemplative and sinister. I've thought of Alpad's music in general as perhaps a touch more grounded and retroist, but here it goes quite full-on prog rock, both in the gymnastic energy and swift mood swings of Strange Sightings, Map 9, and the groovy, deceptively understated genre smorgasbord Ocelot, Map 3, which are both among my favorite tracks in the map set. Elven Dead, whose talents are described in greater detail elsewhere on this page, also puts in a pair of potent tracks, Honor and Sacrifice, Map 5, and The World That Died in Darkness, Map 8, that mirror the gritty, intrepid tone of their maps. Even aside from my earlier comment about Corp, I've hesitated to describe any of these 3 composers in stylistic terms, because one of the greatest strengths of this whole soundtrack is how absolutely cohesive it is. Without knowing who composed what, you probably wouldn't be able to guess, because they all match the same core style and instrumentation so well. Sunless Empire's OST flawlessly delivers the adventurous tone that its map set requires, the perfect accompaniment to delving through hidden temples and lush cordilleras and vine-choked caves, with just a hint of Latin flair to complement the Mesoamerican theme. The enormous wealth of ideas stuffed into that seemingly homogeneous package just goes to show why traditional modern doom music has never yet gotten old or stale by Not Java. Samiyaki says we're listening to Corp right now. Indeed, and Corp has been an excellent accompaniment. Don't Be a Bitch 4 OST by Heaven Wrath and Jay Dagenet. The guys from Mechanics Union really love the polish on their wad, so they went an extra mile this year and got 2 MP community veterans, who also happen to be musicians, to compose some brand new tracks for them. I almost missed this at first because the OST here is just half the tracks, 7 of 12 exactly, with the smaller half being a compilation of kick-ass 90s tracker music and 1 Jasper Byrne track from Hotline Miami 2. Hiding all the lore in the map info lump is not cool. This should be screamed from the rooftops. Anyway, to our bells of the ball. First off is Heaven Wraith with 3 tracks, and honestly, every one of them brought a stupid grin on my face. The first encounter is Map 5's A Valiant March Forth, and oh boy is that name perfect. Underscoring a temple structure in a cavern, its half cheerful, half adventurous vibe could land it in the main menu of a medieval RTS game, or that bit where the hero party sets out a town full of spunk and optimism. Then comes Distortion in Map 9, a super energetic power metal meets mid-game boss theme track, where the guitar solo lasts 3/4 of the song and hams it up to 11. Literal tears of joy. In his final contribution, Heaven Wraith presents his business trademark. I'm gonna steal his own moniker and call it Toho Metal. Dire Confrontation is part symphonic, like a Nightwish song, but instead of a Tarja Turunen lead, there's backup vocals from Hatsune Miku to maximize the drama vibe. The cheese is through the roof and I love it. The partner in crime is Jay Dagenet. His weapon of choice is tracker music that sounds like the 90s if never ended. This is why my brain almost ignored the hints about original music. Jay Dag's stuff could be slotted into a 90s game alongside Dan Gardope or Andrew Sega, and it wouldn't feel out of place. I particularly dig Odyssey, which accompanies Decay's Map 7, arguably the best map in the pack. The chill but rhythmic mood is off the scale, and the accent pieces sound like early 90s French synthy. Easy 10 of 10. The industrial Map 4 gets machinery complex, and this is where the overlap with the Crusader games peak. Highly boppy vintage tracker stuff. Map 10's Event Horizon sounds simplified to the point of resembling an OPL track, not unlike your Apogee favorites. And finally, Orbiter 2 on the Space Laser map is a return to the chillcore stuff that makes you think about watching some cool 64K scene vids from the latest revision demo party. The more I listen to the OST, the more I appreciate it. I understand the budget limitations and realities of timelines, but Heaven Wraith and Jay Dagenet formed a killer combo that would warrant a full album under perfect conditions. What a lovely surprise from Dude. Sally Miyake laughed at the name Don't Be a Bitch 4. It's a good name, though. Bitter Dream OST by Elven Dead. The best game music paints a picture. Without ever loading up the map, You can close your eyes, listen to the music, and let your mind visualize a setting where it takes place. The best maps, by comparison, make their setting feel so vivid that you feel like you're really there. Ideally, there's a synergy there. The music and the map feel like they belong together, supporting each other like two harmonizing instrumental lines to create a single unforgettable feeling and image. Bitter Dream excels at this. As a map set, it has relentless energy and momentum, and ironically, a lot of what makes that work is that it doesn't treat fast pacing as a constant, one-note drone. It flows from quiet moments to intense ones, from isolated horror settings to hostile, irradiated combat zones to expansive adventures. Underpinning and complementing that energy, a part of what makes it really stand out is that it uses its cosmic horror elements to create a constant sense of vastness and isolation, a genuine feeling that you are very small and alone amidst incomprehensible and unknowable mysteries spanning far beyond you. Putting the two elements together, what you get is a feeling that you, the hero, despite being lost and lonely and overwhelmed, are driving ever forward toward a great discovery, a journey toward significance and hope, perhaps not victory per se. The soundtrack mirrors every part of this, and not just mirrors it, of course, but enhances it. So the Hierophant, Map 1 track, and the Augur in Our Past Life, Map 7, are heavy and driving with a feeling of slow inevitability. Catastrophizing, Map 3, and the Tower, Map 4, are soft enough that the time stands still, and they could almost feel like lullabies if they weren't so mournful. Carbon Copy, Map 6, is more upbeat and uplifting, like a pop ballad in space, and the emptiness staring back, Map 8, juggles ominous enormity with breathless, steady rising anticipation like a map itself. What all of these tracks share, though, is a floatiness, a feeling of drifting, as if through a sea of endless stars, which makes you feel like each lonely chunk of rock and metal that each map takes place on is floating adrift as well, untethered and far from home. Even when the maps are at their most deadly, the music is peaceful by juxtaposition. Or is it juxtaposition? Because when you get into a groove as a player, you can often find that same floaty peacefulness, even amid struggle and challenge. Bitter Dreams OST captures it all so effortlessly, which is why it has helped cement Elven Dead as one of the up-and-coming composers of the latest generation, from Not Java. Let's see what we've got on the sidebar. Far from soundless. On this page, we spotlight OSTs, but compiled soundtracks can be an art unto themselves. Jimmy has gone the extra mile. Well, really, it's more of a marathon, honestly. His Megawad Earthless includes its own canon soundtrack comprising tracks from iWad's old and new, but he has also created no less than 7 alternate soundtracks compiled for all 32 maps. Each of these soundtracks is dedicated to the works of a particular prolific composer, from 8079 to Velvetic for modern vibes, or Mark Clem and Tolwyn if you're looking for a more 90s sound. Personally, I chose to play Earthless with all the Jimmy playlists, which feels like a perfect fit for the Megawad for obvious reasons. You'll be hard-pressed not to find something you love, and each one is tailor-made. From Not Java. Prime to Ride. If Andrew Hulsholt's remade Heretic soundtrack wasn't enough for you, Primeval also remade it in his own orchestral/metal style in Heretic, Symphony of the Serpent Riders, released on the game's 30th anniversary. His consistently bombastic, over-the-top, full-throttle approach to the soundtrack matches the source material well, and is such a fitting take on how the Raven games present themselves in the half-cartoonish, half-grimdark, exaggeratedly beefy universe they inhabit. What a great birthday present from Not Java. Alright, we've gotten the sound situation all under control. Time for the multiplayer awards. Endless Relentless by Zebrapal. Doom 2, Z-Doom based, survival, infinite maps. Okay, hit me. Have you ever wanted to take on platforming and movement-based challenges with custom combat encounters sprinkled in to break up the gauntlet? What if you consider yourself to be hot stuff and want to see your name in a leaderboard, comparing your statistics to other hopefuls over the course of a season? Maybe you're more the type to enjoy proving your cooperative mastery in a tight arena, where your precision and awareness are under constant pressure. What if all of that came in the form of a procedurally generated map? Take your Z-Doom-based multiplayer source port of choice and hop into a server, or even play locally with Endless Relentless. Zebrapal's latest offering to the multiplayer masses is nothing short of a spectacle, and one that attempts to smooth out the pain points of a first-timer's experience without compromising its vision in the process. Additionally, should you choose to start in single-player, you're dropped into an ethereal arena reminiscent of a hub map, with a floating, robed gatekeeper welcoming you to this timeless realm, offering some snippets of lore and passage to a tutorial map. Wandering around the hub while the map generates is highly encouraged, with HUD elements laying paths to starter weapons, as well as an introduction to safe and unsafe surfaces you'll find on your journey. Not just that, there's also an RPG-esque shopping system that I just merely dip my toes in, but the wealth of options is available for you to purchase with in-game dollarinos, earned across multiple trials and challenge clears, shows how much depth can be constructed over an extended run. In one challenge, you're faced with clearing an entire level's worth of enemies in a set amount of time while watching your step, while other trials will test your movement mastery more than your combat prowess. Tools like the built-in radar help the player in navigating these procedurally generated mazes, and can work in tandem with other items you purchase in the shop to make your life easier. Clearing a map rewards you with a fancy splash screen of stats and a reunion with a gatekeeper who promptly delivers your next task in the campaign. But you don't even need to opt for the campaign at the start of the mod. No sir, you can tweak multiple sliders and choose your next challenge. A customization usually reserved in more modern multiplayer titles. I cranked those bad boys as high as they could go, and I was rewarded with a crushingly difficult spike that put my old skills on high heat. No matter your taste and difficulty, Endless Relentless has you covered. From an easy breezy solo platforming journey to racing other players online and pitfall-filled, blisteringly fast surfing event. In the Xandrinum landscape, you can create an account on the Auth server in order for Endless Relentless to track your stats and records, as well as leave messages for other survivors during their runs. When I first ran into this mod a while back, it was still very much a work in progress and reminded me of traditional jump maze likes. Even so, enough of the experience was intact to see the vision Zebrapal was aiming for. What's more, the skilled elite who participate in online competitive challenges, testing their speed and precision, are now treated to glory in the form of seasonal records. And while the bulk of my experience was on Xandrinum, enjoying some additional quality of life features and slight alterations, don't think that's your only option. Zebrapal has managed to pull off Endless Relentless on good old Z-Demon as well. After running through a few challenges on multiple, and in some cases vastly different source ports, it's easy to say that there's nothing short of wizardry involved in keeping the majority of the experience intact, including those fancy HUD elements that I mentioned earlier. Leveraging multiple source ports features under one hood to make a mod accessible to different communities is a feat few attempt, and even fewer pull off. As is often the case with ambitious, ever-evolving multiplayer mods, Zebrapal also teases future updates and content, so who knows what's coming down the pipe. From the early versions I saw on the live servers to the fully realized experience we have today, complete with single-player offerings, Endless Relentless stands as a fantastic achievement and undeniably worth checking out if you like challenging yourself in a multiplayer-capable survival environment. Bicenero. Grime DM by Arrowhead is the follow-up, or runner-up. Doom 2, Xandrinum, FFA, 5 maps. You may remember Arrowhead from just a few years ago, where his frantic DM2 set scored a golden multiplayer caco as he truly stepped into his own and made his mark in the multiplayer mapping realm. In the years since, he has most notably begun mentoring fledgling mappers in his own corner of the community, often through the Accelerated Arena series, a rapid-fire speed mapping session backed up with quality resources and aimed at developing newer mappers with a passionate interest in their craft. But what else has he been up to? As it turns out, Grime DM is one such answer, a bite-sized morsel of deathmatch shenanigans utilizing Xandrinum's mapping features in order to employ some modest 3D floors for added gameplay flow. And, of course, it wouldn't be an Arrowhead joint without the signature wide ramps, perfectly suited for letting multiple angry Doom guys commit strafing runs on an incline. While Grime DM was designed to support 3 to 4 players at any given time, the layouts certainly can support even more if you're craving the capacity for mayhem. Conversely, if you prefer a more spacious duel experience compared to the claustrophobic maps of yesteryear, the flow here feels natural, allowing aggressive maneuvers to establish map control. Under a more scrutinous lens, including some high-intensity matches, I found that each level shows clear consideration for player movement options, where even the spaces that stairs and ledges cut into slopes granted effortless access without jumping, letting you seamlessly move around the geometry. The texture pack hailing from Green Ward 2 was used to excellent effect in these maps, as I rarely had issue with target acquisition across most sightlines. Whether I'm trying to control an upper area in Grimy Base or playing Keep Away in the back caverns of Visceral Corrosion, the maps of Grime DM generally allow for quick pivoting and strategy, so that unless I've truly backed myself into an actual corner, I have multiple routes available to me at any given point. Hell, even the much larger offering in Burning Drops shakes up expectations by ditching the traditional concept of a death pit and instead transforms it into a viable repositioning option for players smart enough to utilize the teleportation as more than just a saving throw against poor movement. What impressed me about this pack is how the traditional formula that tends to dominate PvP can shift and provide a breath of fresh air without reinventing the wheel, striking a balance between contemporary and traditional design. Should you find yourself looking for a map set to blast through in a quick pub session or pilot some competitive event, such as duels and 2v2 team deathmatch, Grime DM might be just what the doctor ordered. From Zanero. 32 and 2418, Billions of Flags Stolen, by Yed's team. Doom 2, various ports, capture the flag, 32 maps. This is a full multiplayer Cacoward. The unruly upstarts are at it again. Human Bones of the multiplayer Doom Federation woke up one moment, looked at the clock, and determined that 6 years was just too long to go in between 32 and 24 entries. So after jostling Shai Koten awake from his hibernation in order to run another 32 and 24, there was a stronger emphasis on competitive review this time around, which immediately piqued my interest. It's true that in times past, various community members would offer advice or guiding principles on best practices for capture the flag maps, and Shai Koten is no stranger to what a time-honored CTF layout looks like. But this felt different. This time, there was a board of veteran players putting perspective layouts through the ringer before the proverbial ink had even dried in the map editor. Indeed, the waves of this influence had already been felt in the competitive side of the multiplayer community, where high-octane events such as World Doom League and Vengeance have already adopted multiple maps for their most recent iterations. Despite the multiple releases of CTF map packs, even those from 32 and 24 itself, it remains difficult to produce maps that survive impact of the competitive scene. As a result, I tend to look at these swift adaptations as a clear marker of success for the project. In fact, I don't know what a higher praise you could ask for. Competitive players are notoriously fickle when being forced outside of their well-known and well-mastered arenas, so any presence in a rotation is a testament to the design of these maps. I mean, let's just crack this bad boy open. Right off the bat, in the first map, we've got Crossfire from Luca Siriaco, a tightly detailed two-laner with a power item you can only reach by hitting a switch deeper inside either team's base. I love this in a competitive map because it's not just a free for a player to walk up to off a spawner and pick up for a quick plus 100. You have to take yourself out of the typical rotation, sacrificing valuable seconds to grab it, or coordinate with a teammate to have them drop it for you. And that's just one example of what 32 and 2418 has on tap. What impressed me the most was how deep I got into the map set thinking about how many of these layouts could fit naturally into a competitive environment. Hell, I'd even love to see a wild card entry in a competitive season featuring wacky fun like Wurst's Homeless Boxcar Transit, where players have to dodge moving train cars to get to the other team's base. That's not to say this release is only for the competitively minded, don't get me wrong. Although my spirit was tempered in the forges of organized competition, that passion was born in the hectic, packed public servers running whatever latest and greatest map set they could get their hands on, and these maps would certainly find a home there. No matter if it's the Hexen-inspired halls of the Cathedral or the patchwork circular gameplay of Drowning Fusion, it's easy to imagine the cacophony of perishing space marines against the backdrop of endless, overlapping announcer soundbites desperately trying to inform you of the current status of the match. The fact of the matter is, this map set covers all bases, from competitive workhorse layouts to the kind of map you'd just want to turn your brain off during a public pickup game and go blasting. While it remains to be seen if 32 and 2418 stands the test of time in the market it's being pitched to, as maps from the earliest CTF compilations still persist in competitive rotations and space is hard to come by, even if clever ideas like 32 and 2418's decaying platforms and harmless slime drop slide don't quite make the cut next time sweaty multiplayer gamers butt heads for guts and glory, anyone who's interested in playing CTF in 2025 has a fresh pack full of smooth and palatable maps. I dare say this may be the best CTF venture from the team yet, proving that even with a lengthy absence, the phenomenal passion behind team-based multiplayer mayhem is still alive and well. From Zanero. Don't Be a Bitch 4! Mechanics Union and Rusty Shack, or RA5T4. Doom 2 Xandronym LMS plus plus FFA, 12 maps. Last Man Standing plus Free for All for those who don't know, and this is a runner-up. It has been 10 long years since the last entry in the BBAB franchise, but certainly not nearly as long in terms of when we've last seen the Mechanics Union grace these pages with undeniable hits. Neon DM, Prog Duel 2, that put their stamp right on the pulse of classic Doom multiplayer. While DBAB 4 is modular and can be played with vanilla weapons or with any other mod hack you might desire, it was primarily designed much like the previous DBAB entry in last year's Freon Deathmatch, and that a recently updated Eon weapons with full last man standing support was the mod of choice while the maps were molded and playtested. And boy, what a mod can add to a map set, especially one as carefully crafted and beautifully detailed as DBAB 4. Decay's grizzled gang of multiplayer veterans applied their collective decades of experience, not just as players, but as storied map makers, backed with a score mixing classic trackers with sterling fresh original tunes from musicians Heaven Wraith and Jay Dagenet, resulting in a deathmatch experience that serves as a treat for the eyes, ears, and the fingertips. In some ways, when flipping through the map list, it almost reads like a fine dining menu. Would you enjoy the deliciously dark atmosphere of Soulburn, maybe the magnificent hues of Plaza Above the Boundary Layer, or perhaps you would prefer the exquisite marble halls of Before the Storm? Decay's extinct and benthic demise deserves special mention as a masterclass example of modern deathmatch design, showing that the man practices what he preaches. No matter your selection, you'll be greeted with excellent visuals that are the hallmark of MXU's contemporary vision for today's era of Doom multiplayer. The gameplay is of course what you would expect from this group, for you can expect teleporters that let you maintain your momentum, rapidly moving lifts, and no wasted space in the gameplay flow. You have pockets of wider open areas, flanked by sharp corners to play for hard cover, and hallways just thin enough to lay waste to your foes, or attempt to slip by them as you retreat and regroup. There are power items to fight over, and they are thoughtfully placed fairly far away from the typical spots you would set up for map control, making the adept player have to choose between one or the other. Take heed, any aspiring deathmatch mapmakers. Design decisions like these in DBAB 4 put on display a well-rounded deathmatch experience. Each level has its own discernible vibe and sometimes its own gimmick as well. For instance, from the moment I learned that the eponymous emplacement in Space Laser 800 could be activated and death could be distributed to poorly placed combatants, I was trying my hardest to lure people into its firing zone, a nice break from the constant ebb and flow of reloading shotguns and respawn fog. I love something that can shake up a match. There's really no big downsides in any given map, and in that consistency you can find a lot of comfort, as this collaboration between creative teams went for quality and not quantity. Suffice to say that if you're not wanting to fit the bill of the namesake, you'll have DBAB 4 in your server's rotation. From Zanero. I mean, it looks pretty, that's for sure. Have I been zooming in to these images? I better have been. I better have been. But yeah. I don't do much with the multiplayer stream, or multiplayer scene on my streams, but maybe I ought to change that sometime, you know? A lot to consider. Anyways, we've gotten through the multiplayer awards. Time for the gameplay mod awards. Diamond Dragon by Cyber Monday. Doom 2, Cheesy Doom / Uzi Doom. One of my Oh, wait. Sorry, before we continue, did I? No, I didn't. Almost forgot the sidebar. My apologies. Oh, it's getting late. Competitive activity. This year saw the return of World Doom League, awaking like a sleeping giant after a multi-year slumber to bring top-level capture the flag content to Otomex servers near you. It has been almost 3 years in between seasons 12 and 13, or 27 and 28 if you're counting its predecessor, the International Doom League, but it took no time at all to muster the rosters for 6 powerful teams, culminating in a titanic, pulse-pounding face-off between the Bodyguards, Nexus, Disparal, Shane, Ludwig, and Flexible, Ninja Dog, Poto, Toby, Hugo, and a climactic finale you had to see to believe. Over on the Xandronum side of things, Multiplayer Doom Federation's own Vengeance League commenced with Season 6, running the long-awaited Xan version 3.2, as well as a custom weapons set leveraging Xandronum's features that challenges the long-standing balance of competitive CTF. A much more contemporary league than its Otomex counterpart, Vengeance is less concerned about tradition, opening its options to newer schools of thought and format changes. Season 6's final spectacle saw the Braindeads, Lang, Benzoa, Vinny, Togna, defeat the Chosen Ones, Disparal, Legion, Sharp, Spider in a 3-round slugfest. While the competitive community often exists in its own little bubble, the events this year prove that even if you haven't yet dipped your toes into competitive team-based gameplay, there's always the opportunity to fire up your multiplayer source port of choice and jump right in. Who knows, you might find yourself in the grand finals in less time than you think. From Zanero. Now that we've done that, let's go to the gameplay mod awards. Diamond Dragon by Cyber Monday, Doom 2, GZ Doom Uzi Doom, Gold winner. One of my absolute favorite things about this community, even as it lumbers well into its third decade, are those moments where somebody completely new comes out of nowhere and unleashes something completely wild with no warning whatsoever. Just emerging from the abyss of the modern internet. Hi, how are you? Let me introduce myself with this fully formed vision for an innovative new way to shoot devils. This is how Cyber Monday has dramatically established themselves in the Doom scene, stepping in from the neon-slicked rain, hanging their drenched leathers over a nearby chair, and planting Diamond Dragon down on the table for us all to bear witness to. Let's take a quick look-see here. I certainly see a few Terminator-adjacent individuals. Drenched in style, as well as the aforementioned neon-slicked rain, Diamond Dragon plies its trade in speed, style, and viscerality. While the myriad cyborgs that replace the traditional Doom enemy roster are faster and stronger than your garden variety Hellspawn, your synthwave biker Avenger protagonist sits somewhere on the evolutionary scale between a Swiss Army knife and an industrial strength kitchen blender. Once you get into the groove, you'll quickly find yourself slide kicking into an encounter, decimating everything with a surgical mix of katanas, grenades, and akimbo machine guns before sliding back out in about a second and a half. The flexibility given to the player on how they approach encounters and use their toolset is frankly impressive. You can ignore entire chunks of your moveset if you want to. I only started using the slide while doing this write-up, and you'll still have a great time. That said, though, using everything at your disposal is an absolute blast, and once you get into the swing of things, you'll feel like a tiny god as you dismantle a room at your leisure. And it all feels great. The game feel is top-notch. Enemies react perfectly to your myriad attacks, getting physically flung around by your strongest strikes, picking themselves up to attempt fresh retaliation and crumbling into gore before your onslaught with just the right amount of satisfying force. Weapon animations are startlingly smooth, with some highly entertaining reload animations flinging and swinging them around a lot more energetically than you might expect from a Doom mod. Seriously, the single and akimbo shotgun reloads are milestones for other mods to aim for. And sound design, often a weak point for gameplay mods in one way or another, delivers a strong punch without fatiguing the ears, with weapons, enemies, and dripping monster goo all sitting separately enough in the sound space to be satisfying without anything getting lost. As the public interest in hyper-exaggerated 80s nostalgia wanes in the wake of Stranger Things' 385th season, it might be tempting to gaze upon this mod's gleeful neon synthwave theming and step out of its way as it rides into the night on a rocket-fueled motorcycle. It's my strong belief that to do so would be an intense mistake. You'll be hard-pressed to see more entertaining and cinematic gunfighting action squeezed out of the Uzi Doom engine. And I fully encourage anyone to queue up the cheesiest Hotline Miami rejects you can summon from the darkest depths of SoundCloud, punch your most GPU-chewing CRT filters into shader glass, and tip entirely over the hyper-exaggerated edge into a blur of gore and acid rain. You'll thank yourself for it later. From Kinsey. I'm going to be honest, yeah, I was one of these people who was overlooking this one because, the 80s has maybe been a little bit overplayed, but with a vote of confidence like this, maybe that was a mistake after all. Private Stone from Skelligan. Doom 2, GZ Doom / Uzi Doom. One of the most common subgenres of gameplay mods that have spawned over the years is the spicy, character-focused variety. Whether it's implanting the protagonist with someone's favorite intellectual property or oftentimes someone's own character, these mods typically shift the entire feel of the game into something fresh and exotic. Skelligan is no stranger to this special subgenre of gameplay mod, having released the absolutely bombastic Cacowards-winning Lieutenant Typhon and a collection of smaller scope dehacked mods with similar character focus. What started as a very vanilla-flavored weapon set with a couple of extra sprinkles when it was initially released back in 2023 has been hitting the gym over the years, becoming completely chiseled and beach-ready. As expected, the mod places you in the ass-kicking boots of the proud defender of Space Britain, Private Charlotte Stone. Stone is a powerful goofball, seemingly built from the same material as her namesake, with an arsenal and collection of unique gameplay mechanics to match. How about that? On paper, Stone's array of deadly demon-decimating weaponry might not seem too crazy. You start with the sort of things you'd expect: your fists, the beefy galactic eagle, and an insatiable appetite for destruction. Stone's punches clobber the opposition, and the galactic eagle remains ever the trusty fallback weapon, even after picking up some of the heavier implements, meaning you're never truly defenseless in more densely populated map sets. Every gun has an intuitive advanced mechanic behind it, whether it's just straight up jamming more shells into the double-barreled shotgun somehow, using the plasma rifle to light up dark areas, or slurping the life juice from your enemy by beating them into bloody mulch with your bare hands. I could fill this whole paragraph with a little, hey, did you know you can do this neat little thing with that weapon bits? But it's that kind of attention to detail that makes Private Stone such a joyful, versatile companion to your preferred map selection. On top of all that, out in the field, you'll come across scavenger boxes, neat little loot crates that you can break open and nab some of the weirder weapons. These secret weapons show Skelligan's creativity in full force, with the inversion wave device blasting enemies and violently irradiating them into a chunky mess of meat that you can eat afterwards, the devil whip letting you fling yourself around, and the gut borer, which does exactly what you're probably imagining when you read the name of the weapon. Those who are familiar with Skelligan's work will not be shocked when I say this, but the presentation of Private Stone is beyond top-notch. The full-screen HUD shows Stone's highly expressive and possibly vampiric bust holding the currently selected weapon. Different pickups change the outfit Stone is wearing, all complete with fantastic artwork. The sound choices give everything just the right amount of punch and zest to convey the firepower of the arsenal. The sprite work and animations show Skelligan's ever-growing prowess as an artist. With a combination of everything listed above, it pushes Private Stone to be one of the most fun and fully realized mods I've played. I should, however, apologize in earnest, as I shouldn't have buried the lead on this one. The scavenger boxes also contain the greatest weapon ever created in the Doom engine, the almighty wrist game. I know I've built it up so much with that introduction, but I highly encourage you to see it for yourself. No words can adequately do it justice. From Cardboard Marty. Salmiakki says, AVGN reference out of nowhere. I did not catch that. I believe that. Gotta give this thing a peek-see then. Abyssal Marine from Hellwalker. Doom 2, Cheesy Doom / Shoozy Doom. There's a certain art to excess, to going far beyond the over-the-top without actually driving anyone away. And as a game that built its identity about using a chainsaw to fight demons in space, Doom has cultivated a community that has put a lot of time and effort into exploring the creative space of the overt. Abyssal Marine is another chapter in this long cultivation of pure strain overdrive, and one worth examining in how it tilts the power scales on both sides of the battle pack and forth with panache. The first thing that's apparent upon starting Abyssal Marine is that you're several head heights taller than your typical Doom guy, and are roughly as heavy and dense as a block of solid tungsten. The second thing that's apparent is that you can effectively delete enemies by sneezing in their general direction. The third thing Ow, my ears! This is not a mod that trades on subtlety. You are so huge that you have to automatically duck your head as you pass through most doors, loud enough that your sheer existence wakes up enemies in the next room, and your weapons can decimate an enemy in the suburb behind them with a ginger accidental brush of your mouse button. The sheer amount of particle effects and decals as chunks of the map are removed from the census adds a sense of comedy to things. Noticing your health going down slightly, slowly turning to witness a revenant trying their futile best, and reducing them to a blur of fire, steel shards, and crimson mist with a thought is almost Looney Tunes-esque in its slapstick. Okay, so you're super powerful, and enemies basically explode into viscera on sight. Cool. But what makes the mod interesting for me is the tiered monster system. As you climb up the skill settings, more and more monsters are replaced by more powerful variants, specifically variants that are ready for you. Whereas the easiest difficulty, with its mostly vanilla bestiary, probably doesn't require sentient thought to see through to completion, the admittedly unfinished higher tier alternatives will turn your power armor into a steel coffin with a terrifying promptness, flipping the power scaling on its head in an instant and forcing you to snap to attention and get your game face on. It's this seesaw power dynamic that gives the mod its edge, keeping you on your toes as you mow through the hordes while keeping an eye out for something that can actually fight back. Aesthetically, this mod hits like a sledgehammer to the solar plexus. Every weapon is rendered from original 3D models for a wonderfully fitting 90s FPS aesthetic, and every weapon and attack is hailed with apocalyptic quantities of smoke, fire, debris, and screen shake. The audio mixing is generally pretty loud without much breathing room and can get fairly tiring, but it adds intense impact to everything, and its best moments are its most subtle. Your power armor is cheerfully noisy, with whining servo motors and thudding footsteps following you as you traipse around. So if you hear a set of footsteps that aren't your own, you should probably get ready for something that can actually take a punch to step up and teach you the folly of your ways. On the face of it, and on its default difficulties, Abyssal Marine is a comedic sleepwalk that turns hard maps into casual afternoon watering your screaming, spontaneously combusting plants. It's on the middle difficulties where it truly shines as you suddenly realize that monster has survived one of your many delete buttons, and panic as you desperately dodge to avoid them playing the reverse Uno card and wiping you out. It works great on IWAD difficulty maps, and I can't wait to see Hellwalker further flesh out the higher enemy tiers, just to add more unexpected surprises along the way. Just turn the volume down before you start. Your neighbors will thank you, from Kinsey. Thanks for the heads up on the volume thing. We have had history with that. Doom Comic 96 by Ramarov. Doom 2, GZ Doom, UZ Doom. The year is 1996. You've just beaten a map set after waiting a grueling 10 minutes for the almost 3 megabyte file to download. Your body hungers for the violence and viscera that id Software's Doom provides. But tomorrow's a school day, and your brain is still developing and needs educational nourishment to thrive. Oh, the humanity. Humankind is evolving, but it hasn't evolved fast enough to provide a feasible way to allow you to continue your crusade against the Hellspawn while reading. Unless... If you're reading this, which I'll assume you are, and the infamous Doom comic, featuring a 16 jam-packed pages of some of the most unhinged and quotable dialogue to grace fragile newsprint pages, needs no introduction. While its words have long since become strangely canonical, weaving their way back into the source material and into fictional heavy alien metal language shouts on gent tracks, or heavy metal alien language shouts on gent tracks, the comic is rife with odd art decisions, depicting our hero as a crazed berserker packing lunatic, and the BFG as some kind of zany laser shotgun. So what could you realistically do with the material the comic provides? Oh my god. Oh my god, look at this Doom guy. As mentioned by fellow panelist Kinsey, there's something magical about seeing a new author seemingly burst out of the spawning vats with a radical mod. Appearing late last year, Ramirov posted an early version of Doom Comic 96 that served as a rough sketch of what had become a mighty, fully rendered art piece. Every possible detail you can squeeze from the pulp of the comic pages has been reproduced in stunning detail. The artwork has a unique style that captures the grittiness of the source material, and every weapon has been given a coat of paint that makes it resemble its comic book counterpart more. This also extends to the enemy roster, being given a hellish makeover to better resemble the bestiary in the comic, something I can only imagine took hours upon hours of looking at the raw scanned pages to reproduce. Artwork isn't the only thing that Doom Comic 96 has going for it. In a weapon set that could hypothetically stay very vanilla, Ramirov manages to use all 78 panels of the comic as inspiration, giving each weapon new functionality and a clean set of new animations. Early weapons give you a melee alternate fire, while the other firing modes on weapons like the plasma rifle turn it into a railgun. The aforementioned laser shotgun BFG appears in all of its majestic glory, capable of being charged to dish out a delectable smattering of plasma shards or the gooey BFG orbs you're more accustomed to. What would a punchier arsenal be without an enhanced army of demons for you to face? Leaping from the panels of the comic, the new baddies range from slight aesthetic adjustments, such as giving the hit scanners fast projectile attacks, to massive overhauls, making the bosses much more of a threat. The Spider Mastermind charges at you with alarming speed, the Cyber Demon can strafe while firing rockets, and scariest of all, the Hell Knight has been eating leaner and has unique, slimmer appearance, just in time for the awards season. Frightening. The presentation of Doom Comic 96 is every bit as bombastic as its inspiration. A combo counter encourages you to keep the action going. Our possibly berserker pack-addled hero quips after picking up weapons and decimating the hellspawn before him, complete with animated mouth movements on the HUD, not to mention onomatopoeias popping up whenever you fire weapons. It's an amazing love letter to the comic book, a sugar-sweet kiss of heavy ordnance from a fresh face in the community, from Cardboard Marty. This is something alright. Let's see what we've got in the sidebar. Oh, we've got a lot. Mini Mod Safari. Not all mods are titanic, hard drive sized Swiss Army knives of increasingly bizarre functionality. Some just set out to do one thing the best. Here are some small but perfectly formed pieces with which to mutate your next playthrough. Universal iframes adds a customizable fraction of a second of invulnerability upon taking damage, a la GoldenEye N64 or your classic Mega's Man of old. This gives you a little extra forgiveness for extracting yourself from bad situations without tipping the power scales too hard. For multi-Cacowards winner Cutman Mike, Campfire adds a well-considered restriction to saving. You need to find campfire kits hidden around levels, or clear X% of monsters or secrets to earn them, and find a quiet, monster-free place to place down a campfire, which takes time to save your game. Cool for atmosphere, fun for challenges, useful for people trying to cure themselves of save scumitis through exposure therapy. Tiny, fully featured gameplay mods have been an interesting phenomenon this year. Bios, Butt End of Space, for those of you who don't know, provides a hideous Destructor-inspired tack mill experience, while Tenga does Doom Bible style using the Tenga goes Doom Bible style using the Remaster's Vault's gold mine of content, and they each comfortably fit on a floppy disk. Also, if you don't know what a floppy disk is because you're under the age of 30, what are you doing on this website? Are you lost? There was a whole lot of MBF 21 mods this year as gameplay modders explored the new standard outside of the realm of Z-Doom. Crispy and Brutal explores this fresh possibility space by attempting to jam Brutal Doom right up in that business. Very impressive as a tech demo. Behold is a curious piece of design. When you die, you can resurrect on the spot, but a bunch of beasties will spawn on the spot to try and immediately put you back into the ground you just clawed out of. It's a bit rough, but I'm really eager to see the idea evolve further. Finally, remember how I mentioned mods that try to do one thing the best? Goblin Clicker. Bam. Salamiaki says iframes mod sounds really cool, and as an explanation, the wrist game thing is the AVGN reference that was mentioned before. I guess that was what was it, but I suppose it was a little unclear, so pocket-sized powerhouse. This year has been bountiful for the enjoyers of classic D-Hackhead style mods, especially with the rise of Deco Hat. Tango's original Supercharge mod quickly became the bridge between the heavier, more drastic Z-Doom-based gameplay mods and mappers who were more comfortable with Doom's familiar balance, offering snappy, fast-paced action focus around a varied enemy roster. Mini Charge Plus, as the name implies, crunches everything down to the basics, trimming off the Z-specific stylings of its older brother while maintaining Supercharge's signature curated gameplay. As with many mods utilizing newer boosted D-Hack standards, Mini Charge Plus can be played on a ton of ports that support DSDA hack, and Tango goes all in on smooth weapon animations, enhanced sound effects, and a retooled, deadlier bestiary, complete with the beautiful explosions of gore and particle trails we've come to expect in a modern gameplay mod. From Cardboard Marty. Salmiaki says, I'm under the age of 30, but I know what a floppy disk is, and I've been around them. Hashtag Finland behind the times buff. That is pretty behind the times. But, yeah, it does line up. We know too many Finns are in this community. They like their floppies. Creative accounting simulator. Listen, I'm not going to make headlines by saying that nobody loves doing their taxes. What better way to spend your free time than avoiding doing your taxes and playing Doom? Tax Evasion 3D is a stellar debut gameplay mod by Captain Resident, focused on your one-person mission to take down a corrupt, wicked regime. Tax Evasion 3D proudly wears its inspiration on its rebellious sleeves, with all of the gunplay and presentation evoking a savory, build-engine-flavored ambience. Wielding a stacked arsenal of nail guns, remote bombs, and cattle prods, the opposition has been made that much deadlier, with an entirely new assortment of bad dudes hunting you down. Also, legally, the Cacowards committee is probably not allowed to tell you to avoid doing your taxes, so this is the best alternative. From Cardboard Marty. No barrier to entryway. There has been a large focus on accessibility in gaming over the past few years, from filters that assist colorblind players to entire dedicated controllers, turning what was once a nerdy hobby into, well, still a nerdy hobby, but one that more people can enjoy. Of course, Doom came out at a time when these options were feasible or considered, but thanks to the magic of modern source ports, Toby's accessibility mod has covered all those bases. Developed over almost a decade and created for the visually impaired, the mod goes far beyond what modern AAA developers provide. Audio that makes heavy use of directional sound, voiceover for menu options, weapon pickups, hit marker sounds, and much, much more. Seriously, the list goes on far beyond what I can fit into space. From Cardboard Marty. I've heard of Toby's accessibility mod. Obviously not the sort of thing that I tend to showcase, but major shout-outs for the people who are working on that. It's a hugely cool thing to see. Alright, now we've got the Gameplay Mod Awards covered, and here's the other awards. Let's see what we've got. Mordeth Award. Surprise! Release project with the longest development time. Return to Void by Mike Saib Watson. This is by far the biggest surprise of 2025, or rather, by far the biggest surprise of 2025 has been the surfacing of the long-rumored sequel to one of the community's most celebrated maps, Void, by Doom World veteran Saib. Mysteriously uploaded at the end of March, its authenticity was confirmed by Scuba Steve, who uploaded his own complete build on April 1st. It had been a minute since I'd played the original Void, and having replayed it now, while its gameplay still has some quirks that haven't aged too well, it's most definitely still a vibe. The music, wild colors, the full-on creativity on display, it's a map that really makes the most out of its fairly short runtime. The sequel apparently had a troubled development cycle until it was finalized in 2007, 4 years after the release of the original. a much too long development cycle according to Seb in the text file. Return to Void further toys with some of the ideas from the original WAD, but it has its own identity and feels decidedly more experimental, even somewhat haphazard. It sees the player approached by the Dark Bishops, foes from the original Void, who this time test the player for help as their dimension is under attack by a new enemy, a race of cave-dwelling insectoid aliens. The bishops will occasionally join you in battle as allies, and a sizable portion of the level takes place within the underground caverns where they live, and where it will be very easy for them to ambush you. Other locations resemble the original Void more closely, although many now involve a seeping green-red liquid that's seemingly the power source of these new foes. Early on in the level, you will be given the severed hand of the Heresiarch as an equipable weapon, which fires devastating purple fireballs in quick succession. Because it automatically regenerates ammo, it will be your most, if not only, used weapon throughout the adventure. The insectoid monsters will be the most dangerous foes you face, and even a couple bosses await you in their lair. Or you can choose to ignore the bishops and their weapons altogether, resulting in a different set of missions and ending. Something hardly seen in a Doom up to that point. Much like Void, its sequel utilizes tracker music to great effect, only this time multiple tracks will play throughout the map depending on the location. The original Void ended up inspiring generations of map makers thanks to its unique aesthetic and experimentation with hitherto underused Z-Doom features. By 2007, however, the landscape had changed significantly. Had it been released back then, it would have gone up against heavy hitters such as the City of the Damned, Apocalypse, ACS Arcade, or Genesis of Descent. Now, in 2025, lots have only gotten more and more sophisticated, and Return to Void feels very much like the period piece that it is. The thing is, though, more years have passed in 2007 and now than they have between when Return to Void was finalized and when Doom was originally released. We're generations of mappers ahead of it at this point, and yet, the trends the original Void helped set, and which Return to Void continue, are still around in many forms. Platforming, ever infamous in Void, is now practically its own genre, with dedicated fans both on the Z-Doom scene, with Jump Maze and its many sequels, as well as in other ports, best exemplified by the success of Jump Wad. Polyobjects, starring in Void in of their first popular early uses in a Doom map, are still used to create absolutely dazzling scenes as seen in Heartland. Tracker soundtracks carried even larger projects to greatness, such as Dark Tartarus. Hell, this year alone, an entire map in Ramp in 2025, the impressive Map 182, Hell Kitchen by Waifu PNGPL, was built around the premise of a shrunk Doom guy navigating a room with much larger items and walls than himself, a concept that was popularized by Void originally, and which Return to Void reprises. Whichever way you look at it, these influences are living and breathing, however indirect and distant they might be. And when you play Return to Void and its predecessor, hell, when you delve into any specific decade of Doom modding, if there's many to choose from at this point, you will quickly find one thing to be true above all else. The vibe is real. Return to Void doesn't and couldn't match the original in influence and creativity, but it's at once a pleasant adventure, a reminder of how far we have come as a community, and a great time capsule for that era of experimentation that led us on our current path. Thank you for the adventures, Saib. Salamiyagi says, I really love the title of The Ultimate Baby. We're getting to that. So that's the bishop hand. Thanks for playing, Saib. Yeah, it's looking good. Now, let's see what we've got for Code Award. Most noteworthy programming effort of the year. Doom Launcher. Nick, Hobomaster22 Laurent. A lot of community members end up finding their niche and sticking to what they do best. Oh. But sometimes we're graced with gifted people who seem to be good at pretty much everything they do, and that is precisely who Hobomaster22 is. Our readers may know him from his multiple award-winning maps, such as Genesis of Descent or Pinnacle of Darkness, crown jewels to what is a deep, decades-long career. Yet if you're involved in the deathmatch side of the community, then you are likely to instead be familiar with him as the co-author of the popular Onslaught Deathmatch series, a fixture on many DM servers over many years. And if you're familiar with the old co-op slaughter scene, you may have stumbled into this adorable little secret from Map 8 of Drown in Blood. Thank you, Hobo. Oh. That's a tribute by Acco1, for whom Hobomaster no doubt acted as a mentor and of course a great friend. And now, years later, he is the project lead for an up-and-coming source port that is getting a lot of attention. So yeah, kind of a big deal, this Hobomaster22. Suffice to say, he's touched the hearts of many around several corners of the community. and as a result, you bet this is not going to be the last time you see him featured in these pages. For now, however, there's one project he's been working on that has had the most widespread adoption of anything he's made thus far. Prior to 2014, community front ends for WADs were primarily bundled with their respective source ports, as with J-Doom and Doom Legacy, were primarily meant for multiplayer, as with Doom Explorer or Doom Seeker, or otherwise offered with fairly simple interfaces such as ZDL, primarily meant to load mods in a specific order and with different IWADs. However, there definitely was significant room for improvement, and this is where HoboMaster's Doom Launcher comes in. Damn. This program attempts to be a true all-in-one solution for all your PWAD organizational needs, and indeed acts more as a framework than a mere launcher, as the somewhat blasé name might lead you to believe it at first. So why should drag and drop enjoyers of command line fanatics choose to switch over to Doom Launcher? Besides the obvious capabilities such as WAD loading order, useful for gameplay mods and skins, multiple source port and IWAD choices, and the app's killer features are being able to interface with the id Games database, allowing you to browse and download mods directly from it, the ability to tag your library in order to sort your WADs in a myriad of different ways, and my personal favorite, integration with demos, screenshots, saves, and statistics for each WAD. That's right, no more having to sort a colossal folder of screenshots to find the one WAD you briefly played and took a memorable picture of. No more wondering how long a WAD really was, as the statistics will tell you outright how much time you spent into it, how many kills you got per map, so on and so forth. Best of all, this is portable, or all of this is portable, meaning that you can easily transfer the program between computers and keep your progress intact. And this is just a sample of the many, many features that HoboMaster and fellow contributors have crammed into this over the years, and I presume not the last we'll see either, thanks to its active development. After its initial release over a decade ago, Doom Launcher has consistently been updated and improved, and the last version at the time of writing is less than a month old. So really, this award is long overdue. Even if you thought you didn't need Doom Launcher in your life before, give it a try for yourself. And you're likely to wish you'd made the jump to it sooner. I certainly do, from Dynamo. Salamiyaki says, would this be good for someone like me? Potentially. If you want to really, really get into a bunch of Doom WADs, then yeah. I don't use something this complicated. I mostly use the old-fashioned ZDL. But I've been thinking, for certain things it might be a better idea. I'd have to look at, like, this is fairly deep into things. I'd have to look at its ability to save configurations or things like that across multiple source ports. Anyways, this is a bit that I've been very excited to share with everybody. Mock Award, most creative, unusual, or artistically compelling project of the year. 97th Century Exhibition by 97th Century Fox. Congratulations, my friend. Among some gaming adjacent communities, e.g. pixel artists, there's this idea of creating fake screenshots of imaginary games as a form of art. It's not exactly game design, but it draws on the concepts and media of game design to let the imagination run wild in creating an artistic scene. I want to play that so bad, you say. Why doesn't this game really exist? 97's art is sort of the opposite of that. The artist is taking actual screenshots of scenes built in a game, Doom obviously, and then touching them up and layering other art on top of them so that they essentially become mixed media paintings, gallery pieces depicting scenes that don't really feel like they're in a game at all. And instead your reaction is more like, this is such a lovely place. Why can't I just live there? Yet the intent is the same, I think. When you create actual video game levels, it's easy to get bogged down in realities. You have this great idea, but you can feel like you lose something in the dirty work of having to flesh it out. To turn a snapshot in your mind into a playable world where every room has to actually work correctly and play well, and you have to detail all those damn little corners that were never even in your mental snapshot at all. Most of the map is outside the view of your camera when you first imagine it. So instead, 97th focuses on a slice of imaginary life. Each painting begins as a little piece of Doom map with carefully selected textures and palettes and mid-texes and foliage sprites. Each scene depicts just enough of its world to leave you with a sense of beauty and wonder and mystery, but the rest of the map is left entirely to your imagination. I find this so effective. Every time 97th posts a new piece, it makes me want to let my mind run wild and keep imagining more beyond the edges of its canvas. Some of these paintings seem run down and abandoned, dreary and overgrown, but not really sad. In each of them, you can see some dark little nook around the other side of a wall that you want to explore. The characters in these are often ghostly, sometimes barely there, and you can imagine they eke out an existence in each other's strange company, hawking funky magic in little shacks in the shadows of abandoned factories and skyscrapers. Others are wildly colorful and psychedelic, and you imagine that there must be a party happening there all the time. No matter what, you always want to join them. It's the 3D doominess of the map spaces that make it feel like you could almost walk into each painting, but it's the cartoony weirdness of the characters interposed on that space that makes them stand out and gives them a life of their own. I've talked a lot here about the intersection of video games and painting and what it means for the art, but what makes 97th's work great, first and foremost, is simply that it is good art. We love to say that Doom is an art scene, and 97th Century Exhibition has given us another new way to make that statement true. From Not Java. Salmiaki says yay, and I have to agree. I'm very happy. Salmiaki says, congrats 97th. A sentiment I share too. Adrian's Pen, best original art assets of the year. Mumi's Animated Skies, from Mumi. There are a lot of elements that make up the visual composition of your average Doom level. Textures are usually at the forefront, catching the player's eye and setting the general theme of the map you're playing. However, the unsung hero of mood setters and theme conveyors isn't the walls around you or the floors beneath your feet. I implore you, dear viewer, to look to the skies. Oh my god, look at the skies. Asked and answered. They live up. We're often blasted with so many visual elements while playing a map, flying by at whatever tempo the author has set for us, that it can sometimes be difficult to truly appreciate all the pieces of the puzzle. Mumi's work as a mapper has been praised here at the awards before, with their collaboration with My Olden Simulacrum winning the Golden Caco last year, along with their numerous contributions to the Puss series. One element of their work that I wasn't even initially aware I was enjoying so much was their beautifully rendered and sometimes incredibly hypnotic animated skies. A picture truly says 1,000 words, so I imagine that an animated picture tells, well, probably way more than that. Mumi's contributions to Doom 2 and City Only are some of my favorite atmospheric anchors, painting the sky with a spiraling, fiery mix of reds and oranges in the earlier levels, blistering the horizon with a potent sunburst of wavy yellow once the battle moves to a more Egyptian theme, finishing off everything with an ominous, decaying cityscape slowly drifting into the ether. It's work that makes you stop and take notice, regardless of the carnage around you, and immediately amps the wow factor the moment you set foot into the playing field. This year's Caco Award-winning rural counterpart to Doom 2 and City Only showcases Mumi's versatility, toning down the more spectacle-driven visuals for something that feels like going back to a comfier time, if your definition of a comfier time had you battling Hellspawn. I could sing my praises for Mumi's work all day, but one thing I greatly admire is not keeping all of that work behind a fence. If you've ever wanted your map's backdrop to be a crimson-mounted peak with an ominous dark moon looming overhead, or the sky behind your demon slaying to be a wiry mess of hyperactive alien blue tendrils, you can march on over to Mumi's thread and download all of these and more. I'm excited to not only see Mumi's next mapping adventure, but to see where the gorgeous skies they paint will end up next. From Cardboard Marty. Salmiaki said, hell yes. Again, couldn't agree more. But yeah, Mumi is a hell of an artist. I believe the first ones I saw were probably around the time I played Pina Colada, though I don't remember if it was Pina Colada or something else. Now, what you've personally been waiting for, Sally, the Ultimate Baby. This year marks the birthday of the newest, some would say ultimate member of the Z-Doom family, UZ-Doom. Celebrating its first release, UZ-Doom is brought to you by a majority of the team tinkering away at what was once GZ-Doom's latest update. The first release features refreshed default settings, no more blurry filter out of the box, a host of smashed bugs that have been crawling around for a bit, with much more on the horizon, including a major revamp to multiplayer functionality and controller support. The future burns brighter than ever, but if all of that doesn't suit your fancy, feel free to fork it under. That's by Cardboard Marty. Eternal Editing Emergence. Over on the New Doom side, QuakeCon also saw Doom Eternal's official mod support get a proper release after a year in open beta. And while the output of that community isn't quite as prodigious as the classic scene just yet, turns out AAA art assets take a minute to make or work with, the gradual trickle of new content is fascinating to watch and an encouraging sign for what's to come. From early attempts at matching id's aesthetic and polish, through to obligatory silliness, it all bodes well for a bold new age of modding to swap cancel through well into the future. Watch this space. I'm Kinsey. What are we? Okay, I'll give it a quick peek. See, though again, YouTube is very wacky. But okay. That's a weird intro, but let's see. Let's just give it a quick peek. See. Hold to skip. What is it to skip? It's a slide. Okay, so we got some hell aesthetic. Oh, that Caco's zooming. Sally's liking the music, which is obviously not part of Doom Eternal's soundtrack, but I've got a thing going with the music, and I'm not inclined to stop it. Oh man, that Mank is getting bodied by random lightning bolts. That's kind of funny to me. Okay, there you go. Sure, let's just give it a quick peek, see? Shooting some tentacles. The Mancubus that got zapped has come back. Oh my god. Oh my god. I forgot what Doom Eternal gameplay at the high end looks like. This is not at 2x speed. This is just what it looks like. Defers, don't you think Armored Core 6 is too fast-paced? I don't know, you tell me. But yeah, that is indistinguishable from Doom Eternal, I think. It is very clearly Doom Eternal, but I don't remember it being one of the episodes, so it's clearly modded. But yeah, that looks just like it. That looks just like it. Alright, let's see. Let's just... whoop. Let's see, how obligatory is the silliness, huh? What have we got? Hightower, Team Fortress 2. Alright, Sally, give me some running commentary on what we're about to see. Blue Team Blorbs, okay. Sally, I guess says Hightower, my beloved. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. There it is. Oh, Purple Mancubus. Sally, I guess says it looks like an exact match. Yeah, I would say so. I obviously was maybe not the biggest lover of Hightower back in 2011, but I've played Hightower myself. This is the average gameplay pace of a TF2 match when you think about it. You could almost imagine that this is a Melee demo man. This is just what playing Melee demo man is like. This is demo night. So I mean, it says how Trollgers feel. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that is pretty silly, but it is also funny. Alright. What have we got here? No, we're not watching that. Playing as Goku in Doom Eternal Part 2. Skip this ad, please. Show me how stupid this get. How stupid does this get? Beam Clash of the Cyber Demon, I approve. Sure. Well, this is something to behold. Honestly, I don't think I've ever seen a Dragon Ball Z style gameplay mod in Z-Doom though. So I would say this is novel. Though I will say, so far it seems like Goku just has one move. Go punch things, Goku. You're Goku. Okay, there you go. Whoa, T-pose. All right, I think that's where we should call it, because you're not going to top a T-pose. That's perfect. Anyways. 64 Father. A multifaceted community requires many local leaders who are able to pave a path forward for the denizens of each doomed corner to follow. And while many have started in these pages before, today I want to tell you about Immorpher and how he has helped turn the Doom 64 space into a welcoming, familiar environment. You all know Doom 64, of course, the overlooked conclusion of the classic Doom trilogy that finally got an official PC release 5 years ago. Prior to that, playing it required relying on the old D64EX port, and creating maps for it relies to this day on the fairly antiquated Doom Builder 64. Thus, there's a whole baggage of tools and mapping guides that did not keep pace with the rest of the community's technological leaps, especially as Doom 64's mapping scene exploded in popularity in the aftermath of the remaster. But that is where Immorpher and his many, many efforts have bridged the gap. First of all, he's the public face and main organizer of the Doom 64 Compendium, an all-in-one documentation program meant to introduce new players to editing the game, explaining the way its unique mapping format works, what the limitations are, how to make the most out of it, the macro scripting system, and so on. Suffice to say, if you are planning to enter the dark and colorful worlds of Doom's third entry, this is as good an entry point as you can hope for. Believe it or not, however, that is merely the tip of the iceberg of what Immorpher has done. The compendium itself is a successor to a lot of guides and experimentation carried out on Discord over the years that saw him play a leading role. Oh yeah, Discord. He's also the leader and administrator of the awesome Doom 64 Discord server, where you can ask any question about the game, host your own D64 projects, and request advice, and generally be in the community of awesome modders. As far as projects go, Immorpher is of course more than happy to get involved directly and has mapped several of them, and has served as the project lead for the brilliant Ethereal Breakdown that we spotlit years back. If that's not enough, he's also a musician, serving up compositions in the deliciously harrowing Aubrey Hodges style for all your Doom 64 projects and beyond. With that said, a lot of these feats were made possible thanks to the help of other industrial members of the community, such as Kaiser, Stid051, Atomic Frog, and many others. But if the spirit of a video game could possibly be embodied by a single person, then Immorpher is that person for Doom 64, because as admirable and full-fledged as his list of accomplishments is, it's really the man's nature that made it all possible. The fact that I could shoot him a message right now to catch up on things and he would be able to explain to me all of the engine's most obscure facts, hint at his progress on a bunch of projects I'm not even up to speed on. I hear he's helping Stid update DB64, awesome. And in general, just share a fun story or two about the game, its community, and the people who live in it. And it's precisely this quality that makes people like Immorpher true stalwarts, the people who have made the broader community as wonderful as it is. From Dynamo. What are we still waiting for? Oh, we have a Creator of the Year that I haven't touched yet, apparently. We'll get back to that real quick, but what are we still waiting for? Does this enormous list suggest the boundless enthusiasm for Doom and its relations, or the hubris that will inevitably lead to the community's downfall? Is this the same boilerplate text as last year's column? The answer to at least one of these questions is yes. A Boy in His Barrel, Action Doom 3, Adventures of Square Episode 3, Annie, Autumn Flock, Avactor 2, Back to Saturn X Episode 3, Calamity, Serial Killer, Cypher, Convergence, Dancing in the Abyss, Dark Moon, Dark Universe Episode 2, Delirium, Deus Vult 2, Dissension 2, Doom the Golden Souls 3, Star. What's that Star? It's the H. Doom Refired, Doom X, Dwelling, Elementalism Phase 2, Epoch, Eschatology, Final Doom the Way It Did, Flashback, Geometric Genocide, Happy Time Circus 3, He Came From Beyond, Heck Revealed 3, The Hellspawn Spectrum, Heretic, Curse of Darkness, H-Pack, Hunter's Moon, In Bloom, Interception 3, Interstellar Enforcer, Japanese Community Project 2, Kama Sutra 2, Kuroneko Project, Kuiper, Lonesome Road Chapter 2, Metal Dissension, Midnight Isle, More Death Episode 2, Neptunian Nightmare, Obsidian Doom Part 3, Chapter 1 Gaiden, The Palace of Umbral Heavens, Crescent Gaze, Ozonia 2, Panophobia, Paralysis, Planar Havoc, Plutonia 3, Ramp 2026, The Realm of Z-Magic, Revelations of Doom, Rush 2, Sigma X, Somber Destiny, Space Pirates, Second Attack, Strife, Mothership, Sunder V2, Supernatural, Super Wolfenstein 3D, Threshold of Pain 2, Time Tripper, Circuit 2, Treasure Tech Land, Trench Foot, Undo, Utter Heresy, Wanderer, Widow's Peak, Wrath of Magic Remake. Did you know December 10th marked the 32-year anniversary of Doom? Did you know More Death Episode 2 was still not released in 2025 despite over 27 years of development? Did you know Kama Sutra 2 was still not released in 2025 despite over 69 years of begging? Anyways, let's hit this creator of the year, Bartek Touchdown Kalinski. 30 years and counting, I often find myself thinking about this community's many past inspirations. The multiple mapping techniques, mood pieces, and trendsetters we've seen over the years have been serving as building blocks and laying foundations for the coming generation of mod creators who will in turn pass the baton one day. But how does this process work? Better yet, just what constitutes a community? We could see it as a colony full of busy bees, chopping away at their tasks under the guidance, however indirect, of a few visionary queens. Or we could see it as the fireflies under the night sky, each flashing their own unique color and carving their own path through the woods, with players able to lose themselves in the pursuit of the colored glow. And yet occasionally, from the vast horizon, a solitary giant comes along, undaunted and unfazed by all that's around them, carving a path of creativity that is truly all their own. A giant whose heavy steps leave behind large craters that quickly fill in to become marshes, lakes, seas, and before you know it, the landscape has permanently been shifted, leaving everyone else to experience these changes and their consequences for themselves, whether they witness the passing giant or not. This is the story of one of these giants, Touchdown, and his magnum opus, Gossip. Granted, I am not here to explain strictly what gossip is, as my esteemed colleague, Demon of the Well, is able to do a much better job at it than I ever could hope to, nor can I hope to explain the complete history behind its development, as that's something only Touchdown himself can do, and he is in fact in the process of doing just that as part of a video series. Instead, what I'm going to try to do, as a distant observer, is chart the trail of the giant and explain why Gossip deserves a place in the annals of megamap greatness. Gossip's development, by most accounts, was not a painless conception. When initially announced back in January 2022, Gossip immediately caught the attention of our committee. I was surprised to find out it's been quietly in development since 2014, and the description and screenshots showed great promise. A huge world built exclusively with vanilla textures and with a narrative bent. Dev blog updates followed for a time, showing snippets of the levels alongside bits of lore from the unseen characters of Gossip's story, which helped in contextualizing the environments and providing certain hints about the levels themselves. Even if the WAD was not out yet, these dev blogs quickly became one of my favorite things to look forward to when logging on to Doom World, and created an air of mystique around the whole project, a kind of cinema verite of Doom if you will, showing how the in-game locations have a place and purpose in the world they're etched in. But then, development started to sputter. Dev blogs became more infrequent, and Touchdown related the difficulties he was having in continuing the project. Some of the general interest waned as people moved on to newer, actually released mods, while I grew increasingly concerned about whether Gossip would release at all. I knew there was something special about this project that no other WAD could match, and so, trying to keep the magic alive, I reread the dev blogs and looked into Touchdown's other works. And that is when I first caught a glimpse of Tourniculat, the handle Touchdown has used for his music. The main work prior to Gossip has been the concept album Crush Depth. It is not strictly related to Doom, but it's a fascinating project in its own right that showcases similar growing pains, a difficult, protracted development cycle, and the intention of Touchdown to do everything himself. The instruments, the artwork, and the strikingly familiar snippets of lore uploaded on social media to advertise the album. Reading these, the influence for what later became Gossip is obvious, and I can't help but feel that backdrops like this would set the stage for fantastic levels if they were pursued further. Whichever is the case, having honed his polymath skills in the production of this album, Doom became his next logical frontier for Touchdown, thematically and even musically. And all this made me even more hyped for Gossip's release than I was before. With no signs from the project, I ended up leaving a YouTube comment on the trailer asking how it was going. Touchdown expressed surprise anyone even remembered it, but announced more updates would be on the way shortly. Development picked back up, a release date was announced, until finally, there it was. Now I could finally jump into it myself and answer the one question I had. Does it live up to the expectations? My God, does it live up to the expectations? 8 gigantic maps, a hauntingly beautiful soundtrack, and enough ferocious combat to keep an entire army on their toes for months. Gossip is post-apocalyptic WAD making at its absolute finest. The moment I looked out of the apartment's window in the opening level, in my mind I saw the clouds of smoke and heard the distant gunfire that took place right here, only hours before, as described in the devlogs. Wandering the ruined streets and abandoned towns of Gossip's world, I tried to identify landmarks and pondered on the fate of the people who used to live here and are now dead or worse. From the familiar to the supernatural, there are striking sights to behold in Gossip at almost every turn. which all comes down to touchdowns, map building skills, and especially his complete mastery of Adrian Carmack's resources. More than just a creative usage, it is akin to a painter utilizing an existing toolkit to generate a whole new art form. These places are alive, ruined and decayed as they might be, in a way that is entirely uncompromising, as if Carmack's textures had been deliberately created for this project all this time. And amidst the many carefree, tongue-in-cheek wads we get every year, Touchdown puts the foot down to remind us of what he thinks Doom should be all about. A story of survival and resistance against overwhelming odds, set to the tunes of the end of the world. In doing so, Gossip pivots itself as the successor to other phenomenal post-apocalyptic projects from the past years, such as Hellcore 2, or the strikingly similar Shaky Grounds, and this broader classic FPS sphere. But it manages to exceed all of them in the strength of its narrative and the oneness of its artistic vision, smelted and toughened to perfection in these 10 long years. After spending yet more months doing an in-depth skill level rebalancing, which is so comprehensive that it even affects the level geometry depending on the difficulty level chosen, Touchdown announced the end of the journey for himself as a creator. I have naturally expressed my desire to see him work once again on something, anything in the future, similarly to how I felt when Trash Bang dropped Don't Turn Your Back on the City before departing the community, much to our lamentations. But I have to admit, it did not come out of a 10-year-long development cycle or one of the finest wads ever made either. Thus I dare not question the ways of the giant. Gossip stands tall and proud right next to Lost Civilization, Infested, or Insanity Edged as an example of just how deep Doom modding can truly be, a kind of project most people would not even be able to conceptualize, let alone create. I just hope that somewhere, years from now, they will be able to look over his shoulder and witness the seismic changes that his trail left behind, the shifted landscape, the retellings of the story, the new life springing forth from the hot springs that filled in the craters. I don't think there can exist a greater honor for a great creator than being remembered in such a manner. From Dynamo, survival is possible, but there will be consequences. And I think that's it. I think we've done it. We've covered yet another Cacowards successfully. And what a one it was. Congrats again to 97th Century Fox. Congrats to all the winners. We have some incredible creativity on display, and I'm honestly just happy that I was able to see it brought forth. Sally Miyake says very nice, and I can't help but agree. It's always fun when I get to have seen the Cackle Award winners in my own explorations before they get announced, and this year was no different. Neon Overdrive, Lonesome Road, those two got actual, maximums. Crimson Horror, of course, but I had a lot of play in the runner-ups as well. Anyways, that's it for me this year in terms of Cacowards. I'll be uploading to YouTube shortly. It'll take a little bit. Thank you all for joining me. Tomorrow, we'll get right back to doing some more of good old-fashioned Purgatory. But till then, everybody, thanks for being here, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye now.